Any comments from the panel?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Arpit. I think you've pointed out some really critical aspects, and particularly your 85-14-1, which is the biggest bane of all our research.
Sir.
We collaborate, write a paper, start on the next project, write the next paper, and the two papers don't talk to each other.
Yes.
So that's obviously something we need to work on. Thank you.
Dr. Kritika?
I think I'll echo Dr. Rajiv's thoughts here. I think it was beautifully put the way you mentioned. So, and also brings in the need to create capacity, because a lot of times institutions, particularly academic institutions, do not have capacity to take it forward. So we need that process of productization and then taking it to industry. Collaboration between academia and industry is something that we need to strengthen.
Absolutely. Yes.
Just one more question. I think inherently in our medical education, the way we are sort of groomed, it's always patient care and, you know, to be service delivery. Somehow it's not ingrained in us that we should also think about creating something which can be, you know, packaged as a kind of a deliverable resource. So that is the thing that, you know, with what you're saying now, we have the expertise, we're collaborating with somebody, but we should start thinking right in the beginning that how will we take it forward and speak to the concerned stakeholders. Having said that though, there is also tendency among the stakeholders that they also have their own constraints, that it has to be something which is, say, scalable, and then it has to be revenue generating, because they have to spend a lot of resources in making it market ready, and then for them there's no point if they cannot, you know, deliver it at, or sort of get some revenue from it. So I was wondering whether the government also, like there's some government hospitals, like if a government hospital, so can we have some government product manufacturers where they will be willing to take up some kind of these devices or these products which may not be that revenue generating, but they do require everything else. Is there any chance that they'll have a government pharmaceutical agency or a government kind of manufacturer? Like we have a government sponsored hospital.
It's a very important point, ma'am, you have raised. So I would say there is no straight answer to it, but there are many institutions across India who are involved in different kind of work. Some are developing products. I know a couple of institutes who are developing biosensors, who are very good expertise in developing biosensors. So there are institutes available, there are groups available. So probably we need to start, but then when you say a dedicated agency, I have not seen, it has not come across to me, and I think this is something that from this forum or from other forums, this should go to the government for developing such kind of agency. Individually, there are groups available, there are institutes available for doing this. Thank you.
So I hope the people from Vadhwani were listening very carefully to this talk, and all our products should be compliant with their requirements. So please see to it. Thank you so much. We'll go to the next talk by Dr. Nawazish, who will speak about what all we have been able to do for diabetic retinopathy till now.
So good afternoon everyone. So I'm going to be focusing on what RP Center as a whole with Vadhwani has worked upon on the last so many years for development of the AI in DR model. So a little different, I would call it the RPC Vadhwani model. So we know that the burden of diabetes is really high. That was the ICMR in-depth study that has been recently published with 101 million diabetics in India alone. So we are not on the verge of becoming a diabetic capital, we are already the diabetic capital in the world. Considering this, and with the paucity of the number of ophthalmologists that we have available for screening these patients, artificial intelligence appears to be a very viable solution for these, especially when done at the primary healthcare levels. So multiple studies have been done, multiple people have created their own AI models such as the IR, the iNook, as well as the IDXDR. But the difference with this versus what we concentrated on was using low-cost fundus cameras and non-tabletop fundus cameras, so we could access even the most remotest of the populations that are available for screening. In the Indian scenario, we have some available machines who have approached and who have got CDSCO approval, notable of which is the Meteos AI, which also works offline. Considering this, for the development of an AI model, we need to train it, we need to validate it, and finally go towards testing and deployment. So that is where we are currently, that we are testing our model and we are deploying it across various areas of the country. We worked on multiple data sets. We had a team of expert ophthalmologists who have graded these images time and again, and we created the AI model. So while we were annotating these images, so we had some doubts. So the same two people who were annotating the single image were facing discrepancies whether they were gradable or non-gradable. So what we did is, all our images have to include the disc and the macula. We divided the macula into 4 quadrants, gave 25% to each, and then decided that one line, so 3 quadrants and another half would constitute around 62.5%. So we needed 62.5% of the image to be visible to be calling it gradable. Then we set about made an entire set of ideal images, of acceptable images, and those that were non-gradable, so that we could have some understanding among the graders itself what would be the annotation to the image. Then we further worked upon, now a lot of the images would be non-gradable, so we worked upon our optometrists and ophthalmic technicians to help them understand how to take better images and to train them on the use of those fundus cameras that we were using. So the one that was available with us, we worked on it with them. We taught them the positioning of the patient, how could they simplify their work and get good images each time, that good reproducible images at each time. Other than this, we created a specification for the images that we wanted to use, such that all our partnering institutes could use the fundus cameras available with them, and such that they could share the images with us also. And we did a retrospective evaluation of the AI model, which had really good results in terms of more than 90% sensitivity and specificity across a number of image sets. Then began the biggest task that we had, was collecting prospective images. These prospective images were collected from the various vision centers and AIIMS Delhi itself, which had a sample size of 2,507, which were collected between October 23 and February 25. With the same team that we had, who were now completely trained in annotating and understanding what was required of these images, we went ahead and annotated these images. And the results were really good in terms of having a sensitivity of 98%, a specificity of 96% of these images for detecting presence of diabetic retinopathy. And when I talk about the grading of these patients, a weighted sensitivity of 85% was found. So the difficulty in this is that a lot of our images in the severer grades, severe NPDR and PDR, might have some discrepancies, because as a clinician I would probably look at the periphery, look for an NVE, and then come up with that diagnosis, while when we are focused on a 45-degree image, even patients with peripheral NVEs could be missed. So again, this was something that we worked upon in the multiple versions with Vadvani AI, with the latest version showing an improvement even with the severer grades. Then this was the web app that was created. So this is the latest one, where we've screened around 3,400 patients. We have a consent form which is both in English as well as Hindi. So whenever we are using our ophthalmic technicians and optometrists, they go through all of this. We enter patient details, we enter their health information, and at the same time we can enter the contact details of the referring doctor, such that they could also have a result of the report as well. Then the health information includes whether they were diagnosed with diabetes, what was their duration, and some simple information such as HbA1c levels and everything. We put the images, we decide. So we have a small AI at this time also to determine whether the images are gradable or not. And at the same time, the optometrist can go ahead and bypass this if they feel that the image is gradable. So yes, we did work with our ophthalmic technicians also to understand if they could be able to grade these images also. But at the end of the day, I am a clinician, so for me an artificial intelligence is not infallible. There are chances that it can give us false negatives or false positives. So at this, just 2 cases, that in this case the patient was diagnosed to have no diabetic retinopathy. So I agree it is not diabetic retinopathy, but at the same time it is a vascular occlusion. The patient does need referral. Secondly, it could be user-related problems wherein the right eye was uploaded for both the right as well as the left eye, and that eye had no changes, whereas the other eye did have diabetic changes. So we missed this patient because of a user-related error. So what we did was, further on, we included a visual acuity parameter as well as augmenting our ophthalmic technicians to train them as well to not just take the images but to also have a basic understanding of the images. And finally, this is how a patient who comes to RP center goes through the entire examination. So they are first examined at the local dispensary where our team is available for imaging. They do a basic checkup including their visual acuity as well as the DR screening through a fundus on phone camera. This fundus on phone camera, is the image is uploaded on that and we have a basic result. If they are referable DR, anything above moderate NPDR, they are referred to RP center. The visit is facilitated through community ophthalmology and we have their final diagnosis. These were the image annotators who I would like to really thank. These residents have worked really hard. We've all worked on this for many, many years. 2 years, sorry, not many years, but yeah, many months. And the backbone of the project were our ophthalmic technicians who took all these images, uploaded them, maintained the Excel sheet for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it has been a difficult task annotating all these images, but we have reached some meaningful conclusion, and at least the first stage, Dr. Harpreet, is over. We have some standard, and we also have a good sensitivity, and the next stages, as you pointed out, we hope we can achieve that through with help of Dr. Rajiv, Dr. Kritika, and our engineering partners. Any other comments from the Can I have the Zoom?
You made
on?
good progress here. And this is obviously the first project where we've reached a stage where we're able to take it to CDSO for approval. So among the various projects that we're working on, this seems to have been the most promising so far. So all the best for that.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Harpreet.
Yeah, so as I said in my presentation, this data set, is this data set available for other researchers to use? If you can make that, that will be really good, because there are a lot of engineering colleges who have excellent expertise and they are just waiting for the data sets. If you can do that.
So we have some people online. Professor Vishali, head of PGI, has also joined us online. Ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, Rohan, I can hear.
Ma'am, I hope you were able to see the presentation regarding diabetic
Absolutely,
retinopathy.
congratulations to Team RPC. You know, it's wonderful to see something like this coming up from RPC and moving forward in the right direction.
Thank you so much.
As has been pointed out so rightly, I think we cannot waste our retina specialist for screening, and it has to be augmented with augmented intelligence, you know. And I think this is the first step. And we'll be very happy for the validation or whatever collaboration we can do to take it forward. Well done.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That is what we are looking for in future, so that all of us can collaborate and take this to the next level. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Also, Dr. Harpreet, we would like that if you can help us to become a kind of have a more important role in this image standardization and to make this data set available, because we want to do that. We want to be a hub where all this effort is taken. As you correctly said, there may be some students in some other engineering college or maybe in any other place, and they would use this data, and after all, it is for the better good. So we've also written that if you would please include us as the standardization image data set standardization center. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll move on to the next talk. The next talk is by Dr. Saurabh on AI work done for ROP.
So good afternoon everyone. I'll be talking about artificial intelligence in ROP. With recent advances in neonatology, lower infant mortality rate has become very common. This means that more and more preterm babies are now surviving, which have to be screened by an ophthalmologist for ROP. But it is a very big problem for us. Just to give you an Indian perspective, at present there are about 215 members in the ROP Society of India, which is less than 1% of the total ophthalmologist population in India. To tackle this problem, we have to train more and more ophthalmologists. At the same time, we have the option of using telemedicine so that we can make use of whatever resources we have in a more robust manner. And then we have a new tool in the form of artificial intelligence, which can basically reduce the burden on the existing ophthalmologists. So, coming to a typical workflow of an AI-based ROP detection system, and this is according to the work done at RP Center under Dr. Shaurya and Dr. Colin Paul. We start by fundus image acquisition, which is then processed to improve quality. AI program then extracts the optic disc from the image, which is essential for defining the zones. This is followed by segmentation of the vessels in the image, which are then converted to data points, and this data is then analyzed to look at the amount of vascular tortuosity and dilatation which is present. This is further used to detect the presence or absence of ROP. So there are multiple generations of AI-based models which are available to us. Currently we are in the state of deep learning models, and I have to give a special deep learning system which has been granted breakthrough status by FDA. So what has AI been capable of as of now? It has been able to identify ROP and plus disease, and the most commonly employed parameter when it comes to this is the vascular severity score, which is basically a measure of vascular tortuosity and dilatation in captured image. Its value ranges from 1 to 9, with higher score representing a greater severity of disease. And studies have shown that score correlates very well with the presence or absence of plus disease and stage of ROP, as increasing severity of disease and a decrease after treatment. So any change in quantitative ROP vascular severity score between images over time may help in identifying patients who will eventually require treatment of ROP. They've also shown that they are able to differentiate between stages. So this is a study by Mulay et al. They demonstrated the capability of AI to differentiate between a demarcation line and demarcation ridge. They used images from KID ROP program, which is a telemedicine program being run in South India, to train their model and test their model. All the images were enhanced with an MHA algorithm, and you can see in the images after enhancement the ridge becomes much more clearer. Their work proved how enhancement of images can actually allow us to pick up peripheral details in much more clarity, so that diseases which are involving more peripheral portions of they have also shown their ability to pick up regression, reactivation or response to treatment. So this is a study by L et al. Which analyzed images of 19 infants with bilateral ROP who received intravitreal ranibizumab under KR-ROP study. They showed that the VSS score correlated well with disease evolution. So when the probability of requiring treatment was high, the VSS score was high. When an anti-VEGF injection was given, the VSS score came down. The amount of the after anti-VEGF treatment. Development of treatment requiring ROP. So this is a study by Koiner et al. They basically added an additional birth along with the VSS score derived from the fundus images obtained at 32 and 33 weeks PMA. The first study that they did was in United States of America, in which they were able to pick up treatment requiring ROP with 100% sensitivity. They then trained the same model on data set obtained from telemedicine programs in South India and evaluated 3 populations, one in India, one in Nepal and Mongolia. And in all the 3 populations, they were able to pick up treatment requiring ROP with 100% sensitivity. So their study actually validated the use of AI in development of predictive models, and they showed that the same model, when trained on a large enough data set, can be applied in different populations. And an advantage of implementing such a risk model is that the total number of examinations, especially for low risk infants, could be reduced without missing care of treatment requiring ROP. And they showed that by implementing their model, we can reduce the overall number of examinations by up to 45% in our population. In its current stage, there are many limitations to the AI models as of now. So it is basically available in very select institutes under review boards. It has not been validated across different populations throughout the world. We have to develop offline capabilities so that these models can be used in more remote portions of the world. There are concerns about data confidentiality which have to be answered. We have to develop algorithms which can filter out minimum image quality, and we have to develop models which can work on images obtained from different cameras. At present, almost all AI model-based ROP detection studies are studying only zone 1 and zone 2 posterior diseases, and this is primarily because the viewing systems that we have can image these areas with sufficient quality which can further be analyzed, and the peripheral portions of retina are not imaged to that quality. So we have to develop new cameras, we have to probably develop a system for image stitching so that larger images can be screened. And most of these models are actually trained on images containing disc and temporal retina. So if a patient actually comes with ROP involving the nasal retina, that might actually be missed by these models. Again, AI models have shown their ability to differentiate between stage 1 and stage 2, but they are unable to segment very fine vessels overgrowing the rids, so they cannot pick up stage 3. Also, they are unable to pick up retinal elevation, so they also cannot pick stage 4 and stage 5 ROP. When it comes to AROP, a lot of times these patients come with non-dilating pupil because of presence of NVI, so you cannot image these patients and hence they cannot be analyzed by image models. Also, these patients can often come with a central detachment where the central retina is detached but the peripheral retina remains attached, again because these models cannot pick up these elevations on a 2D image. These patients might eventually be missed. So what are the next steps that we need to take? We have to develop models which can predict the risk of developing ROP, and these models should include a gestational age, birth, weight, other systemic comorbidities and details of NICU stay along with the vascular severity score. The output should be in form of ICROP classification so that it becomes easy for us to understand and also for better patient education. We have to develop screening protocols which fit the sensitivity and specificity of these AI models, and ultimately we would like to come up with models which can suggest the best possible treatment for the child in front of you, whether he'll respond well to an anti-VEGF therapy, laser, surgery, or a combination of either or all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh. So some work at RP Center has been done on this by Dr. Shaurya, Dr. Saurabh with IIT Delhi, Professor Colin. So I hope they can take it forward from here. So the next talk will be on AI in glaucoma by Dr. Vivek Gupta.
Good morning all. So as we are aware, glaucoma is one of the leading irreversible causes of blindness globally. If we look at our own national survey data, which was conducted in 2015-2019, nearly 5.5% of all blindness in our country was also due to glaucoma. I mean, it was the fourth leading cause behind cataracts, surgical complications, corneal opacities, and then there was glaucoma. Globally, nearly 3.5 million people are blind on account of this disease, and 4 million were visually impaired. And if we overall look at globally, nearly 8%, which is higher than the Indian estimates, are blind due to glaucoma. It's an ideal, one of the biggest challenges with the disease is actually the diagnostic gap. If you look at a developing country scenario, nearly 90% of the patients remain undiagnosed. And if we even look at a developed country scenario, there also 60 to 70% of the patients remain undiagnosed, especially in the early stages. Being a chronic disease, just like diabetic retinopathy, it forms an ideal candidate disease in which screening can be implemented, but the challenge remains how to screen for glaucoma. We need affordable and effective screening approaches. We need treatments that prevent glaucoma progression. And finally, we need to be able to monitor patients so that their management can be adopted depending upon how the disease progression happens in those patients. Now, AI presents a very exciting opportunity for glaucoma on account of it never getting tired, low cost. I mean, once you develop it, you can use it again and again. And it shifts the burden away from healthcare professionals onto a technology which is never tiring. Now, AI can be applied at various stages throughout the life cycle of glaucoma. We can start with glaucoma screening, have applications there, diagnosis of glaucoma, prediction of disease progression. We can use it how to personalize treatment for patients from glaucoma, improve outcomes, and finally it can also serve as a very excellent tool for patient education, because we see a lot of treatment dropouts in glaucoma where patients discontinue treatments. Now, coming to the initial steps, screening and diagnosis. So there is a basic difference in our approach when we are looking at algorithm development for screening versus diagnosis. In screening, we want to be slightly more inclusive in our screening. So we are basically looking at higher sensitivities, and we are primarily looking at approaches which are easily implementable using modalities which are more easily available at the primary, secondary care settings. Whereas when we are looking at diagnosis, we can look at slightly more complex multimodal kind of approaches using modalities which are available, more likely to be available at a specialist ophthalmic center. So the approach on which images to collect, which images to use, which modality to use varies. Now, over the life cycle of the disease and the different modalities which are typically used for diagnosis, for glaucoma management, different AI technologies have been used. So we have deep learning using fundus images, which are primarily using CNNs for analyzing retinal images, and its primary application has been in early detection and classification. OCT imaging, monitoring of progression, also comparing OCT versus visual field progression. Approaches using visual field tests have been developed for looking at functional staging of glaucoma and assessment of glaucoma and interpreting visual field images. Then stereo fundus images also have been used slightly lower extent, and then we are moving into the domains of explainable AI where AI does not remain a black box. The biggest contribution modalities for diabetic retinopathy as well as glaucoma screening. It remains slightly relatively inexpensive. Fundus imaging is one of the key criteria if we look at, for example, the istio staging for glaucoma as well. A lot of work has been done globally in terms of developing fundus imaging based algorithm showing good results. OCT as well as visual fields as well, various algorithms have been developed globally. We also have seen multimodal imaging in terms of fusion nets which look at both visual field as well as OCT based networks, their data being combined together into a common output. However, let us look at what we are doing within RP Center. We have started the program of integrated diabetic retinopathy and glaucoma screening in our vision centers. We have a structured algorithm in which to identify patients who need to undergo screening. The screening is being done using the handheld smartphone based fundus photograph, and the patient referrals are being assisted through our coordinators within RP Center, the process which was just detailed in the talk by Dr. Nawazesh. In the same vein, what we have also embarked upon is a process for developing a curated data set of images. We have created a data pipeline in which there are various which are involved. In the first step, we are basically removing all the identifiers from the patient images. This basically where the images have a lot of like patient names, the date when the image was captured, that sort of information often embedded within the image. So that is the first step, which is a manual editing step. Thereafter in the pipeline, we are removing all the patient identifiers. Often the file names have the patient names, UHIDs written within them. So we obfuscate all of those file names and we create a log, like which was the source file, which is the final image file. Some of these images are in different formats. They are in TIFF, PNG formats, so they are back converted to JPGs, and some image resizing also happens. So we are using Python to take part of these steps in the data pipeline. Thereafter, all these images are uploaded into an image annotation tool. We have our own instance of the computer vision annotation tool, CVAT, in which the images are uploaded. We have a grading scheme. The images are all graded first by a trained glaucoma resident, and thereafter all of those data sets are downloaded and the images are upscaled to the glaucoma consultant and senior glaucoma consultant, and they also annotate and verify the images. Once the data set is finally agreed upon that these set of images are logged, those data sets are exported, the XMLs are exported, and we convert the XMLs, the standardized format XML file into CSV, and we share it with our partner, which is Advani AI. Currently around 3000 plus images have been graded. And these are some of the screenshots. We have our own structured way guidelines for screening of those, for annotation of those images. And it's a very, very simplified kind of an annotation which is being done. Just normal, suspect, glaucoma, non-gradable image or other retinal image. The next step for us are basically now to work on these images to develop the algorithms and assess their operational effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor Tanuj sir, would you like to comment?
So I think this is the need of the hour because glaucoma is the leading cause of irreversible blindness, and as Dr. Vivek showed, 90% undetected. So the why they are undetected because they don't go through a fundus examination. So I think if we have now this data set, and if in the future we can have this for a high risk population, initially only for diabetics and patients with family history of glaucoma. So at least in the primary health centers, if this can be deployed, then we won't miss any patient with moderate to advanced glaucoma and we can prevent blindness. So I think this is a very much need for the hour, and in the coming few weeks we'll be finalizing the image data set, and then we by the end of 6 months we'll have the AI in place for diagnosing glaucoma.
So it's a wonderful that we are using artificial intelligence in various areas of ophthalmology. I just would like, since we have young colleagues and we have all the developers who have developed these applications, 2 points I would like to make here is, one is the DPDP Act, which is coming up. So the data that we are collecting, we should just look at from that angle. This is first. Second is, I agree that AI can solve problems, but then there are, with any technology, there are problems with AI itself. 4 problems that I would like to mention here, which I will not put that in detail, but that you can look up. One is your data corruption. Second is data poisoning, which is much more dangerous. Third is model corruption, which is okay. If you get a corrupted model, that's fine, you can detect. But then model poisoning also is coming. Post-deployment model poisoning. There are few papers which have come in 2024 in good journals where the models were developed for breast cancer using generative AI, and the model poisoning was...
The challenges faced in treating such patients are that they're elderly, they usually come from underserved communities and have less access to eye care services. So here AI models can help us, and they can help in screening, diagnosis and referral, and they can link patients to eye care center. So for example, for corneal transplantation also, if a keratoplasty is required, they can link the patient to a corneal transplantation center. Among these artificial intelligence models, convolutional neural networks, they resemble human visual processing, and they're beneficial as they can capture local patterns in small curvature, irregularities in the cornea and opacities. And they can also learn the features across varying disease stages in corneal diseases. Now I'll be speaking about some of the anterior segment disorders. First, corneal opacities were initially diagnosed using slit lamp images, and the model was trained on slit lamp images. As further smartphone advances have come, these models have been supplemented with images from smartphones. So for corneal scars, infectious keratitis, corneal deposits, these models have been trained. Now we have used a smartphone based model. History and trauma are captured, then the vision is captured, and images of both the eyes are captured inbuilt through the camera. And once the submit button is pressed, then we can see that the result comes in real time. I'll just focus on the result. And it says that the corneal opacity is present and whether keratoplasty referral is required or not. So working on that, now we wanted this application to be used by peripheral healthcare workers, and usually peripheral healthcare workers using another app would be quite cumbersome for them. So we further developed this AI model to work on WhatsApp and developed a WhatsApp based AI bot for detecting these corneal opacities. So you can just send an image to the WhatsApp bot, and it will tell whether a corneal opacity is present or whether it's normal. And currently we are working on a proposal to implement this across the various districts for use by ASHA workers. Another study from our center only, we used AI to help in congenital corneal opacities. So there is a lot of developmental variants of anterior segment dysgenesis in children who have these corneal opacities, and AI models could differentiate between the CHED, the Peters anomaly, and the different diseases, and it helps in formulating a treatment plan for such patients. Now going to keratitis, corneal AI models have been developed which can utilize confocal images and identify causative organisms such as acanthamoeba or fungal organisms from these images. And using slit lamp images also, AI models can distinguish bacterial and fungal keratitis and can help in the treatment choice. So for example, for going for a bacterial treatment initially or for a fungal treatment. Recently, automated segmentation has also been developed, in which using fluorescent imaging, the region which has a corneal ulcer can be detected, and it can help in tracking the disease. So for example, if the corneal ulcer is progressing or it's healing, we can track it using this AI model. Using this AI model. Further, online calculators have been developed for infectious keratitis, in which you input characteristics of the corneal ulcer and you input various other clinical features, and it will detect the likely outcome and identify cases which require more aggressive intervention. Keratoconus, which is a corneal ectatic disease. So currently we use pentacam imaging to detect keratoconus early stages, and AI can help in detecting keratoconus in the very early stages so that we can intervene before significant vision loss occurs. And these pentacam machines, they have a lot of data. So these modern algorithms can process all this data and can predict the disease severity from them and can help in planning the early intervention. Further, for progression also, ASOST and pentacam modalities have been used, and multiple studies are there which have shown that we can detect progression patterns also in patients with keratoconus who are just diagnosed. For corneal dystrophies, in anterior segment OCT images, we can detect subepithelial bullae and scarring in Fuchs endothelial dystrophy and the presence of endothelial dropouts called guttae using confocal imaging also. It can help in monitoring the disease progression and the optimal timing of the surgical intervention. For ocular surface, as I said initially, slit lamp images were used to diagnose various corneal disorders like keratitis, dystrophy, and cataract. Now, along with high-speed videography, even blinking patterns can be identified. So it can help in assessing the health, the ocular surface health of the patient, and in analyzing the TFM modalities, and various investigations are available. So the artificial intelligence models can detect small subtle changes in these investigations which surpass the traditional manual assessments also. And for meibomian gland dysfunction, which is very prevalent, especially in humid environments and in highly polluted environments, it can help in meibography and identify the glands, the ductal loss, and identify the dysfunction from these meibography images. For pterygium, it can help in identifying and grading pterygium and also help in predicting if the pterygium will recur post-surgery or not. For post-surgical monitoring also, after keratoplasty such as DMAC surgeries, from OCT images, the probability of rebubbling can be assessed by these AI systems, and they can also assess based on ASOST images the patients who may be at a higher risk for future keratoplasty. Now coming on to cataract. eParvai was an app developed in Tamil Nadu, and they tried to use smartphone images to grade cataracts. Now the difficulty with cataracts is that you can only visualize it through the pupillary area. So there were some technical difficulties, but it is helpful in diagnosing cataracts in difficult to reach populations. In Uttar Pradesh, an AI-based cataract classification model was then developed to screen for cataracts in the community, and this model showed a good sensitivity and specificity also, and it enables the frontline healthcare workers to screen for cataracts in the community. Now the major limitations and challenges which we face especially in the anterior segment disorders are the standardization issues and the data quality. And as we can see in all these smartphone images also, there's a wide variety of images which are being input. So that there have to be certain guidelines which have to be drawn up for inputting images for standardization, and the data quality also matters. If it's out of focus, if there's excessive reflections, then the image quality is bad and the AI model cannot predict it as well. and they say your model prediction and the model performance is as good as your data. Now the future directions is multimodal imaging. So we can integrate data from multiple modalities like OCT, pentacam, confocal for comprehensive assessment. And we can also offer personalized medicine for individual patients, and we can take real-time decisions using AI. So suppose in DMEC surgeries, it can help in real-time monitoring of the graft position, and we can also integrate it with wearables like smart contact lenses. So it can help in monitoring the real-time corneal health. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Nupur has worked on this. Dr. Nupur, would you like to comment? Dr. Nupur was here. She's not here. Okay.
Just the important take-home message is that anterior segment disorders, cataract, corneal opacity, and ocular surface make up most of the blindness. So cataract and corneal opacity contribute to around 75% of the total blindness of the country. And ocular surface and dry eye disease is actually the most common diagnosis which the patient steps into any ophthalmic OPD. So it's an important area to work on. And of course, there are a lot of AI available in investigative modalities. We need to go to the community and work at underserved populations to actually fill in the gap that we have for corneal diseases.
Thank you. So with this, our talks are over, but we have a little bit more to end this session with. As you have seen that images and data and annotations is a lot of hard work, and to do this, especially for diabetic retinopathy, to annotate around 14,000 images, which actually means 28,000 annotations, because all images were annotated by 2 annotators, was a lot of hard work, for which a lot of our current and ex-residents have contributed. So we would like to just give them some certificates of appreciation. So I would request Professor Rajiv and Dr. Radhika to please present some of these certificates. So the highest contribution has been by Dr. Nawazish. So Dr. Nawazish, please. Then we have Dr. Arush. Dr. Vineet, can you please come on stage? Dr. Shakha, Dr. Anirudh. Dr. Arush. Sorry, Dr. Shakha first. Dr. Vineet. Then last, Dr. Ananya. Dr. Anirudh. Dr. Ananya. So you can also collect on behalf of Dr. Tapashri and Dr. Shivani. So not only these residents, there are a lot of them who have worked online, and some of them you can see on the screen. Dr. Soumya, Dr. Ayushi, Dr. Aishwarya, Dr. Divya, Dr. Pulak, Dr. Devarun, and Dr. Diksha. Thank you, all of you. Without the contribution of all of you, this would not have been possible. Thank you so much. And we would also like to give a memento of appreciation. Professor Radhika ma'am, if you can present one to Dr. Rajiv. Thank you, sir. Please keep guiding us and take AI at AIIMS to a next level. Thank you. Dr. Radhika ma'am, please present another memento to Dr. Harpreet. Thank you, sir. And Dr. Radhika, please one memento to Dr. Kritika. So Dr. Kritika is the principal investigator of our COE and coordinating all our activities, and again with her we probably will reach newer heights. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. So everyone can please join us in the multipurpose hall for lunch. Which one? First floor. Okay, multipurpose hall just next door. Please join us for lunch.
Earlier there used to be an open area just out.
So good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start the session of the RPC Memorial Lectures. May I invite Chief RP Center, Professor Radhika Tandon, Professor Sudarshan Khokhar, Dr. Bajaj, Dr. Rajpal, Dr. Namrata, and Dr. Pradeep Venkatesh to please come on the dais. Our first lecture is to be given by our ex-chief Professor Rajvardhan Azad. This is the Professor H.K. Tiwari Memorial Lecture. I would request our Chief Professor Radhika to please introduce Professor Azad and the Memorial Lecture.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this session of the 58th RP Center Foundation Day Scientific Fiesta. It is a very special session for all people from RP Center. That is a memorial lecture, the name of our previous chiefs who are no more, but their legacy continues. So in fact, for this Foundation Day, we've kept the theme as legacy. Professor AIIMS Tiwari lecture is, as everybody knows, Dr. Tiwari was head of Vitreoretinal Services and was the chief of RP Center from 2001 to 2004. And during some part of this time, he was also the Dean Academics at AIIMS. And he was instrumental in transforming the face of vitreoretinal surgery at RP Center. And one of his closest, I would say, partners in this journey was actually Dr. Azad. In a short time, it's very difficult to condense the amount of things that both of them did together, not only in the platform of RP Center and AIIMS, but also AIOS. Not only did they transform vitreoretinal services in India, but also they did a huge amount of work at the national platform with the AIOS. Now coming to Professor Rajvardhan Azad, it is very difficult to collapse all his great achievements and his great qualities in a short time. He is known as a vitreoretinal surgeon par excellence, and particularly his phenomenal contribution to retinopathy of prematurity. He is of course chief at RP Center, and he has trained numerous ophthalmologists not only in standard vitreoretinal services but particularly in ROP management. And it is because of this effort that ROP now figures in the action plan of WHO NPCB program under Vision 2020. He has been the chairman of the task force for this and president of the World ROP Council, and established the Indian ROP Society and is a current president of that society. He has received numerous awards, has multiple publications, can be considered definitely as a father of the ROP movement in India and at global level. But most importantly, Sir has a phenomenal energy. Even after his superannuation, he's got phenomenal, unparalleled ability to have enthusiasm as well as the capability to change lives. And he has a lot of initiatives going on, not only simply at patient care level, but also policy and public health. So with that, I would like to request Professor Azad to please deliver the Professor AIIMS Tiwari lecture. Yes. इसके बाद continuous है.
Thank you very much, Professor Radhika. And I'm actually very, what do you call as, I have a feeling, very homely feeling when I come to this auditorium and speak something. As Professor Radhika has said, I was very close to Dr. Tiwari. And in fact, he was a friend, philosopher and guide to me. We will talk several things. We will talk about the family. We will talk about the, the retinal surgery. I will assist him in the operation theater. We will go to the conference together. We will stay together. And so much so that it was a kind of, what you call as a brother relation or a teacher-student relation or a relationship which was much more deeper than I think anybody can think about it. I need not tell about his contribution because his contribution is already known, and I will go on to the lecture. And this lecture, this is an Argentine proverb which says, those who speak, they sow, and those who listen, they reap. So although there are very few people to reap, but I understand those who are sitting here, they will definitely reap. And what is an oration? An oration means I and I. And I stands for introspection. Introspection is retrospection, then self-inspection, and there is a, prospection. So all these constitute oration, introspection, narration of the inspection, and then inspiration. This is kind of my professional dialogue. I have been given 8 minutes. I think I'll take 2 more minutes. I was baptized very early into retinal specialty in 1977 when I joined here, although I joined as a junior resident in 1974. And that time, it was May, there was a railway strike by Mr. George Fernandez. So first time I took flight from Patna to Delhi, first time. And that was in 1974. I came here, joined as a junior resident. Then, of course, 1977, I became a resident. When I was a junior resident, then I worked under Rishi Mohan's father, Professor Madan Mohan, who was my guide, thesis guide also. And he gave me the topic of leukocyte migration test in uveitis. You can understand, those days, we were thinking of immunology. And that's a great thing, And I went everywhere, and there was no internet those days, no, the websites. And I used to go to the National Medical Library, go there, see the reference, see the cross-reference, and then collected all the material. That's separate. 77 to 84, we did a lot of retinal detachment surgery. Redo surgery. Once failed, again put the buccal posteriorly. Again failed, put again the buccal posteriorly. And a lot of surgeries we did. Dr. Tiwari was with us. And of course, Professor Khosla was that time was the head. And one of my, what you call as a Sahyogi colleague, Dr. Satpal Garg. So Satpal Garg, myself, Dr. Tiwari, and Professor Khosla. So this was the team, core team. We did a lot of surgery, we devised so many things. I can't tell you in this short presentation. This is this needle drainage technique. It's a very simple technique. Earlier we used to do Skippin's technique. You will make this thing, open the sclera and do the diathermy, then puncture and then fluid, all these things. And then a lot of, complications we used to have. And then we devised this, and this is now, most of the people are doing this only. The first laser in India came in somewhere between 1977-84, maybe around somewhere in 80. The 3 laser came, one in RP Center, one in Lucknow, and other one in Shankar Nethralaya. And that's how the lasers started, the laser for diabetic retinopathy. Of course, fluorescein angiography, 30D camera, those days were there. Now, of course, we have a very wide field cameras are there. And those days we talked about central serous retinopathy was the hot topic. And many of the meetings we will go and make presentation on the different types of central serous retinopathy, now also called CSCR, which was called CSR earlier, and so many other things. Of course, the disciform degeneration, which is now called NMD or DMD, whatever you can call it. 84, around those period, vitreous surgery started in RP center. Before this, we did a lot of these, what you call as papers in journals. We used to make presentations. And this we had, earlier we had a Appaswamy vitrectomy machine, 12 Appaswamy vitrectomy machine with uncontrolled suction and uncontrolled cutting. And later we had this machine, I think this is coherent 300 or 900 some machine was there. These are early few studies we did. And then between 90 and 94, somehow or other, I got interested in retinopathy of prematurity. There was an article from Tropical School of Hygiene in London, and that was Jugnu Rahi. She had an article on pediatric pediatric blindness. And there she had mentioned that posterior segment blindness contributed a lot for the pediatric childhood blindness. And then I got interested into this, and that was a turning point in my life. From 94 to 98, I went to Kuwait. In Kuwait, the working hours are from 7 o'clock to 2 o'clock. So I'll come back home 2 o'clock, I will have my lunch, and then I used to do, now what should I do? And I used to go to the maternity there, and I will do the screening, ROP screening. And ROP screening was started by me in Kuwait, and that was not part of my work. But just because I was interested, I did the screening there. I made at least 10 international papers from there on retinopathy of prematurity. And these were the gene studies in ROP and the rate and risk factors and early versus late intervention in retinopathy of prematurity and so on and so forth. Came back to India, 98, 99, and then we set up, although ROP work was done earlier also, but we set up the screening and management center of retinopathy of prematurity. We did screening, lot of screening. We did laser treatment, we did surgery, and also a lot of research, and we started training also. And between 98 to 2004, we published many papers. And these were the few early papers which came in the international literature. And these are the various studies which we done. Intervention at pre-threshold stage of retinopathy of prematurity, regression of ROP, significant shorter and mean axial lengths in ROP in spontaneously regressed and laser treated children. So all this kind of study were done. And then of course a lot of these lasers were done. You can see the severe plus disease on one side, and then you can see there is no clear demarcation line, and we did immediate photocoagulation, and this is the result. You can see all the plus disease disappeared, and the demarcation line or the ridge which was there in periphery, they all were taken care of. This is the 4 weeks after laser. And of course then we did the ROP surgery stage 5, although stage 5 surgeries, they don't yield good result. But then in few cases when there is an open funnel, you may get good results in the sense, don't expect a good vision, but you can expect that there is some navigating vision to the child. And then we purchased the red cam. I think we purchased red cam in around 2000, 2001. And then we had this laser the angiographic attachment with the red cam, and you can see here the pre-laser and the post-laser, the vascular tuft which you see pre-laser that has gone in the post-laser period. And then we did some other studies like check the neovascularization in the diabetic patients and compared gonioscopy with the red cam fluorescein angiography. And this is the study and this is the result. You can see here red cam fluorescein goniography versus normal goniography. And some other studies like, autologous stem cell in case of failed macular hole surgery. And this is the preoperative, this is the postoperative. You can see the whole recurrent macular hole, and which was closed by the, the autologous stem cell, in the failed macular hole. And this is one of the study, I think, where is this Rajpal? So Rajpal was also involved. Neuronal changes precede vascular changes. We said that although we all know that the main cause of diabetic retinopathy, microvascular anomaly is there, and the vascular anomalies are those vascular proliferation or the vascular occlusions. Vascular occlusion is the one which is the cause of the microangiopathy in diabetes. But we did a study where we found that the neuronal changes precede vascular changes. Where there is no retinopathy and you do the ERG and you do the other study, you will find neuronal changes are there. So first time we showed this. This is the study. And this journey still continues. I was junior resident in 1974. Yes, finished junior residency in 77. And of course, 2011 I became chief. 2014 I left to do some social service and advice to budding surgeon, the most virtuous are those who content themselves with being virtuous without seeking to appear. आजकल branding बहुत होता है. Everybody wants a lot of branding. But branding will come itself when you present the brand. The brand should be presented, brand should not be made. My father and mother, Professor L.P. Agarwal, I think very few, maybe handful of you who may have seen him and who may have had the opportunity to get trained under him. Then Professor P.K. Khosla, I think more people must have known him. He's still alive. Professor A.N. Pandey, my undergraduate teacher in ophthalmology. Professor Madan Mohan, my thesis guide. And I was very close to him because we used to interact when I had some thesis work and all that. And Professor H.K. Tiwari, of course, who was my friend, philosopher, and guide. And this is my wife. This very old picture. You can see me, bhola bhala admi. So this is my epitaph. Don't praise me in life. Don't raise me in death, for I am born out of dust and I will go down the dust. These few books we have written, and I want to tell you my present affiliation. I am now the chairman of Clinical and Advisory Board of a very big eye hospital, perhaps the biggest in India, where there are 700 eye beds are there, and where 1 lakh surgery is done, more than 1 lakh surgery done every year. And besides this, from law-abiding citizen, now I am a law-making person. I am now a member of Bihar Legislative Council, something like Rajya Sabha at the national level. Thank you very much for me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening talk. I would request Chief RPC and the faculty to please honor, sir. Thank you, sir. Next we have the Professor Madan Mohan lecture, and may I invite Professor M. Vanathi to kindly introduce the awardee.
Thank you, Dr. Tanuj. It is indeed a privilege and honor to announce the citation for the Professor Madan Mohan lecture. Professor Madan Mohan was a pioneer of corneal transplantation and eye banking in India. He introduced microsurgery and modern cataract surgical techniques in the center. He served as the chief of RP Center from the year 1979 to 1989. This lecture is awarded by the Ophthalmic Research Association of RP Center to eminent experts who have served in the field of ophthalmology, applauding their notable contributions in the field of cornea, cataract, and refractive surgery. It is indeed a privilege and honor again to announce the awardee for the Professor Madan Mohan lecture, Dr. Rishi Mohan. He took his MBBS from the prestigious MAMC with a gold medal in ophthalmology. He graduated his MD from RP Center AIIMS in 1985. He completed his senior residency in the year of 1986 to 88 at RP Center and did a fellowship with the Project Orbis USA. He also served as the clinical registrar at the Prince Charles Eye Unit UK and is also the fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh. He was awarded the Best Resident Award of RP Center for the year 1986 here. He is also the current Vice President of the ISCIRIS and has also served as the past President of Delhi Ophthalmological Society. I invite you, sir, to please deliver Professor Madan Mohan's lecture.
Thanks very much, Vanathi, and my laptop has disappeared. Oh, it's come back.
Energized.
You know the password, right? I do. Only thing is that it's logged me out. Excellent. Namaste, and thank you very much, Dr. Radhika, Sudarshan, Dr. Nabrata, Dr. Rajpal, Dr. Tanuj, and the entire team for awarding me this honor and this opportunity. I think the theme for this meeting was legacy. And I was just thinking back and thinking, you know what, this is legacy right here. I'm speaking in a lecture which is honoring my father, and I wasn't quite sure what I should speak on when Dr. Radhika offered this lecture to me, and I thought, let me not just talk about cornea and cataract surgery and refractive surgery, which is what I've been doing all my life pretty much. And to this very learned gathering, I thought I would deviate from speaking on that and speak on some of the core values that Professor Madan Mohan stood for and helped imbibe in me. So different from most orations, I shall delve deeper into the person that Dr. Madan Mohan was and the indelible impact it had, shaping my thoughts and career and that of countless others. And in the next few minutes, I would hope to convey the sense of values that he helped inculcate in me and in many of his students, those of integrity, respect for everyone and everything, humility, skill enhancement, love for nature, sportsmanship, furthering academics, and the desire to learn, improve, and contribute to society. As Dr. Vanathi introduced Dr. Madan Mohan, he was the chief here from 79 to 89. He was the advisor of ophthalmology. He was to the Ministry of Health, the National Program for Control of Blindness, the honorary surgeon to the president. He was also the president of the DOS, the NSPB, and the AIOS. and was then the chairman and the senior consultant at the MMITech Institute, which he founded in New Delhi. So whether receiving an award or celebrating with family, whether in sports, speaking at an academic podium, during any recreational activity, or when he was with colleagues, or when with a VIP or interacting with a patient, he was always impeccably dressed, earning the sobriquet of the best dressed faculty member and faculty on the AIIMS campus for years. He always exhibited wholehearted involvement in application, and with involvement always comes compassion, respect for others, and success. The recognition that there is a higher power or energy that guides us through our lives is fundamental to respecting our surroundings. Only when we are captured by an overwhelming sense of awe and reverence in the presence of God will we begin to worship God in spirit and in truth, was said by Alistair Begg. And respecting nature and environment and not messing with it is probably the best way to contribute to this thought. The system of nature of which man is a part tends to be self-balancing and adjusting and self-cleansing. So we have to be wary of the technology that we propound to be masters of, and wonder and think, what are we actually doing to the environment? Talking about respect for parents, just as they love us unequivocally, it becomes our duty to love and respect them for what they may have sacrificed for us to now be where we are. This spirit of reverence for all beings and things is the best value that one can inherit. Respect for my alma mater, I owe it a lot, to whom I would credit my foundations in ophthalmology, and undeniably the best period of learning in my entire career. Just one incident, when in England, I applied to the General Medical Council for getting an application for a consultant's position, and they provided me a certificate of equivalence of training just based on my residency experience at the RP Center. So this was a universal recognition of the quality and the quantity of our training at the center. No amount of respect can be enough if one doesn't recognize and revere the contributions of our teachers. Dr. Azad is here, my colleagues, Dr. Tityal is here, and everyone here on the dais here, and our co-workers. My father taught me never to criticize or undermine the faith that a patient has in a professional. We should remember that we were not present at the time or in the circumstance when an adverse event may have occurred, and any loose comment on it may be unfair. As they say, hindsight is always 20/20. But keeping that feeling of respect and mutual admiration for your colleagues' work automatically prevents you from making any such comments. Our patients are the backbone of our existence as ophthalmologists. Respect them for the fact that they repose their faith in you. Theodore Roosevelt said, patients don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And the good physician treats the disease, the great physician treats the patient who has the disease. This is William Osler. So these are just some of the things that I was able to imbibe. And when we set up the institute not far from here, we were looking at all these aspects as we set it up. Safety at the workplace, for example, is a reflection of the respect for the patients, the staff, and the co-workers and the environment. Years ago, when the MMITech Institute was under construction, and much before any legal mandate made us do any of this, we put in rainwater harvesting, underground water tanks, fire escapes, online voltage stabilizers, battery-backed online systems, and solar heat protecting glasses to insulate the building and its occupants, and a 20 kilowatt solar power generation plant to reduce the carbon footprint. So none of this was mandated. It was just something that we thought we should do. And we did this 15 years ago, or was it more, 18, 19 years ago. Respect for the instruments of your trade, as is taught to us when we do our pujas at Dussehra, or we celebrate Vishwakarma Day, is fundamental to the quality of the work we do and the outcomes we deliver for our patients, and consequently our livelihoods. Maintaining air quality, temperature, and humidity, and perfect electrical supply at the workplace go a long way in ensuring continuity in delivering this care. Special care needs to be undertaken to clean and store our delicate instruments. No expense should be spared towards this aspect. And in the pursuit of respect for excellence in outcomes, 30 years ago, we introduced certain standards of care For example, specular microscopy. It's been the standard of care at the institute years before we started before it became more of a mandate, which it actually doesn't even exist till now. Whether it's macular OCTs for every cataract patient, whether it's the use of the eye trace, or whether it's the use of a flare meter, we have such instruments that are able to give us better quality of outcomes in improving our patient care. One of my father's observations was that we are always in a rush in the operating theater and on the roads, whereas we may waste valuable time in all other activities. And the respect to the ocular tissues is you have to be meticulous. And if you are meticulous, you have to give a little time. So time is not the only factor that impacts outcomes. It's the way we respect and handle the tissues. The OR is a place that needs calm and an absence of pressure. Being respectful to the tissues means better outcomes. A suture that doesn't look good on the table will not miraculously get better the next day. He used to keep telling me that. So fix it if you have a chance while you're operating. At the end, I'd like to say that one must respect money. It's not a taboo subject. It is what allows us to maintain quality and the standards of care and gives us the dignity at our workplace. John Soferick said that I learned that money erodes, the lack of money erodes self-respect, and a noble dignity arises by earning a living. It allows us for the flexibility to help those who are not as fortunate and the financially indigent. It allows for innovation and the capacity to improve and takes the pressure off from the decisions we make towards patient care and the choices we make. A wise person should have money in their head but not in their heart, Jonathan Swift, which basically means that there is a culture where money has become primary and the heart has become secondary. So think about money, but you don't always have to act because of money. So respect, reverence, integrity, ethics, principles, values, and morality are intertwined concepts. This is by far the biggest quality and force that Dr. Madan Mohan has left us with and is the cornerstone of all development and progress, at least in my life. Respect the august audience. This is my own quote. This is not from the book. And the organizers who have patiently sat through this monologue and value their time, and thank them profusely. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Rishi. That was a really uplifting talk. May I request Chief RPC and the faculty to kindly facilitate Dr. Rishi Mohan. Thank you, sir. Next, we have the Professor Supriya Ghosh Memorial Lecture, and I would like to request Dr. Manpreet, please, for the kind introduction.
Thank you, sir. Professor Supriya Ghosh has been one of the longest serving chiefs of RP Center from 2004 to 2011. We lost him just last year, and RPC profoundly feels the loss of such a gem of a person who has been a giant amongst men. He served as the head of oculoplasty and pediatric ophthalmology, and he had always believed in holistic living and touching the lives of all those he met. He was a father figure to many at RP Center, and this lecture has been instituted by ORA, RP Center AIIMS, to recognize his contribution to not only RP Center but the whole nation. A perfectionist to the core, he has been a true mentor, and it's my honor to introduce his favorite mentee, Professor Jeevan S. Tityal, who has been awarded the first Professor Supriya Ghosh lecture. Sir is presently Vice President AIIMS. More importantly, he has been the Chief RP Center till 31st December 2024 and also served as Dean Research AIIMS New Delhi. His accomplishments knows no bound, and he has over 400 publications, 7 books, more than 60 chapters. He is amongst the top 2% of the most cited researchers as per Stanford University list, awarded the prestigious Padma Shri, P. Sivareddy International Award, R.P. Dhanda Award, Distinguished Service Award by Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology, Senior Achievement Awards by AO and APO, and APSCRS Certified Educator Award. He was the first Indian to perform live surgery at an international platform in ASCRS USA and is presently also President of ISCRS, and he has in the past served DOS as well. It's an honor to introduce you, sir, and over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, namaskar to all of you. Indeed, it's my real honor to be here today, and I'd like to thank Chief RP Center, Professor Radhika Tandon, the faculty, students of ORA, and my colleagues sitting here, and my teachers also going to listen to me in today's talk. I see Professor Ajat and Dr. Ramanjit here, and wish all women the happiest day of their life today, and give a little thought about men also in future, because we are going to be, minority in future very, very soon in the ophthalmology field. It's really privileged to talk something on somebody who's been your teacher, mentor, Professor Supriyo Ghosh, whom I thought maybe the most intelligent person I've met in my life. Wonderful, his memory, nobody can beat his memory. Highly skilled person, clinician, surgeon. I remember people talking, towards the end of his chiefship, he was not doing surgeries, but he was considered one of the best surgeons in his younger days. People used to come to him for their mother, their father, relative surgery, and those days he used to do very, very nice ICCE. The only thing which was little deterrent for us was he used to take long time, and that was the most, sometimes, disturbing feature in the operation theater, but he used to do a meticulous surgery, and I learned so many things from his skills. And I remember those days getting publication in the international journals used to be very tough. And I remember he used to have a largest number of publications those days amongst the faculty in the RP Center, maybe in AIIMS also those days. And truly a family person, family man. He would never travel alone. He would always take his family together, especially madam with him. And that one thing we should learn, that we should take our family together always in this busy life of our clinical practice. Great human being and great sports person. I remember my ORA days when I used to have sports activities. He used to be my table tennis partner. And he used to be a great fighter. I remember winning many of medals those days also. And very enthusiastic in terms of traveling across the world. I think he would be one person who would have touched maximum number of countries in his life. But as Manpreet said, he is no more with us, but he has been my thesis guide and mentor and teacher for a very, very long time. And once you talk about such things, it's a memory which lasts, and this is my last picture with him before he departed for a heavenly abode. And we enjoyed this meeting, and he also enjoyed this meeting with family. And these are things which remained for us for a long time. I thought, looking into a situation which will prevail, like the teaching has to be there, teachers are there, students are there. But what is important in teaching is a mentorship. I thought I'll touch something on this because Dr. Ghosh has been one of the best mentors for all of his students, and life would change meeting such people in life also. This is one thing I like to always highlight. It is our teachers who had made the change in life, not only for us, for entire society, which is meant to serve the community, the people who are suffering. Professor L.P. Agarwal, We are sitting here in RP Center, enjoying RP Center's legacy because of him only. And the entire faculty sitting here. This is a picture taken in 1982. You can see Dr. Ajar right in the top corner there, young person. And I think 3 faculty are missing here. I can't see Dr. Harish Agarwal here, Dr. S.P. Gar and Dr. Supriya Ghosh. Most people are there. When I joined as a faculty in 1984, as a student in 1984. The teachers will put you, not only for them, they are the people who build the institutions. And they are the one who keep the next generation interested in a particular subject and topic. And that they build the future by making leaders, and those leaders will make future ways to deliver things such a manner where the society benefits. I think 3 things are very important. One is mentorship, which makes the life of a young budding people by giving support in their education, in their learning, in their teaching, and that legacy should continue. That is what the previous photograph I showed was the legacy should continue. And this will only happen by transferring your knowledge and skill to a younger generation. And that is what we do every day out in RP Center. Who are our teachers? We all know your teachers are your faculty members, your seniors. They'll guide you, they'll share your experiences, and that is how you grow in those areas. But I think your peers, your batchmates, your colleagues are the best teachers, where you can learn things within a second, within a minute, where you don't have to search the books. And that is I think the culture we developed in the RP Center to have group discussions. And that is how we learn everything without going through to those libraries, and internet was not there in those days. And the largest group, if you see this pyramid, the largest group is students. They are the one who are going to make you teacher. In fact, they are a teacher for all of us. This interaction between teachers and students are going to make the environment which has to be educational and knowledge transferring as such. The biggest group of people who are going to teach to us are our patients, which Dr. Rishi mentioned. If you respect your patient, you're going to learn so many things. Not only for your clinical examination or your surgeries, even for examinations also. During your exams also, these patients can be friendly and you can pass the exam easily also. What are things in a mentorship which is important for us? Guidance and support to yourself, to your peers, your students. Professional networking has to be learned, to be told to these people, develop their skills, be a role model for yourself to your students, make your students a role model. Always look into feedbacks and evaluation of whatever thing we have done in your life. And that is how it takes the circle which boils down to right from the student to teacher to students. I think one of the important things as a mentor is you can make your young person joining a department or a center immediately getting into the work culture we have done, the ethics we have in a particular work area, and that demystification can be done by your mentors very, very fast. Give them a professional qualities which will actually govern the area by giving you knowledge, taking care of your patients, your students, and also looking for growth in future in your career wise, making sure you solve their problems also. These are few important points which I thought are very important. Recognize the skill of your student and give them a guidance, opportunity to build that skill so that they can develop to become a better professionals. Always look for one important thing. It's not learning is not very important. Important thing is to build the confidence in your students. If that happens, that's a success story for the learning which happens in the skill transfer wise also. Therefore, there has to be a honest feedback. The best friend of yours would be a person who can tell you that you are doing something wrong. If somebody picks up mistakes in your work, he or she is the best friend of yours. Somebody knowing that you are making a mistake and doesn't correct you, then he is not your friend. That is also a very important part to learn. And most importantly, holding him or her accountable for whatever things they are doing. I think this is one thing I've learned in my life. Make sure the person who does work for you or work for other people should be accountable for whatever he or she is doing as such. And this is, I think, one of the talk for a day today. People talk about reverse mentoring. which is very important to have, the interaction between students and the faculty. It's not that faculty is going to give you everything from his or her side, it's the students who are going to make your things happening. Especially, it is going to be a bridging the generation gap which happens. And that is how things have changed so much. If you look into our 20th century, which we are learning in those days, in the 21st century, the gap is very, very small. I think if you have a knowledge today, other person has the same knowledge in the same time. You may be first semester, you may be sixth semester, the requirement and the need you have can be immediately provided by the internet services within a fraction of time. So time is very, very important for younger generation to be in one of the topmost situation for yourself also. Other important thing is that digital literacy would be much more in the younger generation, and that will also help us in getting a good academic environment in the particular institutions. The other things are, we all know, the theoretical knowledge, clinical, surgical training has to be a part of our curriculum, research, and most importantly, these things should make such a way that we should have a very systematic approach to your learning, maybe curriculum, progressive, adaptive, and the goal should be, as I said, not making the person competent, make the person confident whatever he or she is doing in her or his life. This is what basic thing we have been doing while teaching in our OPDs, teaching in our wards, teaching in our OT areas. I've always been telling people like bedside teaching, which RP Center started, has been one of the most important, you can say, part of our teaching in the residency program, where you learn various things, not only the interaction with your patient, making patient and relatives comfortable by doing a pre-counseling or post-counseling. Most importantly, it also makes you confident to have a formulation or formation of a management ethics for a patient care as such in those areas also. Surgical training has been doing quite well. I think wet lab facilities are very, very important nowadays. Video teaching is a part and parcel of life. What I would suggest the mentors and mentees to discuss their surgical skills by seeing their videos regularly and assessing each step of your surgeries. Make sure when you are in operation theater, your assistants also learn what you are doing directly, indirectly, which is so important. Another important area is to have impactful work. I think this is what mentors should stress onto the students. Whatever work you are doing should be impactful. This is very important. When you choose the thesis topic, it should be a topic which should be new, which should be innovative, so that it can be publishable in future also and has a high impact factor for your life also. Because one question always comes when you face the people who are judging you. They'll ask you, what was your thesis topic? First question. So thesis should be taken very, very importantly, and make sure to do a good thesis. Publication is very important in life. It's not the number of publications which is important, it is the impactful publication which is very important. In the beginning of our life, we tend to do everything and ultimately lose the impact factor. You might do a 5 to 10 studies or a research which should have a high impact. That makes a huge difference for our life. I think towards the end, I think we have to update ourselves, teachers and students, to have the modern day technologies, information technology like artificial intelligence, telemedicine, have things, acquire infrastructure to support these. Look for those areas where these can be implemented, and together with this, one thing is very, very important for all of us is to you should have the eye on innovation. If you don't have an innovation idea, innovative ideas, you are not going to progress further. I think the information technology is part and parcel of the future, but it's also going to give you innovations in various fields of your success. I think one important thing is, work-life balance, which is very important, not only residency, practice as a teacher also. Therefore, effective mentorship is very important. Innovative training ideas should be there. Why should a student come to your lecture theater where they can read or understand a particular topic sitting at home also with your Google network or a chat GPT? We have to make the lectures so interesting that people should come. Maybe it should be some sort of practically oriented, video assisted, or maybe some interactive sessions should be there, debate as such. Other important thing for younger generation to understand Whatever you are doing today is not an end of the knowledge for you. A comprehensive authentic training is being given to you. The skills are always given by various institutions, but areas where you can intervene for future and assess your accessibility in those areas are various government sectors, good institutions, private institutions, various NGOs, and you can make a self-enterprise also, which Dr. Rishi talked about. Other important area is professionalism in your work that has to come. What is missing in today's education in our field is we don't train them in a financial training, which is so important, which we realize after you come out of easy zone, and also asset management. I think these two important should be a part and parcel of education profile for future also. Towards the end, I think we should create the next generation leaders. That will only happen when we have a mentors and mentees who understand the ethics of work, culture, and doing a work which is authentic. I think once you have authenticity, it opens a door to create the lasting impact onto society, and also it builds the confidence for yourself, for your institution, for your country, and that is where the role of mentorship. So I appreciate my teachers who have been a great mentor to all of us, and if we stand like this, it's because of our teachers only. So a leader is the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. I think this is what John Maxwell talked about, and that's why we also always look into build a team. Don't be a person who is associated, but always be a leader, and that will only happen by building a team. Thank you again, the faculty and ORA for giving me this opportunity to deliver this very, very emotional and attachment of Dr. Ghosh's memorial talk. Thank you.
Thank you, respected sir, for sharing your valuable insights into mentorship. I would now like to request Chief RPC and faculty to kindly honor sir. Our next lecture is after a glaucoma icon, Professor N.N. Sood, who was the first head of the glaucoma services at RP Center and the founder president of the Glaucoma Society of India. He developed the glaucoma division at RP Center in a world-class facility which has provided advanced training and clinical services, and I'm very happy that Professor Ramanjit Sihota is also here. For today's lecture, we have a very dynamic person, Professor Kirti Singh, and I will let you know that we have a number of trainees coming in from GNEC as senior residents, and they are so professionally trained in surgery, and all of them say that the best teacher that they have had is Dr. Kirti Singh. So she is the director professor in charge of glaucoma services at GNEC, Maulana Azad Medical College. Of course, she is our dear alumnus, MD and SRC from RP Center. She has done her fellowships from the Wills Eye Hospital and a Commonwealth Fellowship from Moorfields Eye Hospital, London. She has served in several leadership roles, including the treasurer of the Delhi Ophthalmic Society, the former director of GNEC, Maulana Azad Medical College, the editor of the Daily Journal of Ophthalmology, and has authored 4 books and various publications. I would now like to invite Professor Kirti Singh to please deliver the Professor N.N. Sood Memorial Lecture.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Radhika and the team for giving me this honor of a revered teacher. It always feels like home coming here. But Dr. Radhika, I don't understand how I can talk about legacies of Dr. Sood in 8 minutes. Remember that film, Around the World in $8? So let's try to weave the story. My story started in undivided Pakistan, a small place called as Kila Didar Singh, where a 10-year-old boy witnessed the death of his mother due to cholera, and nobody came, no doctor, no nurse came near him or her at the last moments because they were scared of getting the infection. This gentleman promised that he would become a doctor. He did MBBS and BDS both. And at that era, it was with honors in Lahore Medical College. He was my Nanaji. That's me, 8 years old with him. He inspired me to become a doctor and serve, just as he served. I fulfilled his dream. In 1986, that's my mother with me, I passed out. When in 1996 I went to Wills Eye Hospital for a fellowship in cornea because I was trained in cornea here, my mother was diagnosed with normotensive glaucoma. So from cornea I switched to Professor Spaeth. I became a Spaeth Fellow, who later became a mentor, philosopher and guide, and guided me in many things. That's the first IC I had in American Academy. When I came back, I took my mother to Professor Sood for treatment. He took care of her till her last moments, and he permitted me to take care of my mother. So it's a double privilege to be giving this lecture. I got the Commonwealth Fellowship, the prestigious one, when I was just 1 year into service. It was a probation time, so it was with great difficulty I got the permission to do it in Moorfields Hospital, where incidentally I also completed my FRCS degree there. I trained under Professor Buckley in pediatric contact lens, in addition under Penko for pediatric glaucoma. Incidentally, Dr. Sood also was a PG in Moorfield Hospital and was a star pupil there. My whole credo has been a gap analysis and keeping a track of the patient's perspective. So first is know what your ground reality is. This is the glaucoma clinic of Guru Nanak Eye Center. What we found is that angle closure glaucoma is very common, and the referring people in our tertiary center were 92% were ophthalmologists. Cataract surgery had been done in more than 1/4 of the patients, and gonioscopy had either not been performed or not documented. So why I'm saying this word is that if you don't document something, it means you haven't done it. And if you can see this charpai, as we call it, if you don't have one paya or one pillar, it will fall. So gonioscopy is an essential pillar of diagnosis. So this prompted us to start the gonioscopy instruction course. I remember Dr. Tanuj was part of one of the very early ones with me. From 2005 onwards, we would get a photo slit time from Appa Swami because he was only one affordable. Patients used to be company executives, and we used to do gonioscopy in the AIIMS halls. And these were two of my friends who joined me, Colonel Madhu Bhaduria and Sunita Dubey. We used to call ourselves our 3G group, 3 glaucoma girls group of gonioscopy. And Dr. Ramanji shared the article which she wrote in IGO about Sir. He also used to do gonioscopy personally himself in the glaucoma clinic. When I was conferred the SPO State Program Officership in 2021, I devised the GAP program for all the districts, and we've been successively doing this gonioscopy and perimetry program. We've trained ophthalmologists, optometrists, and of course our residents. The 4th one is going to happen next week. It's always said that you train other people but not your residents, but to ensure that our residents do gonioscopy, in this investigation lab data goes every month of how many gonioscopies are done. If they say, madam, we are too busy to do gonioscopy, we see 100 patients a day, all right, do it in a couple of days. But so there's a day when they do all the investigation, and that's the data of gonioscopy there. And the AIIMS Prayogshala also, we could do that training of the gonioscopy and perimetry. In addition to diagnosis of angle closure glaucoma, we have described the iris clues in ACG, which is an oft-cited article. The second aspect is something which is typically made in India, secondary glaucoma. Every World Glaucoma Day, we have a session with all the pediatricians of MAMC, of LNJP, of the community medicine people, and the interns, role plays and everything, so that, and ye shapat le rahe the ki we will rule out, we will ensure that the steroids are not used indiscriminately, and there's a pediatric department which we are doing a study with them, and we just completed that on their awareness, and you'll be surprised in MAMC, the pediatrician themselves did not know about the steroid-induced glaucoma. So empower the physician of first contact, all the interns and medical graduates, some of them who are there from MAMC would know that we do street plays, role plays, television, and these are one of my Natak Mandali teams in which we do that awareness about steroid-induced glaucoma and other glaucomas. Third aspect is the structured clinical training by Clinical Skills Center. From 2014 onwards, 2 PG courses a year, clinical skill lab is there. And I included trabeculectomy and strabismus also in addition to plasty and not only cataract. Now we have the simulator in our own hospital and we have a PDP lab and the structured training from wet lab to PDP to simulators to that PDP. So we don't have the clinical skill there in LNJP anymore, but we used to have it every year. So because of this, we could do this landmark amount of trabeculectomies in this World Glaucoma Week in 2022 and onwards, and this is the step-by-step glaucoma surgery, the AIIMS series. My third journey started with a pregnant lady who came to me with end-stage glaucoma, and we could not use mitomycin, and that's how we started using amniotic membrane, and we have been using amniotic membrane. Because of surgical astigmatism induced by the flaps, we devised the frill incision, which again is very successful in our hands. Our residents have done more than 1,000 surgeries in this. Bleb needling is a known thing, but for internal ostium closure, we devised something called as internal revision with a simple straight rod. Now we have the Fellman's repositor, but we had simple straight rod and it was very successfully used. Most of our residents use that, and this incidentally got the best paper award. Because I was also taking care of the contact lenses over the last two decades, when for bleaking blebs we had issues, I could get the bleb bleak ooze by customized BCLs made. Keeping the patient perspective in mind, just as Sir used to, we had something called as rational medical therapy, and we said that sick conjunctiva. Our traps don't do so well now as they used to, so we need to rationalize our therapy, and we started with the antimicrobial guidelines in GNEC for antimicrobials. Now we are doing it for the anti-glaucoma drugs. Since adherence is a problem, explaining to the patient, we have this yellow card which will educate the residents as well as patient. So patient knows ki pila card hai, so you have to go to the glaucoma clinic. And this is also similar to what the yellow card is there in the RP center also, but it is more concise. So this is how we educate our residents, the slides, the printouts of the fields and the patient card, and then you talk to them so that the glaucoma is seen in the perspective of the patient, just not in the perspective of eye. Third is empower. I was fortunate to get the WHO fellowship, but I chose to take it in Aravind Hospital and not abroad because I wanted to develop low vision aids in eye hospital. And when I became the director, I started the low vision clinic, and now we have more than 300 plus patients screened and treated. And thanks to some mentors, Dr. Sadhuram and Pushpa Gupta, we could get the optometrist sponsored because we didn't have an optometrist. So we have also something called as Friends of GNEC, where we distribute free LVAs twice a year, because if you break one LVA, the child cannot afford to buy another one. So those with BPL cards, we distribute and we teach them how to use the LVAs. As a faculty of the Medical Education Unit, MAMC is a regional center of NMC. I understood the value of communication, and effective communication skills of good empathy and bad empathy was trained by our team to our residents, including our undergraduates, and this role play and empathy is used as a module for training now. Because of this, now a soft skills boot camp has been started by AIIMS. The launching was just day before yesterday on 6th March. Question and answer is the best way to learn. That's what I think. So Glaucoma Unraveled by Socrates Teaching, the second edition has just come out, and this was launched in 2023 and the second edition in 24. This was some of our innovations of DGO AIIMS, 8 issues of different themes and not specialty wise, and we also started the foundation day in GNEC. Thanks to my team, and thanks for all these awards and honors to my teachers. Dr. Ramanjit is here, Dr. Das, Dr. Agarwal, Dr. Anil Mandal, Dr. Harsh, and my friends. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, ma'am, for these pictures of Sir which you gave.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very inspiring talk. May I request the RPC faculty to please facilitate, madam.
Incidentally, Dr. Radhika's thesis was with Dr. Sood. She developed dorzolamide, and I was with Connie, and she was Dr. Sir's favorite PG.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have the Professor Prem Prakash Memorial Lecture. And to introduce this, we have a very illustrious squint specialist and neuro-ophthalmologist, Professor Swati.
Thank you, sir. It's a privilege and honor to introduce a citation named after Professor Prem Prakash. He was the one who actually introduced strabismus as a subspecialty at the center. He also served as the chief of RP Center in 90s. He also founded the Strabismus Society of India, currently known as Strabismus and Pediatric Ophthalmology Society of India, and basically introduced strabismus in the country. This award is being awarded by Ophthalmic Research Association, RP Center, to the outstanding ophthalmologists who have made significant contributions to the field of strabismology and pediatric ophthalmology. And no one is more apt than Dr. B. Venkatesh Rao, who was his student, Professor Prem Prakash student, and also our alumni at that period. He has done his MT from RP Center AIIMS. He was senior resident under Professor Prem Prakash. He was also a senior research associate who received grant from CSIR. He did his fellowship under Dr. Helveston, who is a well-known strabismologist internationally. He headed the Department of Pediatric Ophthalmology, Strabismus and Neuro-Ophthalmology at LVPI Institute during the period of 1998 and 2006. Presently, he is director of Shreya Eye Care Center at Hyderabad, and his special interests are strabismus, amblyopia, congenital cataract, and neuro-ophthalmology. He has various lectures and publications to his credit. Professor Dr. Venkatesh Rao.
Thank you, Dr. Swati. And at the very outset, I would like to thank Professor Radhika, Professor Sudarshan Kokar, Namrata Sharma, Professor Rajwardhan, and and Tanuj. Okay, I know. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so a very good afternoon to all of you. And many of my teachers are here. And I'm just going to, I don't know what I'm going to talk about Professor Prem Prakash. Like Azad said, Professor Azad said about his retina and Dr. Tiwari. I did my thesis in retina. I was very much interested in retina. When I did my first posting as junior resident in retina, at that time, Professor Madan Mohan was the chief. And when Professor Madan Mohan retired, and suddenly the Professor Khosla became chief, and then there were 2 units for retina at that time. So I did my rotation twice in retina during my junior residency. And I did my thesis, and I published my thesis at the time before I got into senior residency. I got senior residency in strabismus, and under Professor Prem Prakash, as you all know, he is an excellent teacher, excellent clinician, and an excellent researcher, and very meticulous in surgery. And my journey started with him as a senior resident for 6 months when I did. We, as a senior resident, we used to be posted for 6 to 8 months with the professor or head of the department. And then when I finished my 6 months or 8 months of my senior residency, Professor Prem Prakash became chief. Then I was elevated to as a chief senior resident. So I worked for another 8 months. So in a way, I did work with him closely for 1.5 years. And that's where my journey in strabismus started. My interest in strabismus and looking at him, the way he used to see patients and his accurate science of ocular motility, his precise way of understanding and speaking exactly what is really required. So it's an honor for me to give this prestigious Professor Prem Prakash lecture. And he is the doyen of strabismus, is the father of strabismus, strabismology in India. He basically introduced strabismus as a specialty, and subsequently he was the founder of the Strabismology Society of India, which is the first subspecialty in ophthalmology as such, to start with. It was started in 1983, I guess, and then from then onwards, it went on, and then it got changed into Strabismus Pediatric Ophthalmology Society of India, which is like SPOCI. So he was a giant, not only in India, but also across the world. After I finished my senior residency, I did my CSIR fellowship, which was a stepping stone to become a faculty. I wanted to be a faculty here, but somehow the destiny pushed me to go back to Hyderabad, because that's where I got my CSIR fellowship I did at LV Prasad Eye Institute. So, and then from there I went and did my fellowship with Gene Halveston in US, and at that time, basically, he knew very well I was trained with Professor Prem Prakash, and he asked me, what more you want to learn? So I said, I had no words. That's how the respect which Prem Prakash held across the globe, and he was a towering personality in strabismus and strabismology and the concepts of strabismus. So I'm going to speak about a very important thing, the congenital esotropia, like congenital glaucoma, congenital esotropia. Now, how early is early intervention for congenital esotropia? Because what is important is, for us, is stereopsis, or 3D vision, which as human beings, we are the only ones who are bestowed with stereopsis. And children who have crossed eyes in the first 6 months of life, the stereopsis goes away, and then they land up with a loss of stereopsis, and if you don't kind of tackle them early. Now, here is a child, 2 different children with the same kind of a problem, one having a moderate angle, one having a larger angle of esotropia. And it's the theory of behind what causes this. It could be a Wirtz, Wirth was the one who was again a towering personality in strabismology. His was a motor fusion mechanism because of a central fusion facility being not good. These children tend to become esotropic. Then the other one was Chava's, whose theory was the esotropital theory, where he says that because of esotropia, the fusion gets lost and you should treat them early. So this confusion has been there for 50 years, and still nobody knows what causes this. But however, it's been over these years, it's been kind of understood well now that we need to kind of treat them early so that to get them back into the normalcy with the binocular vision. Now, these are some of the characteristics of congenital esotropia. Generally, it's a manifest esotropia with neurologically normal children. Usually, the refractive error is around +2 to +3, but generally, they don't get corrected with the glasses. But however, there is an entity called as infantile accommodative esotropia. Sometimes, when you have more than +3 error, we generally tend to give glasses to these children to see if there is an if there is an accommodative component. Like generally, the accommodative esotropias are seen between 2 and 3 years of age, but sometimes you can see infantile accommodative esotropia in the first 1 year too. So you need to give them hyperopic correction if it's beyond the normal, which is usually around +3 or above during that age. And another child here, you can see this cross fixation there. These children tend to cross fixate, they see the world in a different way, and then the cross fixation sometimes prevents amblyopia in the first 1 year. And they tend to have a large angle esotropia, usually around close to 50 prism diopters, and the onset is between 3 to 6 months. Usually, that's how it is. And then you see the cross fixation. Sometimes it mimics like a 6th nerve palsy, and you occlude the eye. There's a good abduction there. So either you can occlude with a hand or an occluder, but you need to do it and see so that you don't unnecessarily investigate the children to MRI and so on and so forth to kind of rule out 6th nerve palsy. These are purely the cross fixators who do not abduct, but they try to see with the right eye in the left gaze and the left eye in the right gaze. And here is an alternating esotropia. Now, alternation sometimes is good because it helps to maintain vision equally in both eyes. However, because of alternate suppression, the binocular vision goes away. The binocular neurons don't get charged. monocular neurons get charged. During the first 6 months of life, the stereopsis develops, so that if this happens and if left untreated, you will permanently lose stereopsis and you will become monocular. Though you have monocular clues, but actual stereopsis, the finder stereopsis, tends to go away. Now, some of the variable findings like amblyopia and so on and so forth. Now, another child, same child, this is the same child with the hypermetropia of +3. We gave glasses to her, and then still the esotropia is persisting and alternating, and you should treat these children. The modality to treat would be a surgical modality, which is the tested and most preferred modality. Of course, many other, some authors use botulinum toxin, but I'm not a proponent of that. A surgical procedure is the one which gives good results, and a bimedial rectus recession. Either you do a limbal incision, which modified limbal incision, which Professor Prem Prakash used to kind of, he developed it, modified limbal incision. That's what I see. And then, so now coming to the timing of surgery, when you should do this surgery. Previously, across the Europe, people used to operate these children when they start going to school. The reason being that the eyes are smaller, immature muscles, and abnormal retinal correspondence and things. But at the same time, in United States, this is about 50 years back I'm talking about. Frank Kostenbader, he was the father of pediatric ophthalmology there in US. He and his colleagues, Marshall Parks, they started advocating surgery early in the first 1 year based on the esotopidal theory of Chavas, saying that because of the cross eyes, the fusion is lost. So you should get the eyes back to the straight eyes, so that the brain start reacting to either eye not individually, but with binocular cooperation, so that the binocular system gets rebooted again and the stereopsis gets back. So with that thought, many across the United States started operating, and across the world they started operating in the first 1 year. Like Malcolm Ng, Halveston, another mentor, second mentor after Prem Prakash, Von Uden, as you all know, and so on and so forth. And there are anecdotal reports that there's a high grade of stereo acuity when you operate them early in the first 6 months of life. Like Ken Wright, in few cases, has shown that. Halveston in few cases. These are all like small studies. There's never been a big randomized study. It's all small studies which have been done. But there are many studies in the literature which say that you should operate them early during the critical period, which is the first 6 months of life, so that your binocular vision doesn't get lost and your stereopsis retains or improves. It could be a gross stereo if it's later, but the earlier it is, you'll get some moderate stereo. Sometimes you may get good stereopsis. So there's a debate, early versus late surgery, and then there's only one study which was done across internationally, which was like congenital esotropia observation study. This is by the Pediatric Eye Disease Investigator Group across in the United States. They looked at this study, they observed it, and they found that most of them are stable, but few of them are unstable in the sense that they spontaneously resolve. Few patients, the couple in their study, they had a 40 prism diopter of esotropia which resolved. So if you operate on them, you're going to land up with exotropia. Okay, so the take-home message with that study was that there are children who have unstable deviations or unstable deviations, who have intermittent or variable ESO deviations. There you should be very careful. But if someone has a constant deviation which is beyond 40 prism diopters, constant on 2 different visits, they would generally require a surgical intervention to treat them early. So the spontaneous resolution which I talked about, and the conclusion was that it had a variable onset. This was way back in 2002 and 2003. Subsequent to that, there's no other study which has ever been done in congenital esotropia. So it goes back to say that early alignment in the first 6 months helps to maintain the eyes, so that during the critical period of development of stereopsis, the eyes remain straight by early intervention. So again, this slide here shows that surgery done less than 6 months, twice the number of children have stereopsis as opposed to surgery which is done after 6 months. So more and more people have come closer to operating in the first 1 year of age compared to what it was before. Okay, now this is a child here, pre-operative and post-operative, after bimedial rectus recession. Another child, a moderate angle esotropia, pre and post-op. This child was a twin child. Sometimes hereditary, twins and triplets can get affected too. And then you see that post-op alignment there, and the same child 4 years down the road. The catch here is these children, once you operate on them, you should follow them up until they go into teenage, because various other ocular motility problems can develop, like an amblyopia, or ocular motility problems like DVD or inferior oblique overactions over a period of time can develop, or a recurrent ESO or a consecutive EXO can happen. So you need to follow them up until they get into their teenage, or most of these children sometimes may require close to 2 surgeries in their lifetime to maintain the eyes in aligned position. Another child, 7-month-old child, first day, post-op. Another child, 5-month-old child. So these are all children. Now this is how it can happen. Now here's a child, a 5-month-old child with a esotropia, alternating esotropia. We operated on this child, and then he was ortho pretty well. For 2 years he was orthotropic, and then he drifted out into exotropia. And with inferior oblique overaction, you can see there the inferior oblique overactions, V pattern and exotropia. And then we operated on him again. We did a bilateral lateral rectus recession with bilateral inferior oblique weakening procedure, and he's straight now here. And the V pattern has collapsed, and he looks pretty straight in 2016. We're following him up. Sometimes, these children do develop DVD in the future, or any other muscle problem can happen. So you need to kind of follow them up regularly and intervene them, so that the goal is to get the eyes as much closer to straight, like a microesotropia, which is the best end result in these children. So the timing of surgery, I would think, would be 4 to 6 months. The earliest we have operated is 5 months, but more and more people are operating closer to 6 months of age to get good results. In summary, early surgery definitely gives better results, so you should not wait on these children. If you're sure that they have a constant deviation, you should go and operate on these children to get their binocular vision back. The future of congenital esotropia, it was suggested at that time in 2005 and 2006, some randomized studies, but till today no randomized study has been done on this, probably because of the feasibility of issue of early versus late surgery, and the numbers are not so much to give a powerful study for the future. So that's the story of congenital esotropia. The legacy of Professor Prem Prakash continues, and I thank profusely everyone here for giving me this honor to deliver a strabismus lecture of Professor Prem Prakash. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Venkat. It was revisiting the evening rounds with you as our favorite senior resident. So may I request Chief RPC and the faculty to please honor Dr. Venkat. And may I request all the awardees, Professor Azad, Professor Titial, Dr. Rishi Mohan, and Dr. Kirti, to please join us on the stage for a group photograph. And Dr. Devang and Dr. Praful, the dynamic duo, please be ready. All the faculty who have given the introduction, please join us for two.
जी
We are going to start the next session. Please remain seated. So, Dr. Devang and Dr. Praful. So they are the bright futures of RP Center.
So good afternoon all. So welcome to RPC 50th RPC Foundation Day scientific program. And now henceforth there will be two screens here, hall screen A and B, and both will be silent halls. So I request you all to collect the receiver and which our audio visual team is distributing. बता दो कैसे वो
हेडफोन लगाने पड़ेंगे ना, कैसे करना, 2 स्क्रीन हो जाएंगे इसके अंदर, आप कर दो, 2 स्क्रीन का डालो ना उसको, क्या होता
So we do have two silent halls, Hall A and Hall B, and you are going to be given headsets.
Yeah, they're giving the headset to people. Even the
Ma'am,
speakers
please
will
come.
have headset.
We are all together.
I'll need the mic also. Udega na.
So Dr. Praful will be moderating in Hall A and Dr. Debang will be moderating in Hall B. So you also would need to wear the headsets, Debang, otherwise there are channels which are there on your headsets, on your remote, so you will have to change the channel.
Speaker का कौन सा रहेगा?
So on the left side, the screen will be screen A or hall A, and right side it will be screen B.
For them, not for us. हमारे उल्टा हो जाएगा. So we are this side, first. मैं इधर पहले शुरू कर रहा हूँ यार.
ऑडियंस के लिए हॉल ए कौन सा है, बी कौन सा है?
ये हॉल है,
बी उधर है.
उनके लिए जो देख रहे हैं
ठीक है, आगे वाला
हॉल बी के लिए लगा. हाँ, हॉल बी का लगा.
लगा ये दोनों है. I love this. Hi, I love this virtual.
Audiovisual team, can we have headsets
Meanwhile,
on the stage as well?
Yes, audiovisual team, please pay attention. And meanwhile, it may be, please extend our warm welcome to everybody who has come physically. There's so many seniors who have taken the trouble to come. So thank you so much. Welcome to AIIMS Delhi. And we hope you enjoy the whole evening. Really honored to have everybody with us today.
मेरा पर्स कहाँ गया?
Welcome everybody. Yeah, I'm doing the first time. Yeah, we can. No, but मेरे mic की आवाज़ कहाँ पे जाएगी? और नहीं, you was gonna win hands down anyway. But they need separate mics here, na? They need a headset here. We can't speak from here. There'll be a duel. Headset होगा. हाँ? हाँ, कोई नहीं. It's nice to see all the residents wearing their apron. Guys, oh, it's cut गया.
I think silent hall.
Silent zone कर दिया. तो कोई बात नहीं करो. जब तक वो हेडफोन लगा दे तब तक छोड़ दो. अभी छोड़ दो. हाँ, जब तक वो 10 मिनट लगेगा.
As the halls, yes.
All silent now. 10 मिनट लगेगा ना.
ये दीपक मिश्रा.
I think I would request all the residents to please come in the front and sit down. And be alert because we'll be asking you questions at the end of this sessions. And somebody's sitting outside checking that nobody runs out of the hall. So, okay, guys, come up in the front. There's enough seats up here. And I see all the illuminaries sitting here. Yeah.
स्पीकर को पहले दो.
पहले मेरे को दे दो. ये मेरे लिए. Sorry on. Okay.
जैसे आप बोलोगे ना तो आवाज आएगी.
नहीं, मैं बोलूँगा तो मेरा माइक कहाँ है इसमें?
नहीं, आपकी आवाज उनको जाएगी.
इससे.
कोई आएगा.
ठीक है. Thank you.
एक चैनल वाला है ना.
Dr. Bajaj
So
is
who
there.
can hear? Santosh, can you hear me or sir, can
I
you
can
hear?
hear you. Loud
Okay.
and- No, I think it's
नहीं,
open
नहीं,
yet.
still.
It's open.
So I think we are on this side.
Namrata, it's not silent yet. Can you go silent zone now? Silent zone. Silent kar do usko. I can hear you. Yeah, Radhika. Silent ho gaya is taraf. All is silent.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
No, pen on. I think Dr. Bajaj sir also needs some help with the headset.
He needs earplugs.
The audience would need to wear the headsets, please.
Yeah, otherwise you can't make out who's. Hey B,
You
this
change
is
the change the channel.
You can hear, sir.
Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah. All of the guys who can hear me, please raise your hands up. I think that's good enough. We can ignore the B1. Shall we start?
Hello.
It hasn't started yet. So, should I?
Yes.
Okay. So I was given a topic, refractive surgery. Do you want to add or you want to subtract? Can you guys hear me now? Hands
Sir,
up.
Sir, just
Okay,
hold
fine, good.
Just hold on, sir. His thing is not okay. It's coming there. It's okay.
Should I? Technical glitches, right? Should I?
Yes.
Okay. So when you do a refractive surgery, there are 3 options. One option is that you cut the cornea, make it thinner and reduce, take the tissue out of it, ablate it. Second could be, why don't you add something into the eye to give more power to the eye and thus adding. So you want to add or you want to subtract, it's your call. Okay. So why are we talking about this? Because the myopia is on the rise and 36% of the distant visual impairment is basically because of refractive error. So you get lots of people who come to you for refraction, they come for cataract surgery, but then you realize they just have a refractive error and they never worn the glasses before. So by 2050, it's expected that about 5 billion population will be having a refractive error and mostly myopes. So 19th century world wanted wisdom. They became wiser. They got more equipments. They wanted to get rid of they wanted freedom. They got freedom. Now what they want is they want freedom from the glasses. I'm telling you because I operated about 18 doctors in the last 3-4 OTs. Doctors for the refractive surgery. That means it's actually gone and rang the bell in their minds well that it's a safe procedure. Okay, so these are the refractive procedure we know, and each procedure has a limitation. So if you notice here that myopia, you can go from 0 to 14 in the LASIK, which is not true because we can't cut 14 now because the cornea will go very thin. This was what the FDA approved earlier. So if you come down to the last column here, you see that 3 to 20 myopia and up to 1 to 6 cylinder and hyperopia till plus 10 is possible only with a technique called ICL, in which you put a phakic lenses in the eye. So what are the prerequisites for these surgeries? First thing, they have to be stable refractive error. If it's moving, it's changing, it's shifting the axis, you're not supposed to operate these ones till they become stable. The age should be between 18 to 40 years, we can do it. It has to be stable. And for the corneal surgeries, the taboo called that your cornea can't go thinner, the residual bed thickness can't go less than 300, some say 300, some say 250, depending on what is the PTA. The PTA is basically the percentage of tissue altered, which depends of the flap thickness and how much ablation you're doing for the sphere and a cylinder. So that will be decided by that. But I'm going to skip that. What are the problems you can have with corneal surgery? You do a corneal surgery, you can have lots of mishaps. You can have a flap-based problems. There could be incomplete flap. There could be if there's a steep cornea, flat cornea, you can have a free cut, free hold, flap cutting all over the place. You can have strias. When you put it back, it might not go back to the same position. There could be tissues, there could be some fibers at the interface, which you have to again take out and wash. There could be epithelial downgrowth, there could be DALC. And for no god reason, you can have the cornea which actually start behaving misty, it goes misty. And why does it happen? Because there's a thing called apoptosis, which even in a PRK, smile, LASIK, anytime you cut the cornea, they start stimulated. And I think Rohan will remember the apoptosis. We did a thesis with him. So those are the things which are beyond our control, and nobody can predict which patient is going to go which way. Coming to the lenticle-based surgeries, when you do the lenticle-based surgery, you can again have a difficult intersection because you have to be a good surgeon. A normal ordinary corneal surgeon will take some time to get the dissection done properly, anterior posterior plane, although the machines are getting refined and things are getting easier. The problem is that it might not be centered properly because there's no eye capture in this one, and you don't have a pupil registry for the case of smile yet. Surface ablation are fantastic because you're ablating on a bigger area, but there could be pain, there could be haze in these patients, delayed healing, and because if you go for the higher and the deeper tissue cut, you can have a regression in these patients, so they can regress very, very fast. And the problem of ectasia is the most dreaded because those are the patients in which you lose vision, and it can happen with the PRK, with the LASIK and smile. Any corneal surgery you do, you might land up in ectasia. Okay. So earlier, all the patients which were dropouts from the refractive corneal surgery were taken up by the phakic lenses, but not anymore. We are even doing the phakic lenses for -2 diopters also if they opt for it, and they are very happy about it. So high myopia, more than 8, we are not doing for the corneal surgery, so that's those people land up here. Any patient with a high cylinder, if the cylinder is 2.53 or above, there's no point in doing a corneal surgery because your tissue is going to be ablated too much, and you will never get a proper spherical equivalent on the corneal surface. So best is to add on here with the lenses which can be put in the excess properly, namely ICL in this case. The dry eye ectasia is all thrown out of the window. There's no issue of dry eye in these patients, and even the moderate severe dry eyes you can take up for the lens surgeries. Okay, so the phakic implants you can talk about is again a stable power. Chamber depth has to be 2.8 or above. Less than that you can't do it. Endothelial cell count has to be good in these patients, and angle should be open. Angle becomes more important, especially when the chamber is on the shallower side. If my chamber is about a 2.75 and see my gonioscopy angles open, I'll jump in and put my implant in without any problem. On the other hand, if I find that the angles are occludable, I might do a PI, wait for a couple of months, and again repeat the gonioscopy. If the angle opens up, depth goes down, I can do the surgery. Otherwise, you can always go back to the corneal surgery in these patients. So the phakic lens is basically what we use is ICL because that's the only one which is FDA approved. The earlier one, varices, has gone out of practice now. The important thing here is the selection of the lens, which is based basically on two things. One is the power of the lens, which depends on the refraction, how good you can do it. And the good refraction means that you have to do a Ducrum test in these patients to find out that both eyes are actually able to see things very well. And second thing is the sizing. The problem with sizing is that we got only 4 lens sizes available. So white to white is very important. If you can do a caliper based sized white to white and an ultrasound based chamber depth is good enough. Meaning that you don't need to have costly machines like a Pentacam and all those funny ones in your OPD. So you can have the basic instrument, you can still get away with these surgeries, right? So sulcus to sulcus we do, but even that is not a very foolproof method. So if you see the sizing, ICL basically are 4 sizes, so you can have if the ACD is less than 10.5, you're not putting ICLs. If it's more than 13.5, still not putting ICL. So 10.5, 11, 11.5, 12 and 12.5 are the 4-5 categories, and each category less than 3 and more than 3. Depending on that, you can pick up a size. I've devised a nomogram, which I think I can share with you later on. Surgery I'm not showing because it's a simple surgery. So why phakic lenses? Because logistically it can be operated in the same OT where you do your routine cataracts. You don't have to have a OT which is dedicated with either femto or excimer machine. It's a reversible surgery. This is the only surgery in which you take out the implant and you're back to square one without any issues. Maybe a little cylinder here and there. Visual recovery is very good because since there's no interface, PRK, LASIK, smile, whatever you do, even if the cornea is pristine clear, you always have an interface. Whatever lamella is going straight, you cut off, they never go back to the same place. And in ICL, you don't touch the lamellas at all actually. And it's a safety, and all the studies just done in which even with the smile, they have evaluated and found out that the EVO ICLs are the best in the quality of the vision. Okay. So it negates ectasia also, and people talk about the biometry and all after the cataract. Now what happens when the patient comes to you for the cataract surgery after LASIK? I'll have to find out what was K1, K2 and 10,000 formulas to find out how much is the flattening. Whereas in this case, whatever you get there, exit length and keratometry, please go ahead use that, you won't be wrong. And this is what we published about 10 years back. And the other thing is, for the high power you're doing it, minus 17, minus 18, in which you can't do a refractive surgery, corneal. So we realized that they actually start getting 3D, the stereopsis comes back, which our chap was talking about. So we can actually get and give them 3D also, even if they were minus 16 or minus 17, which was not being, which can be corrected by the corneal surgery. So the new modification in this could be better vault sizing. Toric earlier was not available in hyperopia. Now we have toric in hyperopia also. Presbyopic correction, we have Vivas also available to us. And they're safe, they're predictable, there's no loss of contrast, no regression, and they're reversible. Only problem are two, which is one is the cost is expensive, and the second is the sizing, which are very limited, 4 sizes. But 99% eyes actually fit into that. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful lecture. And now I request our chief, Professor Radhika Tandon ma'am, to felicitate Professor Sudarshan Khokar, sir. Next, I would like to request Dr. Manpreet Kaur. Dr. Manpreet Kaur is an associate professor at RPC Center, AIIMS, New Delhi, in cornea, cataract, and refractive services, and she has worked hard for this 3 days event at RPC Center. And Dr. Manpreet will be speaking on a novel nano silver ion based cell preservative free technology.
Can the audiovisual team put on the correct presentation, please? I think in Hall A and Hall B, we have got the team B of the audiovisual right now. So the topic I am going to cover is a novel silver ion based, nano silver ion based self-preservative technology, no financial disclosures. So we all know that stepwise management algorithm of dry eye disease, lubricants do form the mainstay of the treatment protocol, and we do consider preservative free lubricants because they are going to be instilled long term. And if you look at the constituents of lubricants, they constitute the demulcents, biologically active excipients, and preservatives. So preservatives do form a major component of all the artificial tears. They include various forms such as quaternary ammonium detergents, oxidizing agents, ionic buffers, amides, parabens, alcohols, and mercury-based preservatives. So they have been around for so long. But why eye drops with preservatives are bad for dry eye? We all know there is toxicity of the ocular surface and adnexal cell. There is a detrimental effect, especially not only for dry eye treatment, for glaucoma treatment, any eye pathology that requires chronic use of medications, and benzalkonium chloride potentially induces mitochondrial dysfunction as well and affects LHON mutant cells. So what about the silver nanoions? Silver is widely known for its biocidal properties and exhibits bactericidal, fungicidal as well as virucidal properties, and the biological efficiency is higher due to the high surface to volume ratio. So the self-preservative technology is based on the nano silver ion antimicrobial powder, which is mixed in the ophthalmic bottle, nozzle and caps, which will inhibit the microbes, growth of bacteria, fungus, etc. And the features are a wide spectrum of antibacterial activity, and it is non-corrosive, of course. So the microbiological studies to prove the antimicrobial activity of these silver ions included the antimicrobial efficacy testing to demonstrate the efficacy of Lubimoist eye drops, and an in-use study to evaluate the efficacy. So what are the acceptance criteria for ophthalmic solution? That there should be at least a 90% decrease in microbial growth at 7 days and at least a 99.9% decrease in bacterial growth at 14 days with no increase at 1 month in the colonies. For yeast and molds, no increase from the initial count at 7, 14 and 28 days. This is what is acceptable. So the organisms studied in their in vitro testing included Candida, Aspergillus, E. coli, Pseudomonas and staph, and what was observed was that at all criteria was met: a 1 log reduction or 90% reduction at 1 week and a 3 logma reduction or 99.9% reduction in microbes at 14 days. So This combats any microorganisms during the use of Lubemoist eye drops, and the efficacy meets acceptance criteria. Then the second microbial in-use challenge was when the product was kept at room temperature and the product was exposed to air thrice a day by opening the cap and nozzle, and the bioburden was again checked at different time points, 10, 30 and 60 days. And one set of sample was spiked with 3 strains of microorganisms, 2 with bacterial strains and 1 fungal strains, and the bioburden was again checked at 10, 30 and 60 days. What was observed was 3 or more than 3 logMAR reduction at 10, 30 and 60 days, which is equivalent to nil growth. Combats any inadvertent incorporation of microorganisms during the use of lubimized eye drops, and the nano silver ion based self-preservative technology showed significant efficacy. So the toxicology studies are designed to conduct the safety of these drugs and any potential adverse effects on ocular surface, because silver can also have ocular adverse effects. So 2 studies were done: systemic injection test in Swiss albino mice and intracutaneous reactivity in white rabbits. Both the studies showed no local irritation or abnormalities in the site of injection of tested animals. So the nano ion based self-preservative technologies, which is at present available on the Lubimoist platform, there are no leachable impurities and the silver ions remain encapsulated inside the container. It's non-toxic to ocular tissues, it's cost-effective and conventional patient-centric bottle with a broad spectrum efficacy against microbes. Preservative-free technology is the way to go, and this is a step forward in our armamentarium of drops for dry eye disease. Thank you for a patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manpreet, for that wonderful lecture. Now I would like to request Professor Namta Sharma ma'am to felicitate Dr. Manpreet Kaur. Meanwhile, I request Dr. Gunjan Buddhiraja to prepare for her lecture.
Yes, ma'am. Which one, ma'am?
So Dr. Gunjan will be speaking on reimagined relief with cyclosporin. Dr. Gunjan is a dynamic young corneal faculty, and she has multiple papers, currently section editor DJO. Yes, Dr. Gunjan, so over to you.
So good evening everyone. So I am talking about cyclosporin eye drops. So this is a very important topic nowadays because now we are having a new pandemic for dry eyes post-COVID. So why we are talking about prevalence of dry eye disease? Because this is a very common ocular surface disorder, and it can also lead to visual impairment. And a lot of daily eye OPD patients are complaining of all the discomfort and dryness and strain, etc. So this is a very burning topic for us nowadays. So now when we look at the pre-existing treatments like artificial tears, what is the difference which we can give with the cyclosporin eye drops? That the artificial tears only cater to the natural tears and the stability of the tears, but what does the cyclosporin do? It is giving relief from severe inflammation, underlying systemic disorders, meibomian gland dysfunction, and anatomical disturbances, and neuropathic ocular pain can also be addressed with these drops. So when we look at the dry eye disease, we have to first treat the root cause of the dry eye disease, and inflammation is one of the key factors for this treatment. So how does cyclosporin help? The cyclosporin A increases the TF production, and it also reduces inflammation, and it which is interfering with the tear production and stimulates the tear production as well. So the action of cyclosporin is that it inhibits the T lymphocytes and also activates the mitochondria mediated apoptosis pathways. So cyclosporin A 0.05% has significantly increased the tear production in a lot of patients, and a lot of patients improve with the Schirmer test scores with this from baseline to 6 months. So when do we indicate cyclosporin A therapy in dry eye patients? So mainly these are for severe dry eye patients, and their early initiation of the cyclosporin can cause a lot of decreased signs and symptoms of inflammation, and also decrease the markers. Cyclosporin 0.05% formulation has a benefit of different ingredients along with cyclosporin only. It has glycerin as well, castor oil and polysorbate. The benefits is that it shows the fastest onset of symptoms improvement. So if we look at the different cases here, that this is a 65-year-old female patient who came to our OPD with a lot of filaments on the cornea, as you can see, and this sterile kind of melt that is looking here. So when we looked at the other systemic associations, this patient had undiagnosed rheumatoid arthritis, and we referred this patient back to the rheumatologist, and he also started her on the treatment, and also we started her on the cyclosporin eye drops, and she showed a lot of improvement. Also beyond the dry eye, the cyclosporin also helps in decreasing the corneal haze post corneal cross linking, and these are the various studies that have reported significant improvement in visual acuity with these eye drops. This is one example where this patient had, and this is a second example of a patient who improved with steroids and topical cyclosporin eye drops. The cyclosporin also improves the visual function in a lot of patients, and there is a mean composite OSDI score improvement seen in these patients, and the fastest improvement can also be happening with these kind of eye drops, and also in severe dry eye also little bit benefit is there in such patients. So this is a example of a meibomian gland dysfunction patient where the cyclosporin did help in a lot of decreasing the symptoms and also improving the scores of tear function. So treatment with cyclosporin may slow or prevent dry eye disease progression as well, and early treatment may help in improved outcomes in such patients, and tear production can be improved at 1 and 2 years. Allergic conjunctivitis also shows improvement in with the cyclosporin eye drops, and we can see this patient having limbal VKC as well as cobblestone papillae in papillae-form VKC. So there is also an improved goblet cell density in this patient, and this cyclosporin A eye drops also optimize the concentration of cyclosporin A. So it improves the signs and symptoms of the dry eye, and patients do have decreased scores of OSDI. Post-LASIK dry eye also, these patients show a lot of improvements, and they are better than the artificial tears. At the adverse events are also very low, and tolerability is better in 0.5% as compared to the 0.09% concentration of the drug. So the key takeaways is that cyclosporin does reduce the inflammation and underlying dry eye disease, and it stimulates the tear production and the reduced need for tears. So one area where I would like to have a expert panel discussion or opinion, that do we have enough studies to report the decreased progression in keratoconus patients? And the second question I would like to ask is how long can you give cyclosporin eye drops in patients? Thank you, ma'am.
So I think there is not enough evidence as far as keratoconus is concerned, and so it is best not used as of now, although people are doing studies and trials. Um, till we have evidence, we should wait for that. And the second thing is, I think we've continued topical cyclosporin for 5 years, 6 years, even 8 years without any problem. Thank you, Gunjan. If we move on to the next talk, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Gunjan.
Thank
I
you
would
so much
request
for giving me the
Radhika ma'am
opportunity
to
today.
felicitate Dr. Gunjan. Dr. Gunjan, please stay. Meanwhile, I would like to request our next speaker, Dr. Samar Basak. Sir will be speaking on genetics of fuchs endothelial corneal dystrophy in West Bengal, the current understanding. 10 minutes.
I think
Dr. Samar Basak.
Dr. Samar Basak sir needs no introduction. He is the president of the All India Ophthalmological Society. Thank you so much for coming here, sir. And more importantly, he is our own, very own RPC alumnus. And we all have learned our DMEX from sir when he did a workshop for us in the RP Center. So thank you so much for all your teachings and for mentoring us, sir, even today. Thank you.
So thank you, Namrata and Radhika, for invitation, and this is a wonderful occasion to see my teachers, all are here, my colleagues and juniors, and this is little different subjects which I am involved for last 4 or 5 years, and I want to tell something which may be totally new. Still I do not understand. And this is a map of West Bengal and why it is required. So this gentleman published this Fuchs dystrophy as a epithelial dystrophy in 115 years back. Then this century has passed, we still do not understand many things. So we see many types of, in our day-to-day clinical practice, from simple, less severe to moderate to more severe, then vascularized form. And sometimes these beautiful pictures under slit lamp, under red glow, you can actually have your diagnosis. So diagnosis is not difficult. Specular reflection in slit lamp is the key, and of course specular microscopy, and if you have confocal, that gives the gutty or gutti people used to say. Depending upon the types, there are two types of Fuchs dystrophy. One is early onset between 3 to 40 years, and late onset is after 40 years, which is less severe but more frequent. In fact, early onset Fuchs dystrophy we do not see. Whichever we see early onset below 40 years, those are actually early presentation of late onset Fuchs dystrophy. There are two types of genetic study. One is genetic linkage analysis. Normally it is a multi-generational family with at least more than one member of the same family to be studied, and another is a non-related individual GWAS study to across the population which you have. So this is the IC3D, and you see a lot of chromosome and genes are responsible, and the best thing that early onset FECD called 8A2 is the only genetic factor which has been determined, and it's have a strong familial disposition, whereas the late onset is sporadically familial. That is why the exact role, genetic role in FECD is not fully understood. Probably the genetic and environment, both factors play a role in this. What is known so far that we have studied chromosome 1, chromosome 5, chromosome 7, 18 and X chromosome. Late onset FECD it is cytosine thymine coordinate CTG actually. CTG trying to repeat, it is TCF4 gene on chromosome 18, and it is called CTG 18.1. If there is more than 50 repeats, that is significant for, and also the severity of FECD. There are other genes also, as I told earlier, that early onset FECD is called 8A2, and there are other genes, JF1 and LOXHD1. There is all like different nomenclature, and these are the published literature, and there are latest genes like LAMC1, and these are very important, ATP1B1. These are important for us. So why the genetic study in FECD in West Bengal is important? This is a long asked question to me by other people also. If you see the data, FECD globally and nationally, primarily it occurs in Caucasian. 80% of all EK in US for FECD. In South India, only 10.8% of EK for FECD. In North India, we do not have figure, but in my study, in DSEC era, you had 22.5, and DMEC era it is 38.6. I see every day at least in different stages, pre and post, at least 10 FECD per day. Even I got this conversation from Sunita that in LVPI, the 20% or 25% of their patients for EK actually from Bengali population. These are the previous studies done in India, one from RP Center long time back in 2015. They studied TCF4 and ZEB1. ZEB1 actually now it is called TCF8, and they found is 14 and 34%. Other are TCF4 17.3% from Shankar Netralaya. Then Aravind, they didn't find anything. Then we collaborated with NICER Bhubaneswar in 2019. Then it was stopped for COVID, and we restarted in 2020. And we are used to send sample like diseased DM endothelial tissue and control from non-FECD donor, blood from patients, and age and gender match control, clinical examination, specular microscopy in blood sample from available first degree relative. Later we included spouses because we later found that the spouses are also important. So these are the figures. 2 PhD has completed there and 2 PhD are ongoing with our material. So this is the CTG repeat in chromosome 18-1, and if you see the red one is the CTG. This repeat must be more than 50 in a particular, when you challenge the DNA with particular primer, and that particular primer is actually underlined. And this is the chromosome 8, this is just graphical picture. And TCF4 is so far is the most important theory of endothelial cell diseases in Fuchs dystrophy, from changes to epithelial to mesenchymal transition. So in our series, with more than 50 repeats, only 7%, lowest in the world, we have a huge data, rather than more data than any other study in India, and control is 1%, indicating other kinds of gene or genetic mutation is happening. Further studies are on. So if you see the CTG1 repeats in different studies from British Caucasians to Africa and India, previous one is South from it is 17, Odisha it is 34, but in Bengal it is 7%. Why it is happening? We do not know actually. We published our paper with LAMC1, and we have seen that LAMC1 is also important for our patient population. Then we also published ATP1B1 expression in FECD, which is responsible for sodium potassium. We know that that is also, we found it is decreased in our patient population. We have also seen that genetic and functional as such a PGS1. These are all, I mean, Latin, Hebrew kind of thing. If you see PGS1, if you expand it, it's difficult to pronounce it, but there are other SNPs, like those are numbered SNPs are. There is also PGS1 variant with that RS number is also important in our population. So we have recently published this month only the role of ELMO1 GPR 141 and the intragenic polymorphism with RS918980. I do not know actually what is this, but what we have found that we have studied the chromosome 7. We have found, and we have created a mice model of Fuchs dystrophy in NICER. There we have just sacrificed the animal, and we have studied the same one, had the role of, if you know the ELMO, the abbreviation, I have expanded it, then engulfment and cell motility protein and G protein coupled receptor, and we have seen that this is also very, very important. So we have made an hypothesis. This is too complicated hypothesis. This is one of the pathways of Fuchs dystrophy. So I show you the three important families. This family, the prominent is like we operated, the other members are affected, but all are actually CTG less than 50 repeat. Clinically they are Fuchs, the not operated patient, one young patient, they are child not affected. There is also another where the CTG is less than 50. This is another family, and we realize that here all three, like we are now challenging that particular DNA with different primers. So it is a huge costly affair, and CTG and LAMC1 and PGS, and he found that that's why we have that from where they are getting this. That's why we have included the spouse later part of our study. And this is the family, you know that I have operated already 3, and 5 of them are waiting for me. There are 14 members in that family in 2 generations having significant, clinically significant Fuchs dystrophy. They need to be, all are like grade 3 or grade 4, probably within next 2 to 3 years, they will be requiring for surgery. But here this family will go further and study the other, laterality, and probably will find something else in this family. So FECD genetics, clinical signature, probably nothing is that, but can help predict possibility of future FECD in younger individual, and explanation of incidence and inheritance pattern in certain areas geographically. FECD in future direction correlates, so we have to correlate genotype and phenotype over a long time duration, predict progression versus static FECD. Probably we can understand that after a few years. Identify candidates for gene therapy, that is also that gene editing for TCF4 is already happening, and may answer my question why it is higher in West Bengal. So in summary, unlike Caucasian or other Western world ethnicity, TCF4 CTG 18.1 expression has little role of FECD in genetics in West Bengal. We are a population of 11 crore. Probably FECD is multigenic origin in West Bengal. Environmental factor and other epigenetic factor may have a major role in our region. Very difficult to study them, long way to go. Thank you very much for your patience here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
I think
you
that
so much,
was
sir.
that is a very important work, quantum of work in Fuchs dystrophy, and Fuchs is more common in West Bengal. Maybe we miss it, we don't find it that much here, but I think very useful in the armamentarium of Fuchs dystrophy, the cohort from West Bengal. Thank you so much.
I request our chief, Professor Radhika Tandon ma'am, to felicitate sir. And meantime, I will request Dr. Ilan Kumar, sir, to please come to the dash for his next presentation. Sir is going to speak on advances in collagen cross-linking in thin cornea, current status. Sir is currently the president of Bangalore Ophthalmic Society and treasurer of Karnataka Ophthalmic Society and joint treasurer of AIOC. Dr. Ilan. I think sir is not here, so next I would like to request Dr. Partha Biswas sir to have his presentation on smile a few SARS situation, and I would request Namta ma'am to introduce her.
It's very difficult to introduce Dr. Partha Bishwa sir, who's such a multifaceted personality. He is the incoming president of the All India Ophthalmological Society. Will take over during the Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology
So you have
meeting next year.
connector.
He's contributed so much to the Indian ophthalmology as such, and I think he's been instrumental in bringing out so many changes when he was the chairperson of the academic and research committee. So thank you, Dr. Partha Bishwas, for sparing your time for coming here, and I'm sure we are going to have very useful talk today on SMILE. He's the one who's introduced SMILE to the eastern part of India. The first SMILE machine which was bought in eastern India was at Trinetralaya, his center.
Thank you very much, Professor Namrata, for the very, very kind introduction. And it's always a privilege to be here at RP Center and in such a important location, and to share with you a few sour situations in SMILE. SMILE, it's not all the way, but whatever sour situations are there are, however, very rare. But in this rarity, it needs a lot of importance, and the intraoperative complications of this very beautiful procedure should be flawless, and complications can mar the success of the procedure. So suction loss can be there, the OBL, the opaque bubble layer, can be there, black spots can be there and have to be dealt with in the surgical procedure, incision tears or bleeds from peripheral vessels on the cornea can be there, lenticle dissection can become difficult at times, and cap perforation, again a very, very rare possibility, is a possibility but very rare. Decentered ablation and epithelial defects. Epithelial defects can happen during different ways, and this is a not so rare possibility in the smile procedure. Intraoperative complications, and if it comes to the intraoperative complication of suction loss, in our cases, it was just 0.36%, and we could manage this intraoperative suction loss properly. Now, you'll see that we are able to do the dissection of the lenticule, and the lenticular dissection once done, the patient is moving, the patient is uncomfortable, and we have suction loss after the lenticule cut. However, we do a redocking in this patient, and once the redocking is done, we take a lenticular cut just about 0.4 millimeters within the lenticule, and then do the cap cut, the cap dissection, and the cap cut. And then, of course, do we have a proper lenticular dissection in this case? Yes, we do. And the rest of the part is just as about simple as it is. So it has to be done very gently, because the cap cut and the lenticule cut have to be negotiated well. And once the pockets are done, then of course the dissection is as would be in a normal case. So the dissection is again very gentle, remembering the fact that we have had a little bit of a problem for the suction loss, and then the lenticule is removed, but it has to be checked properly that it is in toto and the full circle of the lenticule is there. So in this patient, now the opaque bubble layer, another difficulty that might happen, and the incidence is about 0.73%. We had about a 0.71% in our cases. The risk factors are of course thick cornea, thin lenticule, stiff cornea, high laser energy levels, increased spacing between the laser spots, and increased force during docking and repeated docking. So we need to prevent such an occurrence, and irrigation to remove all the debris, the adequate removal of the excess fluid with a sponge, low laser energy, and deeper lenticular separation. Now let us look at this difficulty, and these are black spots that can occur, 0.33 to 111%. Our experience just about 0.86%. We need to be very cognizant of the fact that the cornea is not dry, or excessive anesthetics have not been applied. Now look at this. These are the black spots that are appearing while the lenticular cut is going on. With the cap cut, you will see that there is a decrease in the black spots, which means that there would be some amount of impregnation. Now we go ahead with the lenticular dissection, and the pockets are made, both the lenticular and the cap pockets, and I take precautions so that we go to the area of the black spots last, using gentle fluid all the time and dissecting the black spots around it and separating it very, very gently. This has been a little fast forwarded for the convenience, and once this is done, then the lenticular cut again has to be done very gently. Once this has been done, the lenticular dissection, as you can see, is a little difficult because it is there where the uncut areas are, and this must be done with great precaution, using a spatula judiciously, not being in a hurry, because otherwise there could be perforation, there could be retained lenticule, and other possibilities. So once this has been done, there is failure to grasp with the crocodile forceps at this point of time, so we need to dissect out a little more, and this amount of judicious separation with the spatula once again. And once that has been done, let's see if it can come out. So because the handling has been there, we have a little bit of accident abrasion on the epithelium as well, and this has to be removed. Now once we have the lenticule in place, the lenticule looks to be intact and proper, and a bandage contact lens is given over the epithelium. Retained lenticule, again, this is a possibility, and it has to be managed judiciously. Here we have OBL in this particular patient, and with the OBL, we know that the dissection is going to be difficult. The amount of dissection that has been done, and then we remove the lenticule. And look at this. So the lenticule is there, but we have incomplete lenticule and we have left some amount and it is retained in the pocket. So we need to go ahead and see that it must be removed. So this part is very important, the judicious assessment that whether lenticule is incomplete. If it is, it has to be taken out. So we identify this portion where the lenticule is still there. We dissect this, gradually separating it out, and we are able to separate out the edge of the retained lenticule. And once this has been separated, then we use the crocodile forceps. We grasp it and remove it in a circumferential pattern so that it comes out. Now, is this complete or is it still incomplete is the question. So we remove and then we try and put it as a jigsaw puzzle. Will it fit into the puzzle is the importance. So we spread out the first large part of the lenticule and then join it with the removed part which was done subsequently. Yes, it is complete. So this is important that ultimately it has to be complete. So cap perforation is very rare. We did not have any cap perforation. Ablation decentration is also rare. Post-operative complications of dry eye, regression of the refractive error and altered contrast sensitivity, and inductions of AGA. Management of regression, a regression in a smile procedure can happen, and a possibility in our experience was just about 0.43%. PRK, LASIK or a circle software to be used in such cases is a possibility. So here we have our case in which after 3 months we detected 1.25 diopters of myopia that had regressed, and this is what we do for this patient. We do in this particular patient PRK over the smile procedure, and the smile procedure has been done, so we need to be very judicious that we are able to take off the epithelium and then to do ablation, photoablation over the as a PRK, and to use also the MMC that has to be used. And with the MMC use, we do understand that the regression would be as less as possible, and of course bandage contact lens over this. So pearls, the main pearl is smile has a definite learning curve, and this definite learning curve has to be thought of. It's very important to be aware of the complications and the management and to foresee the probable errors. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Professor Namrata Sharma ma'am to felicitate sir. And in the meantime, I would like to request Dr. Prashant Bhavankule, our dynamic chairman ARC AIIMS, to come to the dais for his talk on extreme iris loss management.
So 1 second.
So Prashant sir is currently the chairperson of ARC, you all know that. And sir is an excellent vitreoretinal surgeon and the founder director of Sarakshi Netralaya, Nagpur.
Yes.
Thank you. Let me congratulate RPC and the team RPC for this anniversary event. Thank you to Professor Radhika ma'am, Namrata ma'am, and the whole team for this wonderful invite and wonderful opportunity to be with all of you. Well, friends, I would be speaking on one of my favorite topics. This is going to be about the iris abnormalities. Most of us, as a phaco or VR surgeon, this is the tissue which is oft neglected and we really do not bother much to do about it. And why is it important? Because you might do a good pseudophacosis, you might do a good pseudophakic rehabilitation, you might do a VR surgery, but if there is not sufficient iris, it might lead to glare, visual disturbances, photophobia. And let's not forget even the cosmetic part of it. So this is a video bouquet of few of the cases which we have done to just initiate and encourage people that they should be doing sufficient justice. So this is 180 degrees iris root disinsertion with a traumatic cataract. Patient was referred to us for traumatic cataract. Here I would not be sharing with you the cases, but in this particular video you need to remember, before we do a cataract, we have to get this iris tissue away from the active port of phacoemulsification and all, and once that is done, I have completed the phaco. Now I am creating a scleral tunnel at 9 o'clock meridian. I need to anchor the iris root with a tenoprolene suture. Here it goes, and once it is anchored, you can see the iris is pulled in that direction. To compensate and to make it more circular, here we do additionally a 4th row knot pupilloplasty, which is popularized by Professor Amar Agrawal sir, and this is the 4 knots which you can see classically. So this is a combination of iris root anchoring with a 4th row knot pupilloplasty. So this is the pre-op of this particular patient who had not only a traumatic cataract, but you can see an IOL rehabilitation with a almost circular pupil. Case 2, this is a case of a dislocated cataract with a vitreous hemorrhage with almost 270 degrees iris root disinsertion. So here we decided, remember, whenever we do a vitreoretinal procedure and if we have to put a tamponade, it can cause secondary glaucoma or corneal endothelial decompensation, and that is the reason why an iris pupillary diaphragm reconstruction is absolutely mandatory. So in this particular case, as you can see, I have completed lensectomy, vitrectomy, and now I am going to create a iris pupillary diaphragm. Luckily, I can see that it is 270 degrees iris, which is falling in one quadrant. So again, in this particular case, my job was relatively easy. I had to anchor the iris root at 2 or 3 ports. So first I anchor it at 3 o'clock meridian. As you can see, the tenoprolene suture goes. And always remember, the sutures have to be buried, and that's why the scleral pocket. So once done at 3 o'clock, then it is repeated at 1:30 o'clock and then 5 o'clock meridian, and this is the end result. So not only we had a good vitreoretinal procedure done, we had a tamponade which did not migrate into antechamber, thereby preventing anti-segment complications. And later, after the tamponade removal, we did a scleral fixation of IOL as well in this particular patient. This is case number 3. This is before repair on the left side of your screen, and then on the right side after tear repair you can see the iris tissue all dismantled over there, and this was the iris tissue which was there. So again, after having completed lensectomy, vitrectomy, here I am trying to assess the iris tissue. I am getting this iris tissue away from my active ports of vitrectomy, and once vitrectomy is done, you can see I would directly come to the, I will forward it, yeah. So luckily for me, in this particular case, the thing was, it was all attached. So my job was, once I do a scleral fixation of an IOL, here I am trying to assess. Here you can note, besides iris root disinsertion more than 300 clock hours, there was also a retroflexion. So in such cases you have to spend some time to understand the anatomy of this particular structures which is happening, and then I realized it is a retroflexion. So again, here job was to anchor it at 3-4 clock hours with a 4th row knot pupilloplasty, and this is the end result. I will not repeat the same thing just to show you. Well, now this is the next step to it. Here there is a traumatic cataract. You have an iris scar, which is corneal scar, which is repaired elsewhere. You have a traumatic cataract, and as you can see, the iris tissue was bundled up here. So after doing scleral fixation, I am assessing only I have about 3 clock hours of iris. So first I anchor that. Then I realized there is a deficiency of iris tissue between 7 to 11 o'clock meridian, but I needed to construct a pupil. So I do a 4th row knot pupilloplasty in trying to bridge the iris tissue available, and in that effort you can see there is a iridodialysis like situation in temporally. So after 4th row knot pupilloplasty, with whatever approximated iris tissue, I anchor that tissue, and you can see this is the end result of this particular patient. So 4 clock hours of iris tissue loss, but in spite of that you can have a significant pupil, well, almost normal pupil. Now this is another challenging case. We have a corneal scar with a large astigmatism with fibrous ingrowth into vitreous. You can see a cylinder almost to the requirement of almost 8 diopter. So here in this particular case you can see there is a iris tissue loss here, and I can't see the there is a large scar leading to 8 diopter, and there was a iris tissue loss of 4 clock hours. So in this case, first after having separated iris and after having done the lensectomy, I can't forward this here, I'm not getting the marker screen. Fine. So after having done the lensectomy, vitrectomy part of it and doing a phacoemulsification, here the lens goes, lens is anchored, And now my job about identifying the iris, I'm trying to revert the retroflexed iris, and I could note that the 3 clock hours in the superior quadrant were just retroflexed. And now I am approximating the, trying to compensate for the iris tissue loss between 3 clock hours to 7 o'clock by doing a 4 through knot pupilloplasty. So once I do a 4 through knot pupilloplasty, it was an old scar. Iris tissue was very friable, so it was cutting through it. And this is always a challenge in such cases. So here I approximated. Then further 4 through knot pupilloplasty was done. And I tried to reduce. The second challenge in this, besides creating a pupil, was that I had to compensate for the 8 diopters of cylinder. So I decided to do a further pinhole pupilloplasty, and I wanted to reduce. I wanted to get these Purkinje images in the center of it. So after having reducing the size to almost 3 millimeter, this is another 4 through knot pupilloplasty, and this is the end result. This was the end result. But here the Purkinje images were not centered, and we could not get an adequate. You can see that the Purkinje images at the edge of the pupillary margin. So I took him about a month later, and this was the, so here is a revision surgery for creating a 4 through knot pupilloplasty was done first, and then I had to get these Purkinje images into the center, so the pupillectomy was done with the help of a iris cutter. I am using a iris cutter, that is a vitreous cutter, to create a pupil, fashion a circular pupil in that region, and this is the end result of it. And because we had a pinhole pupilloplasty, the effect of 8 diopter cylinder could be compensated, and patient had only need of 1.5 cylinder, and we had a 636 vision in this eye. So, and this is another very badly macerated iris tissue where we have repaired, and this is the end result of this particular patient. So for want of time, I will just run through this particular few cases, and just so. So friends, why is it important to repair iris? Because it helps in compartmentalizing, thereby preventing glaucoma, corneal decompensation secondary to tamponade. You create a tissue for iris support of IOL, you give a cosmesis and better quality of vision because there is less glare, visual disturbances and photophobia. Thank you once more for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prashant. I think those were just very complex cases. I was just wondering, where do you get so many iris cases? But those were fantastic videos. Very difficult to find such spectacular collection.
I would request Professor Radhika ma'am to felicitate sir, and I would like to request our next speaker, Dr. Srinivas M. Joshi, for his talk on IOL gymnastics, innovative approaches to secondary IOLs. Dr. Srinivas is a young, excellent vitreoretina surgeon, co-director of Joshi Eye Institute, and to his credit, he has got 6 Red Buckler awards, and that shows how excellent surgeon he is, and he will be speaking on IOL gymnastics.
Good evening, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Namrata Madam, Dr. Radhika Tandon Madam, and Dr. Prafulla Maharana and Dr. Manpreet Kaur, and the entire team of RPC for having me here. So quickly, this is a 6-minute 56 seconds video. I'll just go about what are the different approaches for the secondary IOL, especially when they are dangling. So this is the case where earlier SFIL was done 8 to 10 years back. Now you can see the one haptic is already fallen down. So here, cutting the remnants of the previous haptic, and then do a railroading technique. Take that 9-O-proline and then thread it inside into the vitreous cavity, and then bring out the other end, make another a small 26 gauge sclerotomy entry, and try to get the threaded 9-O-proline out, and then just tie it under the flap. So this is a very simple technique. It just gets over within few minutes, and the lens is stable, patient is doing well.
Now coming to the next technique is, instead of, you know, that 9-o-proline already 10-o-proline they gets degraded, so why not use a 6-o-proline? So here I am using a 6-o-proline where it is already pre-threaded into this thin gauge 30 board needle, and bring that 6-o-proline inside and try to tuck it inside into the vitreous cavity, and once you try, just try to externalize it and then flange it. Make a big flange because it should not come out of the eyelet. So now we check inside in the vitreous cavity that it doesn't come out, and then pull the other end, just cut it and flange it. Now coming to the next video, again a similar situation where the patient had a subluxated SFIOL. So here again, after doing a vitrectomy, clearing the vitreous around the IOL and the complete PPV was done, chandelier was put. Now the aim here is to cut the remnant, that is very important, and once you cut the remnant of that piece, make a small entry, use another 26 gauge needle to railroad the 6-o-proline. So here you can see I'm just railroading the 6-o-proline inside into the 26 gauge. So once we do that, now take the other end of that 6-o-proline inside into the vitreous cavity. So the other end of the suture is held by the forceps, and slowly it's brought inside into the vitreous cavity, and then it's threaded inside. It should always, it's an important point to make, that it should always be upside down and not downside up. Otherwise the flange is going to irritate the ciliary body. So here just externalizing the end of that suture, flange it properly, and then just pull the other end. It sits very nicely. Just cut it and then flange it, then tuck it inside into the scleral tack. So this is the post-op image, day 1. So the next video is the aneridic SFIOL. So here similar way a 4 flange technique is done using a modified Sergio Canabrava technique. Here as you see, the aneridic SFIOL is put inside, and if you think that the flange might cause a disturbance, then you can always raise a flap and then try to do that. So this is the another case where the 3-piece IOL was decentered. There was no good back support secondary to trauma. You can see the corneal wound as well. So a complete vitrectomy was done, and after that use a 27 gauge trocar instrument or any 27 gauge track we needed. Just use the ILM forceps and slowly externalize, holding the tip of the 3-piece. So once the tip of the 3-piece is held, externalize it and then just flange it. So once it's done, similarly in the other way, this is a simplified method of, rather than railroading into the 26 or the 30 gauge needle, which can be cumbersome, but it's always important to always hold the tip of that haptic, otherwise the haptic might be broken, might get break. So here again you can see here I'm just trying to flange it and then push it back into the scleral tuck, and this is the end of the surgery. This is the post-op image. Now coming to the last set is the Gore-Tex sutured SFIOLs. These are also pretty good, long lasting, using a acryose IOL. So here the Gore-Tex suture is pre-threaded into the eyelets of the acryose 4-flanged IOL, and then cut it short. Now you can see, use the measuring tape because you need to know at what distance you want to be, and once you go inside, just use the edge of that thread and then externalize both these threads. Similarly it is done on the other side as well. it has a little bit of learning curve, but once we do it, it becomes very easy, and it's a very good stabilization, especially for the vitreoretinal procedures. We don't want the silicone oil or the gas to come into the AC. It gives a very good 4-point stabilization. And this is the, just try to close it with the tissue glue, and then so this is the last CMT flex. I think Dr. Piyush has already shown that in case if nothing works, instead of putting iris claw, usually I'm not a big fan of iris claw. Rather, I try to put it outside, below the iris. So just pull the T of that CMT flex, and you can see here it's a pretty easy technique. The only thing, the vault has to be seen. It's a posteriorly enclaved vault has to be placed, and once it's done, just externalize it and leave it off, and this is the end of it. It's the post-op image, and thank you very much for the patient
Thank you,
listening.
Srinivas. Again, excellent videos.
Excellent
I feel
videos.
you're more comfortable working in the vitreous than outside the vitreous. So all your threading, all your this thing, I think it is a very difficult thing to do, and excellent job done and wonderful videos.
Thank you.
So I would like to request Namrata Sharma ma'am and Radhika ma'am to felicitate Dr. Srinivas. Our next speaker is Dr. Rajendra Prasad sir, our own alumni, and you must have seen sir presenting his excellent videos, innovative videos. He has got several innovative awards, international awards to his name. Currently he is our DOS representative AIOC and our past president. Welcome sir.
इसको दोबारा खींच के लगा दो। Good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Radhika, Dr. Namrata, and Dr. Praful for giving this opportunity. So you must have seen that we come across several types of these intermittent white cataract in our clinical practice, and they have a common character with very high interlenticular pressure and tense and stressed out anterior capsule. So this happens primarily because of the hyperhydrated swollen and cataracts. It's primarily because of the cortical liquefaction and then voluminous swollen nucleus, which most of these cases have, and this is what increases the pressure. And when you puncture
the capsule with a needle or with a forceps, what happens, what you see is a volcanic eruption of the fluid which comes out from the point where we puncture, and which releases the pressure of the interlenticular pressure of the lens. And this happens with most of the cases where you have a liquefaction of the cortex in the lens. But this, what happens many times when you puncture the capsule with a needle, the capsule starts extending to the periphery, and it radializes in the form of the radial tear, and which is normally called as a Argentinian plaque sign. This happens when you have a very extremely high pressure in the lens. Several techniques have been described to prevent this Argentinian plaque sign and manage the Argentinian plaque sign. And some of the important or commonly practiced techniques are like mini rexes, which we all have been doing. Like we make a very small rexes at the center, and once you make the rexes at the center, then decompress the bag by evacuating the fluid and the lenticular material from that point. And then once you have decompressed the lenticular pressure, then you can start the capsular rexes. This is commonly practiced because we all do this. And the important point is this technique, it works very well and if you have a very mild to moderate high interlenticular pressure. The another technique is spiral CCC. So this technique also works very well in a mild to moderately high interlenticular pressure, where we spiral out the rexes. We start from the center and then slowly we spiral it out. This could be a 1-stage or 2-stage rexes. I think it's stuck now.
जी सर
Stuck.
स्टक हो गया वन सेकंड
लैपटॉप में हो पीछे से नहीं हो रहा।
नो सर ये आपकी हैंग हो गया
You can take up, I think.
यस सर सर एक बार रिपोर्ट को निकालेंगे दोबारा कनेक्ट कीजिए यस
Stuck here.
स्टक हो गया आपके लैपटॉप
Stuck.
I think there are some technical issues. So I would like to request Radhika ma'am to felicitate sir.
No, I'll just come back.
Yes.
अब लगाओ
नहीं,
अब लग जाएगा
नहीं स्टार्ट हो रखा है।
कोई बात नहीं उसको स्किप कर
अच्छा ये आपका ये अभी
लैपटॉप
आपको भी
स्टक हो
दोबारा
रखा
करके
है।
काम दोबारा
हाँ, इसको ऑफ करके करना पड़ेगा।
सर ये सो
Next, I would like to request our next speaker, Dr. Dinesh Garg sir. Dr. Dinesh Garg sir is going to speak on retrofixed iris claw lens, a viable option in case with deficit posterocapsular support. Sir is currently the medical director of Advanced Center for Eyes, Ludhiana, and he is an ex-professor DMCH Ludhiana, fellow of All India Collegium of Ophthalmology, and currently a member of Managing Committee AIOC and the past president of Punjab Ophthalmological Society.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Dr.
sir.
Praful. At the outset, I must thank Radhika ma'am and Namrata ma'am for the kind invitation. RP Center is a coveted place, and it has been nestled and built by the efforts of all the faculty, past and present, and I'm sure it is moving great heights. So I wish all the best, and I always keep coming back here. Well, love to come back here. So I have a couple of cases to present, and most of the complications of subluxated IULs and all were covered by Srinivas. So my job is easy now. Just the retrofixated iris claw lens. I come from Punjab, from where the iris claw originated, but I don't put it in the AC. I retrofix it into the posterior segment. So the options for our deficient posterior capsule are, in the absence of an intact, in the presence of an intact ACC, you can put a sulcus lens. In the absence of capsular support, either the scleral fixation, ACIUL or retrofix. Actually, retrofix is one of the easier ones to fix, which I have found over the years. I used to do a lot of retrofixated IULs. I don't do any ACIULs nowadays. And of course, plate haptic IULs and one-piece acrylics are to be avoided in these situations, and never to be put a PC IUL into the AC. So iris claw lens is something like a design which has two enclavements on the sides, which can be enclaved into the iris. So it doesn't touch the angle, it doesn't harm the angle, and when it goes posteriorly or posterior to the iris, then even the corneal damage is not there. So there are a few special instruments which we need to have, and the most important one is this kind of a Clayman forceps, a vertical one which holds the IUL in place and stabilizes it, and you need two side openings as for any other procedure to tuck the IUL in place. So I have these couple of videos. So this was a posteriorly dislocated IUL. I have brought it into the anterior chamber. This was then removed under viscoelastic. 23 gauge pars plana vitrectomy has already been done. So this is through that corneal approach. So I'll need to put a stitch at the end. And before putting a iris claw lens, we use a pilocarpine to constrict the pupil. Holding this iris claw lens is important. It goes in vertically so that maximum or the smallest incision is needed, and then this is a PMMA lens, and you just enclave it on two sides at 180 degrees. So hold the lens from the center, go from the side with a straight rod. I always tend to do a continuous irrigation either by pars plana or limbus, and of course, being a vitreoretinal surgeon, I prefer a pars plana infusion, and this is the end of the procedure. And I have just double checked that the enclavement is proper. Do a peripheral iridectomy before we end the procedure. This is another one. This was one of my own cases where I had done
We present a
phaco.
case of 66-year-old lady who had healed panuveitis both eyes.
She had a lot of
She
vitreous
underwent
exudates as well.
uneven full phaco-IUL right eye at our center in August 2012, but 11 years later she presented with subluxation of IUL bag complex in her right eye. She was operated for pars plana vitrectomy with IUL removal with retrofixated iris claw IUL right eye. We present a case of 66-year-old lady who had healed panuveitis both eyes. She underwent uneven full phaco-IUL right eye at our center in August 2012, but 11 years later she presented with subluxation of IUL bag complex in her right eye. She was operated for pars plana vitrectomy with IUL removal with retrofixated iris claw IUL right eye. Under local anesthesia, 6 mm scleral
This was
tunnel
done through a
incision
scleral
was
tunnel.
fashioned superiorly 2 mm away from the limbus. 3. 25 gauge pars plana cannulas were placed 3 mm from the limbus. Pars plana vitrectomy was done. Sideboard entries were made with MVR at 3 o'clock and
I
9
usually
o'clock
avoid doing
positions.
gymnastics in the posterior segment.
Anterior chamber was
So,
entered
I
and
just prefer
scleral
a
tunnel
iris claw.
was enlarged to 6 mm with side pockets. IUL bag complex was lifted into the anterior chamber and removed from the scleral tunnel.
This whole bag was subluxated and hanging into the vitreous.
Iris was deposited back and pupil was constricted with intracameral pilocarpine. Iris claw IUL was inserted into the anterior chamber through the scleral tunnel using McPherson IUL holding forceps. Then, iris claw was positioned in horizontal direction.
So this is important where you want to enclave those
held at the center of optic with Clement forceps,
Go
positioned posterior to the iris and enclaved on the left side with the
This is
help
the
of straight rod
L-shaped
through
Clement
the
forceps.
side port entry. Similar maneuver was performed on the right side and iris claw IUL was enclaved posteriorly. Corneal hydration of ports was done.
So she was 6'12" and 6 at 2.5 months, and there was not much of astigmatism. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Radhika ma'am to felicitate sir. And I think Dr. Rajendra Prasad sir's PPT is working fine now. So he has just last 2 minutes left, so we can complete that PPT, then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for
Wait a second. लैपटॉप पकड़ना कनेक्टर होगा Sir, 1 second.
दूसरा वाला कनेक्टर था ना पहले
सर एक बार ट्राई करना
So sorry for the delay, and so what I was talking about was like most of these cases have a mild to moderately high interlenticular pressure, and most of these techniques would work in these situations. But what if you have a very extremely high interlenticular pressure? What happens the moment you puncture? You don't get any time. It's a spontaneous extension of the tear to the periphery. You don't have any time to create a mini rhexis or micro rhexis or spiral rhexis. The tear would already extend to the periphery and result into the Argentinian flag sign. So why this happens? Because as you could see here, because when you use a needle, this is a hypodermic needle or the sharp tip rhexis forceps. When you puncture the capsule, you create a linear cut on the capsule. Now this linear cut actually has a two openings, like it has a two open edges, and when you puncture the capsule, these open edges start opening to the periphery. So what we did actually was, so as you can see here in this animation, because the moment you create a puncture, there is a formation of the linear cut, and this linear cut starts opening because of the high interlenticular pressure. So what we did was like we made this saving needle capsulotomy, which has a tip which is like a saving needle. It's a round and pointed tip. When you puncture the capsule with this tip, you create a mini rhexis. This is called as the micro rhexis on the capsule, and which is absolutely different from what we do with the hypodermic needle. So you can see the difference here, because if you puncture with this needle, you create a hole, while you puncture with the hypodermic needle, you create a linear cut. So I'll just go through few cases. This is the first case, which is known as a type 1 intumescent soft immature white cataract, where you have a hyperhydrated fluffy cortex, milky white fluid and soft nucleus. And this technique would work in all the types, whether you have a very low interlenticular pressure or extremely high interlenticular pressure also. The moment you puncture, the pressure releases through this opening, and then you can create a capsular rhexis of your choice, of your size, whatever is desired size of in that particular situation. The second case, type 2, here you have a, you can see these clefts, and these are the cases where you have a little higher pressure. And if you have this kind of cases, then here also, like if you puncture, you just make a hole. What you can see here, you see the hole formation with this tip, and it's a micro rhexis. So this hole has a greater resistance than the cut which we create on the capsule, and this helps in releasing the pressure, interlenticular pressure, and some amount of the fluid can be evacuated through this, and then you can create a capsular rhexis of your choice. There's another case, this type 3 intumescent hypermature white cataract, where you have a complete liquefaction of the fluid cortex in the interlenticular area, and when you puncture, you get the fluid which gushes out. It's a eruption of the fluid, and itself releases the pressure, interlenticular pressure, and then you can start the capsular rhexis slowly and create a capsular rhexis of 5.5 or 6 millimeter in size. The last case is type 4 intumescent extremely hypermature white cataract. Here you have a complete liquefaction of the cortex. There is a dense hard nucleus sink to the bottom, and this is known as a Morgagnian white cataract. Also, you can see here, when you puncture the capsule, you get a complete evacuation of the fluid, which is coming out, the white fluid, and then once you pressurize the anterior chamber with the viscoelastic, and then you can create the capsular access of your choice. So here, because once you depressurize the capsular bag, decompress the bag, the pressure is gone, and your capsule becomes very relaxed, and then you can start the capsular access very easily without the threat of extension of the capsular tear to the periphery of any size, like you can get a size of 5.5 to 6 millimeter. So what happens if you get a complete extension of the tear to the periphery? The important point is you have to be sure like this tear is not extending to the posterior capsule, and you have to do the maneuvering in a way so that there is no pressure put on the extended tear. You can give a 2 nicks on both the sides so that you create a semicircular kind of rhexis, a sort of rhexis, so that whenever you are doing the phacoemulsification in this bag, your pressure is distributed all around, and then you can very safely remove the nucleus and the lenticular material with a very controlled chopping of these nuclei, and then remove the lens material thoroughly. And when you put the IOL, be sure that your IOL is implanted radial to this tear, like it should not be parallel to the tear. The haptics should be radial to the tear, and then you get a good result. So thank you very much. I'll just stop here. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be given here with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to invite our own alumni. Next, I would like to invite our own alumni, Dr. Srini, sir, and you must have seen him, our dynamic alumni, and he's an excellent cataract surgeon. He has performed more than 1.3 lakh cataract surgery, and he was the host to that AIOS 2023. Currently, a managing member, managing committee AIOC, and he has been he has worked as chairman scientific committee Kerala Society of Ophthalmic Society, honorable general secretary of Kerala Society of Ophthalmic Surgeon, and managing editor of Kerala Journal of Ophthalmology. So sir is going to speak about opposite clear corneal incisions for management of astigmatism in the era of toric IOLs. Welcome, sir.
Which one? Second, this one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Prafula. Thank you, Radhika ma'am, Namrata ma'am, for this great opportunity. Probably my presentation is the only real basic presentation in a session of all high-profile presentations. If a patient has preoperative corneal astigmatism, these are the different choices for managing that astigmatism. Toric IOL is definitely the one that gives best results, and that is the phacoemulsification toric IOL implantation is the treatment of choice for astigmatism correction. But I quite frequently do a lot of opposite clear corneal incisions. I'll come to why I do that. LRI, I've never done actually. If it is a multifocal IOL that you're planning, then it is only toric multifocal IOL if there is a corneal astigmatism. But if it is a monofocal IOL and the astigmatism is quite low, 1.25, 1 or less, then there are situations in which I would really consider opposite clear corneal incision, especially if the patient can't really afford toric IOL. If it is more than 1.25, 1.5 diopters, my first choice is toric IOL. But if the patient can't again afford a toric IOL, I would definitely, even if it is a 2 diopter astigmatism or whatever, I would definitely go for a opposite cliconal incision to reduce the degree of astigmatism in these cases, because you can definitely reduce it. So see, there is nothing novel in this technique, and the only thing is that it should not be like you're going to test against rule estimate. You just put a temporal cliconal incision and opposite. You have to mark the steep axis, and both incisions should be on the steep axis. The incisions now normally my choice is 2.2 keratome. Here I will go for a 2.8 mm keratome only, because the idea here is to flatten that steep axis, and the same keratome is used, so no extra cost is involved there. It's nothing new, and publications on opposite cliconal incision for management of corneal astigmatism and cataract surgery has been there for the past 20-30 years. And this was published about 25 years back, and they made quite large incisions, 2.8 to 3.5 mm, and they reported that they could get an utilization of about 2.06 diopters with opposite cliconal incisions. The latest studies have all been with 2.8 mm, and probably because of that, in all the other studies, the astigmatism correction reported is between 1.23 and 1.75 diopters only. So there have been studies which have compared opposite cliconal incision to toric IOL implantation for the management of corneal astigmatism in cataract surgery. This particular study published in JCRS in 2009, in that, if you see the results, the correction achieved with toric IOL is almost same as that you get with opposite cliconal incision, in this case 1.75 versus 1.61 diopters. See, this is one study published from our own RP center, Dr. Coker et al. The incisions were 3.2 mm. So they compared single cliconal incision and opposite cliconal incisions. So obviously, it is as expected. It is the paired incision that give higher amounts of astigmatism correction. So 1.66 versus 0.85. If it is an against rule astigmatism, the astigmatism correction that you get with opposite cliconal incision is much lesser when you do it for a against rule astigmatism, as seen in this study which came out in 2022, 1.06 for with the rule astigmatism and 0.53 for the against the rule astigmatism. See, when you are using a toric IOL implantation for management of astigmatism in cataract surgery, you are definite about the results. If it is opposite cliconal incision, nothing is definite. There are a lot of influencing factors in it, like the incision size, the way you place the incision. See, if it is a bigger incision, you could see from the studies, if it is 3.2 mm, the correction is much more. So, wider the incision, more the correction. More anterior you place it. See, normally I go for a posterior limbal. In these cases, I go for a more anterior incision, more clear corneal. That gives much better correction, and it is normally a uniplanar tunnel that I make, and so these are factors that influence the correction that that happens in these sort of surgeries. And as I said, if it is an older patient, the correction that you achieve is much more, and with the rule astigmatism, the correction is much more. See, the cataractcoach.com fame, Dr. Uday Devgan, is a strong proponent of opposite cliconal incision for management of astigmatism, and he has his own nomogram for it. In my hand, I get about 1 to 1.25 diopter correction in with the rule, and about 0.75 to 0.5 diopter correction when against zero. The only problem that I face is if the incision is to be placed to my left, I'm not comfortable with that. Because I'm mostly go for a temporal, and it's quite difficult. In those cases, I go for a 2.2 mm keratome for the main, and you flatten the steep cornea in the opposite side with a 2.8 mm entry, which I extended to 3 mm. From Dr. Coker's study, you can see that 3.2 mm gives about 0.8 diopters of astigmatism. So that's it. And coming back to my first slide, I said that I don't. My first preference for astigmatism correction in multifocal IOL implantation is toric multifocal. But this was a patient in which I had planned multifocal, and there was a preoperative astigmatism of 0.75 diopters. It was a IOCare lens. So I asked for a toric multifocal. They said, sir, there is no need for that. And they actually sent a non-toric IOL. I was not comfortable. In that case, I neutralized that astigmatism with opposite clear corneal incision. Postoperatively, the patient had 6, 6, and 6. So, opposite clear corneal incision has its own role. It can be used in your practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful lecture. Now, I would like to request Professor Radhika Tandon ma'am to felicitate Dr. Srini. And I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Vinod Kumar Arora, sir, for his talk on refractive surprise management following cataract surgery. Sir is currently the a member managing committee AIOC, and he is the current president of Uttarakhand State Ophthalmic Society. He has more than 30 papers to his name, and all the residents sitting here, you must have participated in his famous 2 minutes to win program in one or other conferences. He has several awards to his name, and he is also a FICO examiner. Welcome, sir.
This one? Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me here. And my talk is number 13, the lucky one. Touchwood, I don't believe any supervision, including the touchwood also. So, doing a cataract surgery is always a challenging, and I think is the most popular refractive surgery as on today. What is refractive surprise? If there is a significant difference between the planned and achieved results, it's called the refractive surprise. What are the risk patients? They may be small hyperopic eyes, there may be large myopic eyes, they may be big bag, where you don't know where the lens will go, very steep or flat case, then shallow anterior chamber depth, prior history of refractive surgery or keratoplasty, that's coming in a big way. Now we are doing a large number of LASIKs or SMILE. These patients are going to come cataract in the coming days. So we have to be ready for them. Recognized eyes, corneal ectasia, then contact lens user. We have to give it sufficient time to avoid the warpage in these cases. And what are the causes? Why do we get surprises? There may be daughter capture accuracy. There may be preoperative ocular surface disease. There may be dry eye disease, anterior basement membrane dystrophy. There may be IOL miscalculation. There may be residual refractive astigmatism, or there may be postoperative shift in position of IOL. So we have to understand there is a limitation of accuracy of biometric measurement and inherent uncertainty of IOL power calculation to find ELP. If you make any error, we will get the surprise accordingly. So if in spite of all the best precautions, everything, you get a surprise, now what to do? First thing, you have to determine what went wrong. Whether it was the right patient, sometimes there is similar sounding name in your OT list, and maybe Ram Prakash had been sent in place of Ram Singh. So you have to make sure whether it was the right eye, the patient has cataract in both eyes, and you planned for right, and patient now shifted to left and asked the staff to go for left. And whether the IOL is right or not, something what happens, you have planned a Technis one, it's not in the stock, your staff gives you Hoya one, there will be a difference. So there are some things which you can do in these cases, like phimosis. If there is a capsular block, that can cause forward movement of the lens and a myopic shift. This is very easily dealt with using a Yaz capsulotomy, and it can be easily resolved by giving 4 nicks. Then you have got a surprise now what to do. First thing is the prescription of spectacles. If the patient is happy, you are happy. Don't worry for anything. Don't try to be hero. Contact lens, usually these are not successful in elderly patients. Corneal surgery, you can do LRI. For hyperopic discriminant, it's very, very good. For you can do laser vision correction, you can do IOL exchange, or you can do the rotation of toric IOL, and you can do the piggyback implantation. I will not go detail in the astigmatism because that's a separate chapter itself. But coming to the mini RK, it's a 4 mid peripheral incisions. It can reduce your myopia and good for low myopia. It's a quick, economical, not very precise, and it can cause glare in few patients. Then LRI is a very good for residual cylinder. You got a nomogram, you can just fit it there and you can get whatever you want. Especially for the plus, it's a coupling effect which corrects the plus spherical also. But in case of minus cylinder and minus spherical, you have to choose laser, otherwise you'll be left with some number also there. These are the nomograms which can be used. You have to feed, this will give you how much LRI you want. Is the degree of LRI, is the position of LRI, you can just pre-plan everything. That makes the life very easy. Then coming to the laser vision correction, it's a good choice in majority of the cases. Advantages, it avoids intraocular surgery, there is a quick recovery, can correct any residual error. But the drawbacks are, it introduces higher order aberrations. IOL itself causes higher order aberrations, it again introduces the things. There may be dry eye, especially in the elderly patients. It may be irreversible, or most of the doctors may not have access to it also. The tips for doing laser vision correction, you have to make a pre-surgery flap. If you think the patient is very risky one or the complicated one, you think they're going to be surprised, make a flap, but the trick is here, don't lift it, leave it there. And once the cataract has been done, you can just lift it, because most of the complication occur by lifting of the flap. Then post-surgery, you have to wait unless the refraction is stabilized. Minimum phaco for 1 month, for small incision cataract surgery for 3 months. Femto is preferred in these cases. You can do advanced surface ablation in small errors. Trans-epithelial PRK is preferred in these cases. We have to remember that dry eye is more common in elderly patient, so we have to use a lot of lubricants and no mitomycin. These corneas are already very stiff. So elderly cornea, you don't need to use mitomycin. IOL exchange, you have to use a good instruments, that's very, very important. Use always sharp instruments. You have to use a lot of lubricants, dislodge the lens. You can take it out, you can increase the incision, doesn't matter much. Maybe some astigmatism may be there, or better you can cut it if you got a sharp instruments. You have to do very, very precise. We have got a IOL cutter also. This is introduced by Neha Dholakia. I think it's a very good instrument and it cuts the lens like a butter. The video is courtesy Dr. Kamal Kapoor. So this thing had made the life much easy. You can cut in as many pieces as you want, and then taking out is very easy. It makes the things much safe. Then IOL exchange, avoid as far as possible. Verify the problem. If there is a regular symptom, you have to treat it. If required, do it earlier, preferably within 1 to 2 months. You have to use plenty of visco. The drawbacks are, it's difficult to remove IOL in some cases. If you find the haptics are stuck, you can cut it, the haptics, and take out the optics only. May cause trauma to axis, bag, or surrounding structure. It may increase the astigmatism or can it reduce it. The result may not be perfect even after some time. You put the second lens, it may not be always perfect. Then implantable phakic lenses are very, very good. They give a good results. They are very, very good for hyperopia especially, because the LASIK causes some higher aberration in these cases. The previous complication like interlenticular membrane, pseudoexfoliation, pigment dispersion, and corneal endothelial cell decomposition are not seen with the newer ones. These are the piggyback lenses, which are very good. You can implant, and they can correct any amount of ametropy. It may be plus, minus, or it may be residual, or you can make the patient press trifocal lenses also. So if patient has monofocal, you can put a multifocal lens on that also. These are the toric ones. Then multifocal torics also are available. Surgical procedure is very, very simple. You have to make a minimum incision, just slide the lens, and it's very easy. You have to get the safety from the back. There's nothing wrong. Posterior capsule is much protected, and you can easily do it. You have to aspirate the OVD and start antibiotic. It's a very routine one. You don't have to learn any new technique. The IL power calculation is very easy. For myopic correction, the same power. For hyperopic correction, multiply it by 1.5. So Rayner circumflex's power is calculated by giving residual refraction. Here that you have to calculate only one factor, that's a refraction. There's no need of anything axial line, corneal, no variables. So this is a procedure. I think we are running short of time, so I'll not show. It's very easy to slide the lens. This is one of the more presbyopic lens again. Then we have the Indian version. It's a monofocal, toric, multifocal, toric monofocal designed for sulcus placements from the Kera group, and it's much cheaper. Its cost around 5,000 to 6,000. You can easily put it and gives a very, very good result. So the advantages are it's a safe, it's a reversible, it causes less trauma than IOL exchange. Opening of the bag is not required. You have to base only on refraction. It's a reversible procedure, and within all surgical skills set, you don't have to learn anything else. You are doing cataract surgery, you can do it. The specific indication, you can use it to treat dysprotopsia. The drawbacks is new concept. There's a lack of peer review, but we got no good number. And rotation stability sometimes is not very good. Just to conclude, there are a variety of options: IOL exchange, laser vision correction, piggyback. For myopia, LASIK is preferred. For hypermetropia, piggyback IOL or IOL exchange is a better choice. For astigmatism, you can use anything piggyback, LVC or LRI. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Professor Namta Sharma ma'am to felicitate sir, and I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. J.S. Bhalla sir. Okay, I think sir Dr. Bhalla has not reached yet, so I would like to request our next speaker, Dr. Rakesh Gupta, an excellent cataract surgeon, and currently our Delhi Ophthalmic Society's executive member, and you must have watched his videos on YouTube. He has a lot of innovative techniques in cataract surgery as well as refractive surgery. Welcome, Dr. Rakesh.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Adhika ma'am, Dr. Namrata ma'am, and Dr. Full for this wonderful opportunity. So I'll be talking about dual tunnel ambidextrous phaco, which is a severe and complicated cataracts. It's a new technique which I've evolved after attaining ambidexterity, and my ambidexterity is actually acquired. So how does this technique help? Basically, I make two tunnels which can be 90 to 180 degree apart. One side put in between two tunnels, and other side put as per your right or left handedness. Ambidexterity makes it convenient, but it is not mandatory. Even if you have preferred dexterity on one side, you can do it by simply rotating your chair from one to other side. So I'll be sharing some videos. In this video, I'm showing it's a soft posterior polar cataract. I've also shown my external video. On the left video, which is showing external video, and other is the microscopic view. So after making two tunnels, I make two trenches. So there is no hydrodissection, no delineation, no nuclear rotation required. So all the risk factors in posterior polar cataracts are taken care of. And after making 2 quadrants, actually 2 trenches, which makes 4 quadrants, and you crack them, and then you remove 2 halves, left 2 halves from the right tunnel, and right 2 halves from the left tunnel. These techniques help wonderfully because it ensures that it reduces the risk of nucleus drop. It also reduces the risk of PC rent even during epinucleus removal. So in my hands, I have done almost more than 50 cases such now, and I never had a nucleus drop till now. So because the hydrodissection is not done, so I do visco dissection after nucleus is out, so that separates this epinucleus and cortex from the capsule, and that can be aspirated. So this is hydroimplantation in the posterior polar cataract. So this video was showing it was a soft cataract, but where is the importance of this technique? So this is a very old video when I started actually. If you see, this is a very hard cataract, grade 4 or 5 cataract and posterior polar cataract. And this patient actually was refused surgery because of, when people were telling, so almost 8 or 9 years patient was waiting, and when cataract became very hard, vision was less than 60, he agreed for the surgery. So this was one of the first few cases where I did very hard cataract. Obviously with posterior polar it was difficult, and you can see the speed, just to accommodate more videos I have increased the speed, but you can see now here, this is you will see the fluttering of central PC, which is very typical of posterior polars. With hard cataract also I have been able to salvage it. Now in the third video I will be showing where this technique helped me in helping my colleague. My colleague was doing cataract with pseudoexfoliation and phacodonosis, and you see after making waters, suddenly there was difficulty in rotating the nucleus, and every attempt to rotate the nucleus there was a zonal dialysis, which was increasing. So at this stage I took over. So I made the left tunnel, you can see now, so that helped me in debulking the capsular bag, and because there was a significant zonal dialysis by this time, you can see there is more vitreous prolapse, so I decided to do a limited anterior vitrectomy, and after that I anchored one Gupta ring segment to stabilize the capsular bag. So this dual tunnel technique helped me in salvaging this. Otherwise, there was a possibly a bag with capsule would have dislocated into the posterior segment. And you see after implanting Gupta ring segment through Hoffman pocket, the capsule bag has nicely stabilized, and now I am it is like a routine case now after implanting this. So that even for one fragment when I made left tunnel, it has helped. And you can see this is a 3 weeks post-op picture of the same patient. And now now even in small people, like this is example, this is a patient has a complicated cataract where I did sinucolysis. People was not dilating, so this case suddenly came on table. I had no Malugan ring available or any ring available, so I decided to continue. So I made a Rexis which is actually blind, but Rexis went very well because it was a soft cataract, so it was not rotating. So when I did nucleus removal, I decided to make another tunnel on the left side, and I removed right half of the cataract from the left tunnel. And now so you can see this chopper which I am using. I have designed this chopper myself, and it is a kind of chopper cum shield which is available with Indo-German now. So this chopper also helps in avoiding iris chafing, and it guards posterior capsule, iris as well as endothelium also, depending on which area you want to focus. So again, this is a post-op one-day picture of the same patient. And now this is an interesting case where this patient had a posterior polar cataract. He wanted trifocal lens only because his brother had it. Some surgeons refused, obviously for the obvious reasons, because posterior polar cataract you can't promise trifocal lenses in all the in both the eyes. This patient somehow came to know about this technique, and I did this. So I advise femtocataract to make central Rexis. So that my plan was, if there is a rent, I will be doing pupillary captures to stabilize the synergy trifocal IOL. So you will see that after I cracked, there is a PC rent. Now you can see the gaping between these two halves is indicative of PC rent, and all quadrants are in its place. But because I have not done hydrodissection delineation, so I was confident and I continued. I could remove all 4 quadrants using both the tunnels, right and left tunnels. And you will see now at one point, this one piece is going back, and the moment I press this left tunnel, this comes some kind of Venturi effect which pulled the pucellus in this piece up, and I was able to eat this piece away. And now through the left hand, I removed other half of the, other 2 quadrants. Yes, there was a PC rent and actually it was a large PC rent, and it was significantly hard cataract, but because of this dual tunnel, I was able to fulfill my commitment, and you will see I will be implanting a synergy lens, and with pupillary capture, there was excellent centration. So this is synergy IOL, and I have pupillary captured it. So because it is femto axis, so centration you can see on table centration is excellent. Now this is 3 weeks post-op image. You can see the rent also, and lens is very well centered. The patient is happy. Other eye also did, and patient had a similar result. So what are the advantages? It provides opportunity to handle nucleus and epinucleus from 2 different angles and position. Less stress on zonules and PC, so there is no need for nuclear rotation. It provides alternate access to cataract fragments in case of intra complications, like if there is zonal dialysis, if there is a PC rent, or even sometimes there is a localized DMD in the primary tunnel. So you can make other tunnel and you can go ahead and complete the surgery without extending the DMD or rent. It also helps keeping low pressure in the AC. I have shown in one video, when you press the second tunnel, suddenly there is zero pressure in the anterior chamber, and if any piece is falling back, with Venturi effect, this piece may come up. It also allows maneuverability in small zones like small pupil, small capsulotomy, or sometimes if there is a peripheral opacity because of PUK. In such cases, this technique is very helpful. So in indications are posterior polar cataract with hard nucleus, phacodonosis, nuclear rotation is because it's not safe. Small pupil without retractors also it can be done, and if there is an extension or break in the axis, and you might need another port, so that you are not manipulating in the area of extension. If there is zonal dialysis, I have shown in one of the video, and even if floppy iris, because sometimes if your primary tunnel is showing recurring iris prolapse, you can make another tunnel more anterior into the cornea, and you can continue and complete the surgery. So this is the chopper which I have designed. This is a special features, like it has a round tip, it is 2 mm long. It has a notch to hold the equator of the nucleus, so even through the small pupil, it can slide back. As you can see, there is obtuse angle. So what happens if you slide this, rubbing the cornea, even if you are not able to see iris or anterior capsule, this chopper goes up to the equator and you can chop it. So this helps in chopping in the small pupil or small capsulotomy also. It looks blind, but with experience, I have learned to manage even in difficult most cases. It has a notch to hold equator, and the cutting edge is on the inner side, so it helps in chopping even in hard cataracts. And this 2 mm long tip, it helps, for example, if there is a surge in the, during surgery, so this ball will protect the capsule, the shaft will protect the iris and capsule, and rod will be protecting the endothelium. So when technologies are mastered, disaster happen faster. So I believe we should keep upgrading our skills, we should keep innovating new skills. Yes, technology is there to help, but this is one example. Technology has led, Sunita Williams in space, but because of our skills to survive and, unplanned 8 or 9 months stay in the, space. So I think skills are very important to be developed along with the advancing technology.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh.
Thank you.
Now I would like to request Radhika ma'am to felicitate Dr. Rakesh. In the meantime, I would like to request our next speaker, Dr. J.S. Bhalla sir, past Secretary, Delhi Ophthalmological Society, currently AIS rep to DOS rep to AIOC, and a member of Managing Committee, a member Scientific Committee. Sir has won several awards, presented several papers, and most important, excellent academician who always supports his JRs and SRs.
Hi sir, कैसे हैं?
So your name? So which one?
Negative dysphotopsia.
Negative. This one.
Slideshow.
Yes. 4 more. So photo तो वही click कर जाएंगे 20-30 minutes.
Yeah. Good evening. The topic I am going to cover is negative dysphotopsia, unraveling the enigma. It's not moving. Slides are not moving. Yeah. We know that there are two kinds of light. The glow that illuminates also cause unwanted images. Imagine you have performed unsuccessful, uncomplicated cataract surgery and you have given patient vision of 6 by 6. Surgery looks beautiful and you are ready to be congratulated. But instead your patient says, "Doc, I hate these unwanted images that you have given me. This is not what you wanted to hear." So what is dysphotopsia? Dysphotopsia are undesired optical images associated with otherwise uncomplicated IOL surgery and has become #1 problem following successful cataract surgery. Patients are incredibly unhappy. They move from one chamber to another, and when they are told that their surgery is perfect, this is not what you want what the patient wants to hear. So dysphotopsia, although this term is gaining acceptance, it's a misnomer, because photopsias are visual perception that arise in the absence of light stimuli, but visual disturbance of dysphotopsia do not occur in the absence of light stimuli. In the literature, terms such as photopsia, entoptic and photic phenomena have been used, and the term dysphotopsia was used for the first time in June 2000. It's a Churchill's proverbial riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma, because when surgeons and patients both are frustrated as no dependable remedies for this problem exist, and when the surgeons tell their patient that it will go away in time, it does not always turn out to be true. And some of these patients are so upset that they have filed lawsuits against ophthalmologists and lens manufacturers. So two major categories. Those arising from the optical surface of IOLs are called Purkinje reflexes, but those arising from the IOL edge reflections are called positive dysphotopsia, and edge scotomas are called negative dysphotopsia. This is ray tracing analysis of IOH which has been done. We wanted some desirable traits in foldable lenses that has led to undesirable optical phenomena. We wanted thin lens to go through a small incision, it acts like a mirror. We wanted square edge to reduce PCO, it causes internal reflections. Hydrophobic IOLs, they are more friendly to the posterior capsule as they cause less PCO, but they cause more photopsia because of low anterior curvature and high refractive index. Truncation, bitruncation all cause mirror-like effect and reflections and scotomas. So negative dysphotopsia was reported first time in 2000 by James Davison, who likened this temporal darkness to horse blindness. It is commonest type, less understood, more debilitating than positive dysphotopsia, and unfortunately it is associated only with perfect surgery, good surgeon, good IOLs. It is a sickle-shaped dark shadow or crescent that gives the impression of a shade over the temporal peripheral region, so also likened to a horse temporal blindness. So this is negative dysphotopsia, where Holiday has done some optical ray tracing study, and he found that there are three types of shadows: type 1, type 2 and type 3 shadows, and this is likened to type 2 shadows according to ray tracing. Why it occurs is when light from the temporal field of vision, they strike they go through the nasal edge of the pupil and strike the nasal edge of IOL, they are reflected back. So simple explanation is, since the lights are reflected back and there is no light to be refracted, it causes a shadow in the nasal area. Since this is caused by temporal rays of light, that's why it leads to scotomas or shadow in the temporal periphery. So this is one thing, that light from far temporal can miss the IOL and arrive anteriorly on the nasal retina. So these are experimental models which have been made of the ray tracing, and when they found that when you vary the angle from the temporal periphery, the light rays which come from the far periphery, they miss or they graze the anterior surface of the IOL. So the shadow between the light refracted from the anterior surface of the IOL and the anterior edge of the IOL causes a shadow, and which is about 2.5 to 2.8 degree. So you find that when the light rays, the angle is changed from 30 degrees, 60 degree, and exactly at 90 degrees, this light ray which come from the temporal periphery at the 90 degree when they strike the nasal edge of the IOL, this is the culprit, the incident light ray. So these are what has been done. You find that in round edge it does not occur. Why? And why it occurs with sharp edge of the posterior sharp edge of the IOLs is, you will find that the light rays which are refracted from the posterior edge are refracted much more anteriorly, and light rays from the bottom edge, they are refracted much more posteriorly. So there is it causes a shadow 2.8 degrees. And why it does not occur with the round edges? Because the light rays, they which are refracted, they diffuse and they bleed into this area, so that the shadow is also illuminated, so it does not occur with the round edge. So this is some experimental model has been made where they found that the maximum refractive angle was calculated to be 85.7 degrees and the minimum refractive angle was 88.3 degrees. So this dark gap of 2.6 degree, that is difference between 88.3 and 85.7, this occurs in the extreme temporal field. So what are the optical factors which are required for the development of negative dysphotopsia? They have been classified into primary and secondary factors. Primary factors are small pupil, more distance behind the pupil, that is distance between the posterior surface of iris and the anterior surface of eye. Normal crystalline lens is 4 millimeter in thickness. When it is replaced by IOL which is less than 1 millimeter in thickness, this distance between the pupil and IOL increases, and it has been calculated that when this distance is 0.06 to 1.2 for acrylic, this causes dysphotopsia. Sharp edge design, functional nasal retina that extends far anteriorly, then secondary factors are short axial length, high refractive index, small IOL diameter and large angle alpha. Why this dark shadow occurs only temporarily is because light rays which is coming nasally, it is tempered by the nose, eyebrow and cheek. So this is what the diagrams which have been drawn by the patients. These are the various shadows which can be black edge, grey crescent, black crescent or black corners. Incidence is 1.5 to 3% in the immediate post-operative period, but fortunately it decreases to much less in 6 months to 2 years. Types are transient dysphotopsia, which resolve in 2 weeks, temporary resolve in 6 to 12 months, and persistent is the one which consists of lingering cases that annoys the patients and perplexes the surgeon. So again, I'll repeat, it occurs with well-centered in the bag, good acrylic IOLs, does not happen with poorly centered IOLs, does not occur with AC IOLs. I'll just take a minute more. It occurs more frequently with higher index of refraction IOLs. It increases with bright light, symptoms present early and usually resolves by 6 months. It dilate the pupil, problem resolves. Constrict the pupil, problem worsens. Since no medical therapy seems to work, surgical management is required. And what is the surgical management which is required? One is removing the annulus, nasal annulus of the anterior capsule, placing shoulders of the haptics of 3-piece IOL horizontally, reverse optic capture, piggyback IOL, anti-dysphotopic IOLs are some of the new innovations. Why this removing nasal annulus of the anterior capsule helps is because one of the theories that this nasal annulus of the anterior capsule casts a shadow, so just removing it, yagging it by neodymium YAG laser can remove some of the symptoms of negative dysphotopsia. Placing single piece IOLs haptics horizontally also helps because now when light rays are coming and they are striking against the optic haptic junction, which acts as the extension of the optic, light rays bleeds into this shadow is illuminated and so dysphotopsia disappears. Reverse optic captures is another thing where what you do is you tease off the anterior capsule and bring the optic in front of the anterior capsule both nasally and temporally. So this reverse optic capture is also a very useful mechanism. Piggyback IOL, by decreasing the distance between the iris and IOL and covers the anterior capsule, also is found to be one of the solutions. New designs have been made, anti-dysphotopic IOL by Masket, then bag in the lens IOL by Mary Jo Tisignon, and our own Indian designs have been made, one by Dr. Prakhyat Roop and Dr. Shri Ganesh. So IOL exchange is the last resort when symptoms don't resolve in 6 months, and these are the principles of IOL exchange where you replace the lens with low refractive index lens, rounded edge lens, optic diameter is large and surface reflectivity is low. So precise reasons why certain patients encounter negative dysphotopsia and others do not still remain a mystery. Reverse optic capture and piggyback IOL implantation in the sulcus are the most successful approaches for negative dysphotopsia. So take home message is, surgeons need to know that dysphotopsia is a real and legitimate problem. Don't tell patient all is well. Counsel all will be well. So dysphotopsias represent a failure of current day cataract surgery and needs to be addressed by alterations of surgical methods, IOL designs or both. If you are able to remove these haunting images from the field of vision of these distressed souls, smile will return back to their countenance. Thank you everyone for your kind and patient.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Radhika ma'am and Namta ma'am to felicitate Dr. Bhalla sir. And I would like to request our next speaker, none other than Professor Dr. T.P. Lahane sir. Sir will be speaking on achieving safety in high volume cataract surgeries and probably the right person to discuss this. Sir has performed more than 177,000 cataracts and 32,000 other ocular surgeries. Padma Shri Awadi in 2008. He saved a number of lives as the nodal officer during COVID times. And sir is the former Dean of Grant Medical College, former Director of Medical Education and Research in Maharashtra. And at Maharashtra, he has done a lot of work for the private practitioner, including Doctor Protection Act in Maharashtra in 2010. Welcome, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Our next speaker will be Dr. Arvind Maurya. And backstage team, please ensure sir's laptop is working fine.
Okay. Thank you, Praful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Radhika ma'am. Thank you, Namrata. Now, this is the I'm speaking about the safety in the high volume cataract surgery. So, when we are going for a high volume, so there are so many discussions happens, and so those not to happen, but we need to reduce the aphakia. We started in 99, and these are the patients. Those will not come to you by any means, because they are the tribal people and they will be a laborer. So they will go blind, and their person will tell them that it is the sin of last your birth, and so you are blind. So by any means these people will not come to you, and you can see this is the queue. It is in 2024. So this queue is 1 kilometer. So that is not going to reduce, and whatever we say burden and all others, burden is there, and so we will have to think that yes, if they are not coming to us, we will have to reach them, and once we have to reach them, then once always it is possible to reach them, and once I can say reaching, then the always remember that we should not, I can say, compromise the quality. And here what we do is operation theatre. It is we operate only in the operation theatre, which is a ophthalmic operation theatre, and this theatre is always, you can say, fumigated 3 times, and 3 swabs are taken. Even the after that only we take a surgical equipment. These equipments are also minimum 10 sets for each table. The high quality is achieved by the double wrapping of the equipment that we are taking to the this one. These are truckload, and this we started in 99. This is the Anand one, where the leprosy patients are there, and we started from the leprosy patient. And you can see this is the teams are there, so different type of teams, only people are coming there. The dates are decided, all 6 camps, 26 years, same dates, and so no advertise. So patients are coming to the same this one patient screening is done, and you can see each patient is after admission, the patient is seen by the doctors. You can see we give identity card, and here name of the patient, diagnosis, any systemic disease, and then a scan is done, which is behind the identity card is there. And the worksheet, you can see I have got the near about 1,19,000 worksheets, and it was asked in the RTI. I give all the worksheets, and after that nobody is asking me that number is correct or not. And the another thing is we have this is the LOT system, that is the last in OT. Why? Because these are the patients bilateral blind, but having so many infections. So we'll have to operate these cases, and then we operate on the last day. And for that, the leprosy patient, yes, we'll have to operate on the last date. We examine them, and you can see such type of is a beggar. We brought bilaterally blind beggar, and then we operate the beggar. So this is happens because of the teams. Different teams are there: admission, fitting team. All these are non-doctors teams. So those are volunteers working with me from 26 years now. But they are all advocates, learned people, engineers, IAS, IPS, all officers they come. And this is the operation theatre team. Here they are the paramedical workers. They are working with me. They are also from 26 years non-employed, but working with me for the charity of the patients. And we have got the different sets, so we have never used the disposables second time. So this label would patients who are operated bilaterally blind or one blind, we operate them last, and those instruments are sterilized. Before that we are not using those instruments. So you can see this is leprosy patient. Preoperatively we are washing his feet also, and you can see the legging. Every patient is given legging, and in that the sterility is maintained. Autoclave everywhere, there is a horizontal autoclave, and in that we operate the patients in the after doing the autoclaving. You can see the operation sets also. Everything is there. Consumables are there. These consumables are not used second time at all. And this is a post-operative instruction in their language, because language is different, and so we give them in their language. You can see the patients are told about this, and you can see this post-operative examination after 1 month. We give them the spectacle also. That spectacle is also free, we are giving them. And this is the post-op examination and instructions after completion of this one. You operated near about you can say the 693 camps. Out of that 192 were the surgical camps, and 1,19,000 surgery definitely do occur at the end of thalmitis, but every patient is treated for that. And you can see why we do this 18 hours 20 hours work. Second day you will see the patients are happy, smile on the face. Poor people, mature cataract, bilateral mature cataract, and they don't know who is operating. They know one male from Mumbai and one female from Mumbai. They come and they operate. So this is a Baba Amte, because of whom we started the work in the Anandman. This is the Lata Mangeshkar. She saw the queue for 1 kilometer, and she gave the MP fund of 2 years, that is 2 crore for the camp. And later on they started giving the camp, and because of that we could purchase 44 crore of the instruments in JJ hospital. So that is what is happened, and the conclusion is the camp we treat like a OT only, and because of that it happened. Now why this started? This started because my both kidney got damaged, and for that I came to Mumbai for the transplant. This is my mother who gave me kidney 30 years before. So now I have completed on 22nd of February 30 years of my kidney, and this is my mother's kidney on which I am working. And she told the doctor that might take my both the kidney, but my son should survive, and because of that I started this. I was a laborer, then educated while watering the plant, and then the second birth by my mother. Then I was honored Padma Shri without application. I have not applied for that. Then I rose to the director medical education, and COVID also I was in charge of the COVID Maharashtra. So I made the Doctor Protection Act in Mumbai. The problem of the TPA, that is cashless, we have stopped from 16 years. Every doctor is together, and no problem of the self-insurances. There is not a single consumer case against the doctor in Mumbai, because nobody talks against anybody. Can whenever patient comes, तेरे आँख की वाट लगाई, ऐसा कोई नहीं बोलता. Everybody says पहले डॉक्टर ने बहुत अच्छा किया है और आपका आँख अच्छा है, जो आँख में प्रॉब्लम है that we will solve, and because of that we are together. So for that I request you that such changes I will make in AIOS also. So requesting your support for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful lecture and that inspiring talk. And now I would like to request our Chief Professor Radhika Tandon ma'am and Dr. Namta Sharma ma'am to felicitate sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Arvind Maurya sir, a very dynamic. You must have seen him presenting free paper, presenting video, participating in OPL, and he's everywhere. And welcome, sir. Sir is currently the head of the department of AIIMS PB Nagar, and an excellent cataract surgeon, and a lot of innovation to his name. And today Dr. Arvind sir is going to speak about a novel polyfocal progressive IOL. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Prafulla. So good evening, everyone, and thank you, Chief RPC, Professor Radhika, Professor Namrata, Prafulla, and Manpreet Kaur for giving me the opportunity. So my talk is on a novel ringless polyfocal intraocular lens with no negative dysphotosia, halos and glare, and it's a reality now. So whenever we look for any ideal premium IOL, so it must be free of any dysphotopsia, photic phenomena like the glare, halo and starburst, ability to correct distance, intermediate as well as the near vision, and it needs to be cost effective also. So the answer to all is Autofocus Pro. It's a make in India ringless polyfocal progressive IOL. So if you can see in the upper part, it just looks like a monofocal. There are no rings, refractive or diffractive ring, and there is no posterior apodization of the surface also. So it is a aspheric polyfocal progressive lens. Then there are no diffractive ring. It is static and fixed in the bag, and there is no mechanical pseudo accommodation, no negative dysphotopsia, and no to minimum positive dysphotopsia. So it just, if we see through the NIDAC OPD scan, it just looks like a progressive glasses. If you can see in this picture also, it's just similar to any. So this is a design and dimension. So if you can see, there is L loop with zigzag outer edge for rock solid rotational stability, and the optic, if we see, so horizontally it is 7.5 and vertically it is 6.3. So this is how it is different. So the haptic is not a modified C loop, it is a modified L shaped. So whole 6 mm of it is in contact with the capsular fornix. How it corrects the distance, intermediate and near vision? So it is the GRIN technology, that the gradient refractive index. So in the superior part, the refractive index is 1.42 and it gradually increases to 1.54. And this is the patented technology, and there is no loss of light energy. So even the pupil is 0.9 millimeter. So it's still all three types of vision can be easily corrected. So if you compare, so there is no temporal or the nasal aphakic area 10 to 20 degrees, so there is no dysphotopsia, and you can see in the modified C loop, most of the premium IOL, only a tip of that haptic is touching the capsular fornix, but here the whole 6 mm is in contact with the capsular fornix. Let's see one video. So it's available in the copolymer, that is a hydrophobic plus hydrophilic, that we need to load using a butterfly cartridge, and there is this preloaded also. It's 100% hydrophobic, so it can be done under the BSS or as well as 2% HPMC, and it has both the system, this pusher as well as the screw system to implant. So it is, the surgeon is checking. First this is push. Now we can see the IOL is going ahead, and it can be slowly injected, and we just need to push only 50% of the IOL. Rest of the IOL it opens on its own very lazily, so that we can maneuver it and dial it into the back. So the angle kappa or angle alpha are of no significance or importance in a lot of patient hyperop with 0.7 these angle, and there is no destructive interference or diffraction, so it is pupillary independent. Now coming to the best advantage of this lens is the depth of focus. So even if our biometry is wrong by 3 to 5 diopter, because we have done a study of 15,000 these implantations, so the distance vision remains 6 by 6 part or 6 by 6. So this is the main advantage. Contrast sensitivity as good as any monofocal IOL, reading speed very good, and as there is no optical noise, so there is no neuroadaptation to multifocality in this lens. So out of more than 1.5 lakh implantation all over the globe, not a single patient is complaining of negative dysphotopsia. So you can compare now. In the lower part there is the 10 to 20 degree of aphakic area, but in this IOL, because of the large optic, horizontal 7.5 and vertical 6.3, so there is no gap, and there was so there is no dysphotopsia. And the nagging, there were 18 patients of nagging dysphotopsia, so we explanted those premium IOLs and implanted this IOL, and the patients are doing very well. Large lens had its own advantage. Now coming to the quality of image at the retina, that is the modulation transfer function. So whenever we choose from monofocal to bifocal and then trifocal, so it reduces. So in trifocal it is as low as 30%, but in this IOL it is 70%, so in monofocal it is 80%, so the image quality at the retina is very high. In fussy patient type of personality, it's better not to implant So, in short, after using 1.51 lakh autofocus pro IOL, there is nothing like monofocal, multifocal, trifocal or EDOF. It's autofocus pro, and it is universally fit for any eye, even implanted in my mom's both eye, hyper-off with angle of 0.7. So we just consider this an ultimate premium monofocal and keep using it as autofocus pro for all. And the clinical trial for this toric is also over, so within 3 months it will be commercially available. So all the premium IOL, they are gems, but the jewel of the crown is of course autofocus pro IOL. So thank you so very much. These are my acknowledgements.
Thank you so much, sir. And you almost saved 1 minute for us. Thank you so much for that. Now I request Professor Namda Sharma ma'am to felicitate Arvind Badia sir. And our next speaker is Professor Dr. Mohan Rajan sir. And you must have seen him winning at least one trophy in any of the OPL that you have seen, and he has created a world record by winning more than 85 OPL trophies, and he has the unique specialization of both inter-segment and posterior-segment surgeries. Operated almost 1.5 lakh cataract surgeries, 4,000 retinal surgeries, and 3,000 cornea transplants. And sir is currently the chairman eye care of Rotary Division, and currently the chairman of MD of Rajan Eye Care.
Yeah, thank
Yes,
you very much, Praful, and very good evening to all of you, and thank you, Dr. Radhika, Dr. Namrata, Dr. Manpreet, and the entire RPC team. It's always inspiring to be here and always motivating to be in the RPC center. It's because a few weeks back I was in RPC, and I know the amount of work you people are doing is something phenomenal and incredible work you're doing, and you are a role model for all of us. So I'm going to talk to you in the next 7 minutes about technology, techniques, innovations and inventions in cataract surgery. As you know, the technology, technique and innovations is a golden triangle. The sun is setting on the old mindset of cataract surgery. The 4 keys are very important: increase refractive accuracy, decrease complications, choose the best quality, visual quality IOLs, exceed the patient expectations. These heart-blown cataracts are a very common scenario in the country, 60% of the cataracts, and these are all the problems which can occur when you deal with the heart-blown cataract. You can see here, this is a heart-blown cataract. It's like a piece of granite inside the eye. You can have a corneal burn, or you can have a corneal edema. The corneal edema might clear up, but you can have cystoid macular edema in about 25% of the cases, or something like a TAS, which is a fibrin reaction on the surface of the lens as well. And you can use the hyperpulse, which is there in all the missions now, or the Ozil technology, or the ellipse technology, which is there, which makes the amount of phaco energy which is less. So what I'm going to talk to you about is a Mohan Rajan chopper, which I devised long time back, which is a very popular chopper. It's available 1.5, 1.75, and 1.2 millimeter as well. 2 millimeter is used for the black cataracts, very sharp tip. And as you can see, it's 1.25, we are not using that much, but 1.25, 1.5, 1.75, all these are available. So combine the technology with the technique. Technology is available to you in the form of missions, and the technique is what is called the vertical chop with the sharp chopper. I'm going to show you, of course, the game changer in this game, in this particular thing is OVD. You need to use good OVDs like Viscoat or the Halon. You can see the pristine cornea, the clear pristine wound. You can see this, I will just show you a grade 4, grade 5 cataract. I always do a trypan blue enhanced rexis, just to know, because you know exactly where your rexis margin is when you're chopping. And you can see here, I do bevel down in the 15 degree, you can do bevel up, bevel sideways, bevel down. What is important is to go and create a vacuum seal. I use the Venturi system. You can use Venturi, whatever you are comfortable. Venturi peristaltic system, that's not a problem. What is important is to go down vertically and use your left hand more. And the chopper works like magic. You can see here how the chopper opens up the posterior nuclear plate without any problem at all. And you can see that how the chopper is directed towards the optic nerve, which is very, very important for all of us to understand this ball game. And you can see that you can, once you separate the posterior nuclear plate, then you bring the nucleus up, and the rest is very easy It's like a child's play for you, because you can go on a Stellaris, you can go dual linear, simultaneously you can increase the vacuum and the phaco power as well, and that's the advantage of this machine. And any peristaltic machines also are also very good, and the only thing is you need to have a little more high vacuum, 400 500 millimeters of vacuum for these patients. And you can see the multiple separation. Actually you need to be ambidextrous, as Rakesh Gupta was rightly did. Just show you a black cataract. You can see here I just make a small trench there and then go ahead in black cataract. I use the 2 millimeter chopper in this case, because these black cataracts are very brown, very thick cataracts, as thick as about 5.5 millimeter. You can see here how beautifully the separation occurs with this chopper, and very easy. You can see that how it opens up. Only thing is the vertical chop. The chopping is done right in front of the rexus margin, unlike the horizontal chop wherein you go underneath the rexus margin, come from the equator. So that's again very important for you to understand. So these are the post-operative pictures you can see, and you can see that how the femto cataract has also made a huge difference. And these are all the complex situation in femto cataract. I have the access to catalyst. I can see how the brown cataract, you can see here how beautifully the rexus is done, the pre-chopping is done, and it makes your life very easy. So I can see white cataracts. I want to see the intumescent white cataract. We have already discussed, RP has discussed about it. The type 1 intumescent cataracts are very dangerous, because these are the interlenticular pressure. I can see the Argentine flaxen as soon as it touches, despite the fact that I would use the viscoat in this case. But if you have an Argentine flaxen, you are in trouble, because this rexus can go to the periphery, and you can wrap around the nucleus, around the equator, and the nucleus can go into the this thing. Or you can use femto. Most of the cases I use femto, but if you have access to zepto also, you can use zepto also. Or you can just put a 27 gauge needle into an anterior compartment. You can see, and aspirate. You can see that this will work about 50 to 60% of the time. I have developed a technique wherein there is the puncho rexus. You can see I just put trypan blue inside the rexus, you can see, into the anterior chamber, and you put simple HPMC. Don't use viscoat. We don't want anything to occlude the tip, between the tip and the capsule and the anterior capsule, and go vertically down and punch. Give a punch all the way around, all the way to the phaco power with the foot switch position 3. You can use that as well. And the punch actually, because of the larger bore of the needle, you can see here how the larger bore of the needle, it decompresses the front and the back compartments very rapidly, and because you are giving phaco power as well, it emulsifies the nucleus and pushes the nucleus back into the bag and prevents the nucleus from coming out. This is the posterior polar cataract. Everybody knows how the posterior polar cataract behaves, and this you can see a very typical 2 pillars from the posterior capsule, which are very important for all of us to understand. So you can't put obviously a single piece lens into the bag. You need to put a multi-piece lens. Only thing is, don't put a multi-piece lens and leave it in the sulcus, because it is going to decenter, produce UGH syndrome. Always put the haptic into the sulcus and then capture the optic into the bag. That's very important for you to understand. The end point of this locking of the lens is the ovalization of the capsular rexus margin, which is again very important for you to see. This lens gets locked and it will not move a micron. Again, you can see pars plana anterior vitrectomy. If you have vitreous, you can put a trocar and cannula into the thing, and it makes more sense to, as described by Abhay Vaswada, to remove the vitreous from behind than remove the vitreous. Of course, involves for an anterior segment, so then put the thing. The sweep wash technique, I'm rapidly going through this sweep wash technique. I always use coaxial, go underneath the subincisional and go clockwise, and then go anti-clockwise as well. You can see here, and just sweep wash, just one thing. You can go one stroke, you can finish off the entire cortical washup. Always start subincisionally, very important again to do the sweeping. Morgan cataract can do the high-wall scaffold. Very important is the high-wall scaffold, because very difficult to do this Morgan cataract. The bag is very loose. The nucleus is very wobbly, very small as well. So always bring up the cataract up and then put a lens into the bag, and this stretches the bag and keeps the bag intact, and then you can go ahead and do the this thing without any problem at all. Triangular flap for glued eyeballs, flapless glued eyeballs. This is an REC Rajan, is a surgical drape which is made up of a special material called crepe, and you can see a double hole drape which is for claustrophobia. Again, for patients who have got claustrophobia, is more common than what you can imagine, and this claustrophobia wherein the other eye is also open, so the patient can actually see, and you can see this is an anterior chamber maintainer which is a needle anterior chamber maintainer, which I have done, and which is, you can see here, this is a middle which you can just insert into the anterior chamber without any problem, especially for glued IOL and also for SICS. And this is called the Mohan Rajan anterior chamber maintainer. It's got a biflow. So biflow, again you can see this 3D surgery. And since I'm running short of time, I just want to quickly show, first time ever we have done this bilateral simultaneous cataract surgery by bilateral simultaneous cataract surgeons. Okay, both eyes same time, but two surgeons. Right eye was operated by my colleague, and left eye was operated by me. And this patient was not fit for GA because he had pulmonary hypertension. Under topical anesthesia and midazolam, we did this thing. Cataract surgery has become easy, effective, enjoyable. Cataract surgery yesterday, today, tomorrow has become evolve, effort, and excel. Thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity of RPC. And please, for the students, please email me to drmohanrajan@gmail.com. I'll send you a color atlas for the retina and optic nerve and cornea as well. And I seek your blessings and support for my AIIMS Vice President elections. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohan Rajan, for that excellent talk on techniques, technology, and innovations in the current times. And thank you for taking your time out and for being with us today.
So the theme of this Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful lecture. Now, the theme of this current 50th Foundation Day is legacy. So, you have heard people who have already created a legacy. Now, we are going to have a session where we are going to welcome students, residents from different medical colleges of Delhi who are going to take lectures as if they are the teachers. And I'm sure they are going to create their own legacy in coming future. And for this, we have judges, Dr. J.S. Bhalla sir and Dr. Arvind Maurya. He has won several Teachers of Tomorrow session, so I decided to put him as judge. So because he's probably the best person to judge this session. And Dr. Srinivas Joshi, you please come to the dais, sir. All the judges, I request to come to the dais. And Dr. Afrin and Dr. Ashish, they are going to help me in conducting this session. Dr. Afrin, are we ready with the cheats? So to be fair, it will be a cheat system. Whichever team's name comes first, that team is going to present. The rules are simple. Each team has 2 mentees. Each mentee will be given a 3-minute time for a talk, and they have been provided with these topics 7 days before, so that they can prepare a lecture to take a class of you all sitting here. And please consider you all as students for next 1 hour, and these mentees as teachers. Dr. Ashish and Afrin, please come here with the cheat and the scoring sheet. I request both the mentors to come to the dais. And their mentor is Dr. Prakriti Chaurasia. Team ESI. Team
Arable. Team Arable, please come to the stage. Next is team NC Medical College. Please come to the dais. Yes, our first presenter is Dr. Bhavna.
Good morning.
So you have 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, sir.
Please start.
Good morning, everyone. Topic of my today's session is Management of Ophthalmia Neonatorum. Welcome to this flipped class where learning goes beyond the traditional lectures. To make your learning experience smoother, we have also shared the soft copy of the materials with you. This slide outlines the competency and learning objectives of my session. This disease presents before 1 month of age and is rare, and some of the common pathogens causing it includes chlamydia, streptococcus, staphylococcus, Neisseria and herpes simplex virus. Mode of spread is through vaginal delivery or C-sections. Laboratory investigations of this disease includes conjunctival scraping and gram stain, and also the bacterial cultures which includes chocolate agar, blood agar or Thayer-Martin medium. Chlamydial and viral testing is done through antigen immunodetection or PCR for HSV. Non-specific treatment, this treatment begins before the culture reports come. Treatment protocol follows 3 key approaches. The first approach is immediate empiric treatment. Second is systemic and topical antibiotics, which shows IV IM ceftriaxone in a dose of 25 to 50 milligram per kg, oral erythromycin and topical erythromycin ointment. Third is targeted therapy. Chemical conjunctivitis is a self-limiting disease and prophylaxis is done through the erythromycin, which has replaced silver nitrate. Gonococcal conjunctivitis, in this gram-negative intracellular diplococci are seen in gram stain, and the treatment is single dose of ceftriaxone in a dose of 25 to 50 milligram per kg. Chlamydial conjunctivitis, in this intracytoplasmic inclusion bodies are seen in Giemsa stain, and the treatment is topical erythromycin ointment along with oral erythromycin in a dose of 50 milligram per kg for 2 weeks. Herpes simplex neonatal conjunctivitis results in the treatment includes topical trifluorothiamidine, topical antibiotics, systemic acyclovir. Preventive measures include antenatal screening, intrapartum care and postnatal prophylaxis. Complications are managed by giving topical and systemic antibiotics along with urgent imaging for if necessary. Proper documentation and communication with the parents is necessary to get optimized treatment. Want to learn more? Scan this for exclusive content. To assess your learning, I have also shared a quiz with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna. One question from any of the judges.
So new erythromycin ointment has been replaced to the silver nitrate, which was because it was used as a prophylaxis in the neonatal infections, but it caused irritation. So it resulted in chemical conjunctivitis. That is why now it has been replaced by erythromycin ointment.
So how we can further reduce the irritation?
So we can reduce by by maintaining aseptic conditions and also maintaining the post.
Anything to do with the preservative?
So preservative, I think we should use preservative-free antibiotics and not use fortified antibiotics.
Thank you.
92, start.
A very good evening, everyone. Welcome to my flipped lecture, PPT of which have been shared with the students 2 days back. So In previous lecture, we have already discussed about the different types of refractive errors. So today the topic is retinoscopy. So these are the learning objectives. What is retinoscopy? Refraction procedure to determine and correct the refractive error. And retinoscopy is a type of objective refraction in which we don't need the active participation. So retinoscopes are of two types basically. One is mirror retinoscopes, another is self-illuminated. In mirror, we have the plane mirror, the princeless spin mirror, and the streak retinoscopes and spot retinoscopes and self-illuminated ones. So retinoscopy, it works on the principle of Foucault's principle. When the light rays reflected from a mirror into the eye's direction of the light will travel across the pupil will depend upon the refractive state of the eye. So before starting, we should know what far point of the eye is. In emetropia, far point is at infinity. In myopia, it's between infinity and the eye. In hypermetropia, it is beyond infinity. So we should know that far point always conjugate with the fovea of the eye. Optics, we have total 3 stages. First, illumination. Light is directed into the patient's eye and illuminate the retina. The reflected subject, it is formed of subject's far point, it is known as reflex stage, and in projection stage the image of the far point is located by moving the illumination according to the fundus, noting the behavior of the luminous reflex seen by the observer in the subject's pupil. How we do it? Examiner always examine the right eye with his right eye and vice versa. Patient is instructed to look far away so as to relax the accommodation. Working distance has to be 1 arm distance, which is 66 centimeters. So if the motion is with the motion, if the glow is with the motion, then emetropia, hypermetropia or myopia less than 1 can be seen. And against the motion, it is myopia more than 1 diopter, no movement. In myopia more than 1 diopter. So we should remember the dictum that against the movement we always have to add minus lenses. AM, remember this. With movement always add the plus lenses. So as we go towards the neutral point, the reflex becomes widest, brightest, and the movement is so fast that we actually see it as a very still moment or the neutralization point, which is no moment. So meridians, it can be same in cases of spherical and different in astigmatism. So we have to find out if there is break, if there is broad width is there, skewing is there, brightness is there, which can be ruled out by the means of straddling. So by which we can access the cylindrical axis. So calculation, working distance, the lens power needs to be subtracted. And in the usage of cyclopage in cases of wet refraction, we have to subtract the following diopters, which is written. So this is example, if I've taken the working distance of 66 centimeter, no cyclopagic for use, and this is how I get it. With this, I conclude my topic for today. And to access the learning, we have also shared you the quiz. And in the next lecture, we'll discuss how to correct these refractive errors. Thank you and have a pleasant day.
Good evening, teacher.
Good evening,
how the optical system is in this retinoscope, streak retinoscope, is different from the mirror retinoscope?
So basically, sir, in this the mirror is directly reflecting. Herein, what happens? There is there's batteries there, wherein the mirror is there. From the mirror, it is reflected into the patient's eye. From the patient, reflected back into the eye. So there is a system in which it works on the double reflection, because of which we can examine it by the means of the streak retinoscopy.
How does the astigmatism?
Thank you. And we can take one more question. Meantime, Team Sabdarjang may please come to the dais.
Astigmatism.
So in the cases of astigmatism, as I already told you, there can be skewing is there.
Team Sabdarjang.
Bending of the
Dr. Anurag.
This brightness of the glow is bent. There is skewing is there. When there is a broader aspect of this glow, so what we can do is we can do the straddling. Wherever we can find, we can shift it to various angles which is there on the trial frame. So we can adjust the angles accordingly, so that wherever we will tilt it 45 degrees to one side and on the other side too. Wherever we can see that
Team
we find
ESI.
the best the thinnest this streak, so that we can see that this can be.
So basically, in certain angles, it might appear thicker. In certain, it might appear thinner. So just use the cylindrical lenses where you get a uniform reflex. Thank you.
Sometimes when I do retinoscopy, I find something like scissor reflex. What could be the cause of that?
Astigmatism can be one of the causes of scissoring.
Yes, sir.
Particularly when does scissor reflex occur?
A corneal condition?
Any corneal condition? Some of the conditions when I
Keratoconus, it can result into scissoring sometimes.
Okay, so we'll have our next two mentees from Team ESI, and their mentor is Dr. Prakriti Chaurasia.
Good evening, everybody. In the last class, we had talked about the anatomy of the anterior chamber angle. Today, we are going to discuss about gonioscopy. So, gonioscopy is a clinical technique used to examine the structures in the angle of the anterior chamber. Way back in 1907, Alexio Trantis was the first scientist who who saw the anterior. It got back. Sir, what happened?
Okay, can IT people help them? Okay,
So can we restart it once?
Yes, please.
Restart, please restart the timer.
And start it from the beginning, I think. Okay. Good evening, everybody. In the last class, we discussed about the anatomy of the anterior chamber angle. Today, we are going to discuss about gonioscopy. Gonioscopy is a clinical technique used to examine the structures in the angle of the anterior chamber. Way back in 1907, Alexio Trantis was the first scientist who saw the angle. By just doing scleral indentation, limbal indentation with the help of an ophthalmoscope, he saw the angle in the eyes of the keratoglobus patient. But we are not able to see the angle with naked eye in a normal patient. Why? Because doctors, go back to your class 12 concept of total internal reflection. In eye, the rays they travel, and when the angle is more than the critical angle, they get totally internally reflected, and therefore we are not able to visualize the angle. However, this phenomena was eliminated by Salzman, who introduced the direct gonioscope. By this, he eliminated this concept because the cornea-ear interface was replaced by the cornea-lens interface, and then we were able to visualize the angle. This explains direct gonioscopy, and in indirect gonioscopy there is a mirror which provides the reflected image. Direct gonio lenses examples are Cope's, Swan-Jacob, indirect Goldman mirror, single mirror, double mirror, three mirror, then Posner's, Sussman. Posner, it comes with a handle. Indication. So gonioscopy, it helps us to distinguish between the primary open angle and angle closure glaucoma. Also, it helps in the diagnosis of certain secondary glaucomas, therapeutically helping in laser trabeculoplasty, goniotomy. While doing indirect gonioscopy, when you're putting the indirect gonioscope, then lens, then you have to remember that the slit should not be in the pupillary area, else there will be meiosis and false opening of the angle. Now, what are the structures that are seen? Just above the iris, we see the brown structure, that is the ciliary body band. Then above it, the scleral spur, which is the white line. Then the trabecular meshwork, and then the Schwalbe's line, another white line. Both the S structures are Safed. You can remember it like that, S. Then angle grading system, Schaffer's, Spade, Shees, RPC. Schaffer's grading system, anything more than 20 degrees is an open angle. RPC, anything less than 3 is a closed angle. Indentation gonioscopy, differentiating between the appositional and cynical angle closure. Now let's have a quiz. A 60-year-old male with severe pain, redness, diminution of vision, IOP 50. So you see the closed angle because you don't see any scleral spur or PTF. Angle is closed. Acute attack of angle closure is the diagnosis. Now what you see here, exfoliative material on the anterior lens capsule and in the angle. Diagnosis, pseudo-exfoliation syndrome. Here, connect the dots. What you see, Krukenberg spindle, transillumination defects in the iris. Then here you see the Sampolizi line, seen in pigment dispersion syndrome, also in pseudoexfoliation. Here what you see, the NVI, then the PDR and the NVA. What is the diagnosis? NVG. Here, a patient with a history of blunt trauma, widening of the ciliary body band you can see in gonioscopy. Diagnosis, angle recession. Here you see blood in the Schelm's canal, and patient is giving a history of carotid cavernous fistula with raised EVP. What is the diagnosis? So here in this we see the blood in the Schelm's canal in gonioscopy. Here a female with history of uveitis, you see broad-based pars, so peripheral anterior cynical closure.
Which surgical process can be done using this?
Next speaker.
So goniotomy can be done, trabeculotomy can be done, we use HAPS trabecular tome. So
what is bang? What is bang? Bent something, bent.
Bang, not song, but not Bollywood song. Surgical procedure.
Teacher, you said there are two types of gonioscope. I get confused when I use indirect gonioscopy. I always see reverse angles. Why don't you use direct gonioscopy and all, so that we have the exact picture?
Sir,
You just wait. We'll finish this, then you can answer that. Okay, to save time. Okay.
sir, can I start?
Good evening, class. Today we are going to discuss an important topic. So in a case format manner, a 50-year-old farmer resident of Delhi presented to eye OPD with a complaint of foreign body sensation, photophobia and watering in the right eye since 15 days. On asking details, he gave history of trauma with the vegetative matter while working on his farm. After that, patient starting complaining of the redness in the right eye and developed white patch on the cornea, which was progressed gradually and causing blurring of the vision in his right eye. There is no history of any use of the contact lens. So this is the slit lamp examination of the patient. We can see the dry looking ulcer, elevated edges, and stromal infiltrate, corneal thinning, and the hypopyon. This is the corneal diagram of this patient. Based on the clinical picture, a provisional diagnosis of fungal corneal ulcer was made. Corneal scrapings were collected for the microbiological worker with a sterile blade number 15 and smeared it on the glass slides. On smear, KOH wet mount microscopy showing the septate branched hyaline hyphae of Fusarium solani, and on the SDA we can saw the colony of the Fusarium solani at the day 3 and at the 7th day. Based on this, final diagnosis was made, which is the right eye fungal corneal ulcer, Fusarium species. So how will we manage this condition? For management protocol, we follow the TST protocol, that is the topical, systemic and the targeted therapy. We can start the patient on the topical natomycin. If there is a good response, we can continue the topical natomycin 5%, and if there is a poor response, we can add topical voriconazole 1%. If there is good response, we can continue both the drugs simultaneously, and if there is a poor response, we can try intrastomal or intracameral antifungal injections, and in the last resort we can go for the therapeutic keratoplasty. For topical therapy, 5% natomycin every 1 hour in daytime and 2 hourly bedtime. The mechanism of action of the natomycin is bind to the fungal cell membrane, altering the membrane permeability. Systemic antifungals examples are the ketoconazole, fluconazole, itraconazole, and voriconazole. Indications are the large ulcer in the scleritis patients and endophthalmitis patient. There was a study which compared the topical natomycin drug and the topical voriconazole drug. The conclusion of the study is the topical natomycin is more better in outcome than those treated with the voriconazole. Later on, the MUT trial 2 was done, which designed the study benefit of the voriconazole in addition of the topical antifungals in advanced mycotic keratitis cases. Targeted drug delivery system in which the intracameral intracorneal injection amphotericin B or voriconazole can be given. For surgical treatment, mechanical debridement, spatula, blade, corneal biopsy, or we can go for the therapeutic penetrating keratoplasty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Intrastromal.
Corneal stroma cells.
What is the exact technique? Dilution. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So our next team is from Safdarjung Hospital.
Good evening, class. Last class we discussed about doses and its classification. This class will talk about management of congenital doses. What is this? This is a case of doses. When it comes to the management, the question arises why and how. Because doses causes amblyopia, astigmatism and psychosocial effects. Coming to the question of how, it can be remembered by a simple mnemonic, levator. Let's assess in detail. Levator function can be assessed by asking the patient to look from extreme down gaze to up gaze after blocking the frontalis muscle. Subtracting 2 mm from the value we get will be able to identify the levator function. Next is the eyelid crease. We need to look for the presence or absence or the position of the lid crease. Helps us understand the levator function better. Then also assess the visual acuity. To rule out amblyopia and chin lift will suggest poor LPS function. C for alignment and for the tarsal height by averting the upper lid and measuring from the lid margin to the upper border of tarsus. Also look out for other factors like Bell's phenomena, helps us understand decide on the surgery, and also look for corneal sensations and any other syndromic association. And lastly, look for refractive error because it causes with the rule astigmatism. How to approach a case? First we need to confirm the diagnosis. With the help of history, previous photos, faint lid crease and increased vertical fissure height in down gaze helps us rule out acquired ptosis. Congenital ptosis can be simple, complex or associated with syndrome. If it is simple, then the superior rectus function will be normal. If it is complex, then superior rectus weakness is going to be there, or that can be synkinetic, as we can see Marcus Gunn phenomena here. Or it may be associated with syndrome like blepharophimosis, ptosis and epicanthus inversus syndrome. And look for the laterality, if it is unilateral or if it is bilateral. And also look for the severity with the help of MRD1 and MRD2. Lastly, also assess the levator function, if it is good, fair or poor. After seeing all of this, we also have to consider the age of the patient. Still, Decision regarding when to operate and which procedure is important. If the concern is cosmetic, then any age. If the concern is amblyopia, then as early as possible. Let's look at the surgical options. Frontalis sling surgery. This is gold standard for moderate to severe ptosis with poor LPS function. If next is the LPS resection, for this the levator function should be more than 4 mm. This table summarizes the amount of LPS to be resected based on the levator function and severity of the ptosis. And lastly, Fassler Sivat procedure. Here, this is best for mild ptosis with good LPS. For this, the levator function should be more than 10 mm and tarsal height of minimum 8 mm. Also look for the complications like asymmetry, undercorrection, lag of thalamus, exposure keratopathy, lid lag, and granuloma. Let's look at a case scenario. This is a case of a 5-year-old girl. With the picture shows right eye ptosis. History and examination says that it is since birth, poor LPS, good Bell's phenomena, no other association. So what would be the best case surgery for this? And yes, it is frontalis sling surgery. Thank you.
Any specialized glasses or spectacles? Very good. How it works? Yes, you can speak in Hindi.
So it will help to keep the eyelid in the position. Like crutch glasses will hold the lid in the proper position when we wear it. Works like a glass only, but
Good evening, class. In today's lecture, we'll be seeing about how to work up a case of diplopia. So, starting with the basics, diplopia simply means. So, diplopia simply means perception of double images. It can be binocular as well as monocular diplopia. So, it can be due to decompensated forias like divergence, excess, or convergence insufficiency, or it can occur due to myogenic causes like thyroid ophthalmopathy or myasthenia gravis or orbital fracture, or it can occur due to neurogenic causes like third nerve palsy or sixth nerve palsy. So when a patient comes to your clinic with complaints of double vision, then you have to ask 6 sets of questions. The first being separation of images. Are the separation of image present horizontally, vertically, or diagonally? It helps us to identify the culprit muscle. Next, distance. Does distance affect diplopia? If it is worsening with distance, then it is suggestive of sixth nerve palsy, and if it is worsening at near, it is suggestive of third nerve palsy. If it is worsening in any one particular field of gaze, then it is suggestive of field of action of the parietic muscle. Next, is the patient adopting any corrective head postures like head turn is suggestive of horizontal rectus muscle palsy, head tilt is seen in oblique muscle palsy, and chin up positions are seen in vertical rectus muscle palsy. So pain. Is the patient complaining of pain on eye movements? Then it is suggestive of intraorbital pathologies like thyroid eye disease. Then headache is suggestive of intracranial pathologies like subarachnoid hemorrhage. And pain in the V1 and the V2 region of the trigeminal nerve. Always think of cavernous sinus involvement. Next, the clinical course and the neurological symptoms helps us in deciding the etiology, also helps in localizing the lesion. So now that you have asked the history, you need to evaluate the case of diplopia. Starting with the Hirschberg's test, it is a simple deviation of the corneal reflex test. And cover test is done to detect the tropia. Alternate cover test is done to detect the deviations which are kept in check by fusion. Prism-Bar cover test is done to quantify the deviation. Eye movements are checked and measured using Limbus motility test of Kestenbaum. Maddox rods and prisms are done to detect the horizontal and the vertical heterophorias. Double Maddox rod test is done to quantify the torsional misalignments. And 3-step test is done to isolate the muscle causing vertical diplopias. So diplopia charting, here the patient is wearing red ring glasses and seated 1 meter away from a blank wall, and a linear streak of light is projected onto the wall, and the patient is asked whether they are seeing single fused image, horizontal separation, vertical or tilting of images are seen. In this case, since it's a left LR palsy, there is more horizontal separation on the left side of the chart. In his chart, the patient is seated 50 centimeters away from the electronically operated board, and the patient is wearing red ring glasses again, and the examiner will illuminate red lights in the outer field as well as on the inner field. The patient will be handed over a green torch, and they have to point wherever the red lights have been illuminated. Wherever there is underaction of muscles, there will be smaller field. Wherever there is overaction of the muscles, there will be larger field. Force reduction test is finally done to differentiate between parietic and the restrictive pathologies. So, the take-home message is, diplopia is a bothering condition and extensive workup is required for that. Cause needs to be identified and a multidisciplinary approach may aid in diagnosis. Thank you.
So suppose the diplopia is because of some orbital lesion. So what are the 7 P's you will examine?
So
7P. What?
Yes.
Got it?
So they can be proptosis, pain can be present, sir. So pain, proptosis can be present. इसके अलावा pulsatility can also be present, sir. Pulsatility can also be present, or ptosis can be present.
Okay, thank you.
Pupils
teacher.
can be involved, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and next team is from Sant Parmanand Hospital. Please start.
Good evening everyone. Today's my topic is proptosis workup. It is abnormal protrusion of one or both the eyeballs with respect to the orbital rim. It is more than 22 and asymmetry between both the eyes is 2 mm. We'll start with these approach, starting with the systemic examination. We'll check for all the vitals and rule out all the systemic diseases, including the Graves' disease, neurofibromatosis with the skin lesions. Starting with the ocular examination, we'll see the visual acuity, which is usually normal. It might be decreased in the cases of optic nerve compressions. Starting with the inspection, we'll check for the head posture, facial symmetry, shape of the skull in all the congenital disorders. Mainly is the protrusion of the eyeball. In Navziger method, examiner will stand behind the patient and look from up to down, while opposite in the worm's eye view method, examiner will stand in front of the patient looking from down to up. Direction of proptosis is usually axial when behind the eyeball pathology is there, optic nerve lesion, and it will be non-axial whenever the sinus involved eye will go to the opposite direction. Like example here, it will go inferior when there is a frontal tumor involved, as followed otherwise. Then laterality, it can be unilateral or bilateral. Ocular motility has to be checked to see the rectus involvement or the nerve supplying it to the involvement. We look for the eyelid and the periorbital inflammatory signs like erythema, chemosis, and ENT examination has to be done to rule out any of the tumor impeding the wall of the orbit, as we can see in this CT. Valsalva will be positive in all the vascular lesion. Lag of Thelmos, Bell's phenomenon, exposure keratopathy is mostly found in all the cases. On palpation, we'll palpate any mass around the eyeball on the basis of size, shape, its mobility, consistency, and all the signs of inflammation. Reducibility with the check with the help of the 2 index finger and the retropulsion for the retrobulbar tumors. Orbital thrill, true pulsation always has finger raise and separation both, while in the transmitted only raise will be there. Look for the margins to any erosions by the tumor and the sensations in that area. 2 lymph nodes mainly will be palpated, preauricular and the submandibular, for the involvement of the area. On auscultation with the bells of the stethoscope, we'll see if, will be positive in all the vascular lesions. In transillumination, we'll take the torchlight and put through the lesion and see if it is bright, it will usually containing cystic clear fluid. In the dark, there will be solid tumors. Mainly is the exophthalmometry. I have the ludes with me. As you can see, it is having thick scale than normal one. It has marking. It is done unilaterally, while in the Hertels, it is bilateral, having prism mounted. And in Nagels, we take the superior and inferior orbital limb in any cases of the trauma where the lateral rim is hampered. Radiologically also we can take in the A photo, you can see there is lateral to lateral rim and perpendicular cut is taken. In the B, there is lateral to medial in the one eye, and in the C, the sagittal section is taken by taking into account the superior and the inferior rim. We look for the conjunctiva for the signs of inflammation with the mass and the tortuous vessels, cornea for the keratopathy, sclera iris for the inflammatory signs. RAPD might be present in the cases where optic nerve involvement is there. IOP is usually variable in the cases of thyroid ophthalmopathy, lens and vitreous to rule out the tumors. Fundus examination may show papilledema or the optic atrophy. Investigation in systemic will see the blood investigations in invasive to rule out all the tumors. Thank you. Proptosis word is usually proptosis a word is usually an organ, but for the thyroid ophthalmopathy specifically, exophthalmos word is used in the eye.
Good evening everyone, and happy Women's Day to all amazing women around me. I am Dr. Munarani from Sant Parmanand Hospital. Here today we are going to learn about management of BRV under the mentorship of Dr. Sandhya ma'am and Dr. Shrishti ma'am. Here's a case scenario. 60-year-old hypertensive patient presents with blurry vision. We see fundus examination shows sectoral hemorrhages along a vein. Obviously diagnosis is BRVO. So what we'll do the next? Start anti-VEGF immediately or monitor first? So let's dig further. Managing BRVO is like managing traffic, okay? We clear congestion, remove roadblocks, and fix the infrastructure, that is control systemic risk factors. Systemic management is always the first step. Control hypertension, that is the main culprit of BRVO. Diabetes hyperlipidemia should always be screened routinely. Thrombophilia workup do only if the patient is young or bilateral BRVO or case is very unusual. Anticoagulant should be start? No, unless a confirmed hypercoagulable state is there. Ocular management, the biggest villain is macular edema, so choose your weapon wisely. The sniper is anti-VEGF, which is very effective and precise, and the bulldozer is the steroids. It will clear the edema but always leave glaucoma and cataract. But the backup plan is always the grid laser when the edema persists. Neovascularization, which is the unwanted house guest. So serve the eviction notice to the house guest, and that is do the sectoral PRP and kick the neovascularization out. You can also use our bouncer, that is anti-VEGF. This is the homework. I will check next week, give the differences between grid laser and the PRP. Vitreous hemorrhage, this is the dilemma, to wait or to operate. Here I am clearing it. If there is mild VH, let the gravity do the work. Sit back and relax. If there is persistent VH, call the backup cleanup crew and do the vitrectomy. So finally, prognosis. What do you tell the patients? BRVO doesn't mean bye-bye vision. 50 to 60% people retain vision more than 6 by 15, but there is poor prognostic factors also, that is chronic edema, macular BRVO or neovascularization complication. Recurrence risk, obviously if you once had a traffic jam, obviously there will be second one also. So always control the systemic risk factors. So key takeaways: macular edema, that is the sniper approach, anti-VEGF. Neovascularization, that is PRP, give the eviction notice. And systemic risk factors, obviously control them, otherwise BRVO will keep coming back like a Bollywood movie. We always think it's over, but there's always a sequel to it. So here's a thought for today. Next time you see a BRVO case, would you manage it differently after today's session? Thank you so much.
It would have been better if you are facing the audience rather than asking the judges one.
Oh, sorry.
The second point is, how many percentage of the patients develop NVE and how many percentage of patients develop collateral?
So around 10 to 16% people develop NVE, and collaterals actually happens after in the chronic cases.
And how do you differentiate between NVE and collaterals?
NVE, sir, will see the neovascularization. FFA will see the leakage.
One
and
is
all.
FFA. Next.
Fundus fluorescent angiography.
That's done. Next. FFA is fundus fluorescent. Next.
Sorry, sir.
What else?
Other investigation.
Clinical examination. Does it cross the horizontal raphe? Which crosses the horizontal raphe?
Horizontal raphe, sir. I think I'm not sure about it.
NVEs basically.
NVEs, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please start. Next team is Team RML.
So good evening. Let's learn HES-chart today. So it's based on haplosporkic principle. It is the dissociation of the two eyes is done by red-green glasses, and plotting is based on Herring and Sherrington law of innervation. It is a subjective assessment of deviation. It is done in cooperative patient with good vision, central fixation, and normal retinal correspondence. So it is HES screen is electrically operated grey board consisting of a central dot, an inner square of 8 dots and an outer square of 16 dots. Each small square is equal to 5 degrees of field. So when to advise HES-chart? In concomitant strabismus, in cases of paralytic squint, thyroid eye disease and blowout fractures. So it is done at 50 centimeter in dark room, red-green goggles with red over the fixing eye. Patient is asked to place green light on every red illuminated point. Interpretation is based on position, size and shape. So position of the field indicates the position of the eye. Central dot indicates the deviation in the primary position. So here left eye is exodeviated and hyperdeviated from the central point, and in right eye there is exodeviation and hypodeviation. So size, the small chart usually belongs to the underacting muscle and affected eye, and large chart belongs to the overacting muscle. Fields of different size indicate recent onset palsy, and fields of same size indicate late onset and non-paralytic squint. Look for muscle sequelae and mechanical restrictions. So shapes, sloping fields indicate AV pattern and not torsion. So this is an example. In this, the central point is isodeviated, and this, the right field is the affected eye as it is small. The right lateral rectus is underacting, and the left medial rectus is overacting. So this is a right lateral rectus paresis. In this, we can see the left eye has smaller and compressed field, and there is hyperopia and superior oblique overacting. In right eye, there is hypotropia and inferior rectus overacting. So this is a left superior oblique paresis, maybe because of fourth nerve palsy. Thank you.
Thank you. Apidraja.
There is a right lateral rectus paresis. So what will be the consequences of this lateral rectus parasite?
So first, there will be a overaction of the medial rectus, of left medial rectus, and there will be a underaction of the same synergist, and over underaction of the contralateral antagonist.
Secondary inhibitional palsy.
Yes, of the contralateral antagonist.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be discussing the management of congenital nasolacrimal duct obstruction. So it is a common cause of excessive tearing in infants. Blockage can be unilateral or bilateral, and spontaneous resolution is seen in 90% of cases within the first year of life. Causes include a membranous obstruction at the level of valve of Hasner. There can be stenosis of the duct, and it can also be associated with Down syndrome and other craniofacial disorders. The child presents with epiphora, mucopurulent discharge, periocular skin soreness and excoriation. Even dacrocystitis, which can be acute or chronic, can be seen. Diagnosis is made on thorough clinical history and examination. In management option, we have conservative management and surgical options. In conservative management, we have cricklum massage. To perform this maneuver, the index finger is placed medial to the medial canthus, massage performed in the medial canthal area. Initially, motion should be to milk any discharge from the sac by applying gentle pressure to it and stroking it upwards. Following this, firm downward pressure should be applied to the nasolacrimal sac. This pressure allows residual fluid in the sac to be forced against the thin obstructing membrane. A very common mistake is to continue this maneuver down the nasal bone, since the duct at this point is interosseous and the pressure on the nose would exert no influence on the duct. The complete maneuver should be repeated twice or thrice a day with at least 10 strokes in every setting. And it is even topical broad spectrum antibiotics can be given only if there is significant mucoid discharge. Probing is another option. Generally it is deferred until 9 months of age, performed under anesthesia, and there are very high success rate with this technique. To perform this technique, a probe is passed through the punctum along the canaliculus to the lacrimal sac and down into the nares. Probe is first placed perpendicular to the lid through the lacrimal punctum and then turned to follow the course of the canaliculus. Then it is turned approximately 90 degrees and passed into the distal duct through the obstruction into the nares. In most infants, a popping sensation is felt as the probe passes through the obstruction. The presence of a metal-on-metal contact when a second probe is passed into the nares to palpate the probe in the NLD can confirm that the probe has been passed successfully. In advanced surgical treatment, we have silicone tube intubation. In cases of failed probing, balloon dacroplasty. The goal is to widen the distal duct and decrease obstruction. And even there is pediatric DCR, which is reserved for severe cases. In post-op care and follow-up, antibiotic eye drops can be added to prevent infection. Regular follow-up to assess tear drainage. Parents should continue massage if required. Most cases resolve spontaneously or with probing. Surgical interventions have high success rates. Early diagnosis and treatment improve outcomes. To conclude, congenital nasolacrimal duct obstruction is a common but treatable condition in infants. Conservative management is effective for most cases. Surgical intervention is reserved for persistent cases. Timely treatment ensures optimal outcomes. Thank you.
Micro-Roplast test, how it
Thank
is
you.
done and what is the sensitivity and specificity? Micro-Roplast test.
Micro-Roplast.
Ji. Yes, teacher. Thank you.
Thank you.
The team is from team UCMS. Mentor is Professor Jolly Rautigi ma'am.
Viral conjunctivitis.
Start.
Hello everyone.
Please, your time has started.
We are going to discuss the topic management of viral conjunctivitis.
Come closer to the mic.
Okay, sir. ठीक है. Viral conjunctivitis, or so-called pink eye, is highly contagious and often associated with adenoviruses most commonly, and otherwise viruses like herpes simplex virus, varicella zoster, and other viruses. These are the common viruses. We know most commonly adenoviral conjunctivitis, also HSV, SZV, and measles and mumps, and the newcomer in the category is COVID-19. And symptoms of the viral conjunctivitis or the pink eye is redness, watering, itchiness, thick yellow discharge, and also if there is no involvement of cornea, then blurring of the vision. So management per se is mainly we have to focus on the prevention and general measures, which is most importantly hygiene and infection control, like washing hands frequently, avoid touching or rubbing the eyes, using separate towels, pillows or linens to prevent the spreading of infection, and avoiding sharing items like eye makeup, contact lenses and eye drops. And also if someone has if someone has conjunctivitis, they should refrain themselves by staying home from work or school, avoiding public places. So for prevention, we can use these things like using clean towels, tissues, and avoiding touching your eyes. And for mainstay of the treatment is the symptomatic relief. For this, we should do cold compression to reduce discomfort and swelling, using lubricating eye drops to alleviate dryness and irritation, and avoiding wearing contact lenses. Medical management per se is only indication if there is involvement of herpes, blepharoconjunctivitis, herpes zoster, keratoconjunctivitis. In these cases, topical or systemic acyclovir or valacyclovir is used. Adenoviral conjunctivitis typically is self-limiting, and these are different types of adenoviral conjunctivitis: acute follicular pharyngoconjunctival, chronic adenoviral conjunctivitis, and we all know epidemic keratoconjunctivitis or EKC, which is the most severe form. In this case, there are few studies which recommends use of 5% povidone iodine to decrease the viral load, and topical NSAIDs or also cidofovir also has been used in cases of severe cases of EKC. And a short course of low dose steroids may be given. However, steroids are usually avoided in herpetic conjunctivitis. Also, antibiotics are prescribed for secondary bacterial infections, and monitoring and follow-up is for most cases 1 to 2 weeks without complication. However, medical attention is required in case of severe eye pain, photophobia, blurred vision, persistent redness, and corneal haziness. Thank you.
So, what will be the inclusion and exclusion criteria in healed viral keratitis when we need to go for the keratorefractive procedures?
Sir, in case of healed keratoconjunctivitis में inclusion criteria is like
ठीक है, this will discuss in the next class.
So we'll discuss in next class.
So you have to remember, you people are the teachers, okay? Nobody can bully you by asking questions. Start, please.
Good evening, everybody. So a patient came to GTB hospital with complaints of droopy eyelids. His name was Squidward Tentacles. Age 30 years, he was an octopus and a SpongeBob's friend. So he presented with droopy eyelids since birth. There was history of diminution of vision with no other significant history. On examination, lid crease was absent and there was presence of lid-like sign, which was suggestive of congenital ptosis. So how to differentiate between true versus pseudotosis? If we elevate the ptotic eyelid and the other eyelid droops slightly, then it is suggestive of true ptosis. If it is not seen, then it is suggestive of pseudotosis, which can be due to a variable reasons. Coming to ocular examination, head posture is very important in ptosis examination, as there can be chin elevation in case of bilateral ptosis. Hirschberg corneal reflex is also important if there is a Horner syndrome or if there is presence of third nerve palsy, then the corneal reflex will not be in the center. Coming to ptotic measurements, first we measure palpebral fissure height, which is measured from the center of the upper eyelid to the center of the lower eyelid. Coming to marginal reflex distance 1, which is measured from the center of the upper eyelid to the corneal reflex. And marginal reflex distance 2 is measured from the corneal reflex to the center of the lower eyelid. So basically, marginal reflex distance 1 and 2 is equal to palpebral fissure height. Coming to marginal crease distance, it is from the most prominent crease to the center of the upper lid when the patient is looking down. This gives an idea to the surgeon to where to make the incision. The ptosis can be graded into mild, moderate, and severe depending upon the cornea covered. Coming to demonstration of the levator palpebris superioris function, which can be done using Burke's method, the patient is asked to look down and the action of the frontalis muscle is blocked by the thumb of the examiner. Then the patient is asked to look up and the elevation of the lid is measured, which tells us about the LPS function, which can be graded into normal, good, fair, and poor. Coming to Bell's phenomena, in this, the patient is asked to close the eyelids strongly, and then we elevate the eyelid of the patient and the eyeballs move up and out. So the Bell's phenomena can be graded into good, fair, and poor depending upon the cornea visible. Then we are coming to Marcus-Gunn jaw winking phenomena, which can also present with ptosis when the patient moves his jaw left and right. It occurs due to abnormal innervation of the fifth nerve from pterygoids to levator palpebris superioris. Myasthenia gravis can also present with ptosis. In this, we do two tests. First is the ice pack test, in which we place the ice pack on the eye of the patient, which improves the ptosis. This is because it increases the acetylcholine at the neuromuscular junction. And in tensilon test also, we can use 1 gram neostigmine or 10 mg edrophonium, which are acetylcholine esterase inhibitors. Take-home messages: evaluation of ptosis need meticulous history taking, ocular examination, and ancillary investigations. It is important to find out the etiopathogenesis of ptosis, as it will determine the management of the patient. Surgical correction of ptosis when needed is based on good clinical workup and totic patient. Gratifying results can be achieved in most cases if managed adequately at proper time and circumstances.
Thank you. Next team is from Army Hospital Research Referral. Meantime, judges may ask questions.
The patient had both ptosis and squint. Which one will you operate first, teacher, and why?
Mike.
Sir, we'll operate ptosis first because in the other...
Teacher, you have presented ptosis.
No, sir. Sir, because in ptosis, if we operate on the other eye, there can be like ptosis in the other eyelid also. So first we assess for the function and then we'll go for squint. Because if ptosis is covered, the squint can automatically covered because of sensory exotrophy.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
A very good evening, one and all. I, as Con Leader Shalda Tripathi from Army Hospital RNR, is going to rediscover the skill which can mask difference between sight and blindness. So before I begin, let's go through these images and find the clue between them. So yes, this is the great Charles Babbage who discovered the very first ophthalmoscope way back in 1846, which was later reconstructed by Vance Hamsky. IDEO is just a game changer which can provide real-time dynamic examination by giving better stereopsis, wider field of view, useful in hazy media, and can be used for laser purposes. Let's go with the principle, which is just not magic but a strong optic behind it. There are three beams: illumination and viewing beam. The illumination goes in, then the viewing beam comes in the observer's eye, which is converged with the help of inbuilt prism between them. The three beams to be noted has to fall and to be used with condensing lens, which make the eye highly myopic and giving us stereopsis. All these three beams has to fall within the pupil, and if either of them falls out of the pupil, the stereopsis is lost, as in periphery examination or undilated pupil. The angle of convergence can be reduced by reducing the aperture as shown here. Coming to the IDEO examination, what we need is a dark room, condensing lens, confidence, and proper positioning of the patient. The position can be either sitting or in the form of lying position and can be used for ophthalmic indentation. How we go about is, we place the knob up and back, we screw them and we set the IPD later on. We have to see that the one full circle is to be formed by individual eye. We can change the pupil aperture, and also we can change the filters by respective retinal examination. Going ahead with the examination, we hold the lens between the thumb and the index finger and go to the patient. It has to place as close to the patient and later move farther away till the time we view the retina clearly. We should also remember to avoid any kind of reflexes by either tilting the lens or going farther away. We can magnify it by going towards the patient or using lens of low power. Documentation is utmost important as well. So the fundus diagram is coded with standardized coding as shown here. Going further ahead with the fundus diagrams, it's a normal fundus, yes. It's a retinal detachment shaded in blue. It's a lattice with crisscross blue. Yes, it's a vitreous hemorrhage. Advanced in IDEO is a rule, so there are various video, IDEO, angioscopy, and inbuilt lasers. Coming up with a question for all. What is the color coding for intraocular foreign body, anyone? It is a chocolate question. I promise I have a chocolate with me. And that's correct, go green. So yes, we have to tackle that. A skilled eye can never go out of fashion. Thank you and keep practicing. Have a wonderful day. Thank you all.
Thank you. Where is the chocolate?
I have, sir.
Okay.
Okay, how you will examine a patient of photophobia?
Next speaker, please. Go on to
So we can change the filter to yellow so that the patient is not very sensitive to the light.
What else can be done? Thank you, teacher.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll come back with next session.
What about the indirect, one second.
Sir.
The lenses used for indirect ophthalmoscopy and also for ROP screening?
Yes, sir. So there are different power of the condensing lens depending, it can be 14D, 20D or further 28D. As the power increases, the field of view increases, but the sizes becomes smaller. In ROP, we can use 2.2, that is pan-retinal, to have a better view of the periphery.
What lens was used, condensing lens was used to grade the ROP?
To create the ROP.
What power of condensing lens was used to grade the ROP staging?
2.2.
28.
28, right, sir. I'll learn that with my teacher. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I am Dr. Mida from Army Hospital RNR. I'll be discussing with the recurrent corneal erosion management today. So recurrent corneal erosions is a challenging eye condition which is characterized by repeated erosions in the corneal epithelium. Understanding the RC is important because it is a very repeatedly painful condition for the patient. Primary causes include 45 to 64% of the cases are due to physical or mechanical injuries, and the rest are secondary due to dystrophies, most common being epithelial basement membrane dystrophy. The demographics are, it is most commonly in age groups of 30 to 80 years of age, and with the highest prevalence in 30 to 40 years of age. Going with the historical context, it was first recognized by Hansen in 1872 as intermittent neuralgic vascular keratitis and was further re-explored by Chandler in 1945. The presentation will be acute pain, mainly on arousing after the morning, and with photophobia and redness and blurred vision. Duration may persist for minutes to hours. Diagnostic techniques that we use are slit lamp biomicroscopy, fluorescence staining, and advanced imaging, which is OCT. The pathophysiology involved is epithelial adhesions are weakened due to inflammation caused by any injury to the cornea. And in EBMD, the mechanism is that the desquamating cells, they settle under the aberrant basement membrane, which hampers the adhesion. And in nocturnal mechanism, the mechanism becomes that the tarsal conjunctiva and the ocular surface, there is a shearing force between them due to the dryness. The predisposing conditions are usually corneal dystrophies, which are EBMD, epithelial basement membrane dystrophy, which is the most common one involved, and the primary surgeries and traumas to the ocular surface, and diseases like dry eye diseases and blepharitis, ocular rosacea, diabetic mellitus. Coming to the medical treatment, the main treatment is in a stepladder fashion in RCE. The first line therapy being preservative-free lubricant eye drop with or without antibiotic support, and when the first line, it can be combined with lubricant eye drops and lubricant eye drops. When it is not responding to such treatment, bandage contact lenses, they come in role, which provide a pain relief as well as oxygen transmission and secondary prevention from the infection. Hypertonic agents, hypertonic saline solution during the day and ointment during the night is also used. Advanced medical options such as autologous blood serums are used, and in patients which have severe anemia and the venous access is poor, we go for allogenic blood serum drops. Umbilical cord blood is also used for this thing, and blood derived therapies we have.
To finish, the time is up.
In the surgical management, we have the anti-stromal puncture, which is 80% success rate, and 60 to 100% success rate is phototherapeutic keratectomy, and 96 with diamond burr polishing. Anti-stromal puncture, epithelial.
I think you'll have to stop.
The only conclusion I want to make is in recalcitrant cases, we can go with amniotic membrane and MMP inhibitors, and surgical selection is based on peripheral and central corneal erosions. Thank you.
Which drug healed the corneal epithelia based on the principle of autophagy?
So next team is Team RP Center. Just please go onto the stage.
Heals the corneal epithelia based on the principle of autophagy.
Doxycycline, sir. Just relieve the pain, sir.
A very good evening, students. So after our last lesson on fluorescein angiography, the topic for discussion now is optical coherence tomography angiography, better known as OCTA. which is a novel imaging modality for non-invasive evaluation of retinal and choroidal vasculature. Based on the OCT technology, it is emerging as a critical alternative to conventional dye-based angiography. To understand how OCTA works, we must first understand the principle behind OCT, that is Michelson interferometry, in which a low coherence light source is split by a beam splitter into two beams, a reference beam and a sample beam. The sample beam then falls on the retina and is backscattered, which then interferes with the reference beam to form our OCT signal and an axial A scan. Then multiple such A scans are combined to form a two-dimensional B scan image. When sequential B scan images are acquired over the same location over a period of time, everything else remains unchanged except for the motion of RBCs at the tissue level, which is then reconstructed to form our vascularity imaging. So the OCTA provides us with a depth resolved three-dimensional data and segments it according to different retinal layer of vascular plexuses and projects it as an en-face presentation, as can be seen in this image. It can also be seen as an overlay of blood flow data over the structural data. As we can see in this OCT B scan image, the yellow dots signify the blood flow parameters. When compared to conventional dye-based angiography, OCTA has several advantages, such as rapid acquisition of images, non-invasiveness so that there are no dye-related complications, and three-dimensional depth-resolved imaging. However, it has a few limitations as well, such as a limited field of view, its inability to identify leakages, and the fact that it may miss low-flow structures such as microaneurysms. But the main limitation of OCTA are the different artifacts that are seen with OCTA, such as motion artifact due to eyeball movement during image acquisition, projection artifact in which superficial layer vessels have a mirror image in the deeper layers as well, segmentation artifacts in which retinal layer segmentation might not be accurate in cases of edema, shadow artifacts in which media opacities cast a shadow over the deeper layers. So this is a normal OCT image captured by the TopCon platform, in which we can see the first box that you see on the top left, that is the superficial vascular complex. Then the second box is the deep vascular complex. The third box is the avascular outer retina, and any vasculature if seen in this box signifies a neovascularization, and the fourth box signifies choriocapillaris. Clinical applications of OCTA include vascular occlusions, diabetic retinopathy and diabetic macular edema, in which the main part is to see macular ischemia. The other major role of OCTA is to look for macular neovascularization in different disorders such as neovascular AMD, macular telangiectasia and miscellaneous macular neovascularization disorders. So the home task for you all today is to read in detail about these disorders and to study about the various OCTA platforms available. Thank you. So the other limitations of OCTA, first of all, in the older platforms we had a very limited field of view. Then because there are few low flow structures in which the RBC movement is not so much.
I'm not asking explanation, just enumerate 1, 2, 3, 4.
It misses low flow structures. It does not provide us time resolved information like we see in conventional dye-based angiography, and in the older platforms we have a limited field of view.
Okay, apart from artifacts and low field, other than that, lack of standardization of the data?
Because it is a relatively newer platform, the standardized protocols are yet to be made.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, class. Everybody's awake? So today I'm going to teach you about the management of malignant glaucoma. So first, let's quickly revise. Excuse me. Yes, let's quickly revise the mechanism of malignant glaucoma that I had taught you in the last class, because that will form the basis of the management of the malignant glaucoma. So this is the normal flow of the aqueous, which is made by the ciliary processes, travels across the pupillary border and gets drained by the trabecular meshwork. Now here is what happens in the malignant glaucoma. Anterior rotation of the ciliary body, which prevents the aqueous from going ahead and causes a misdirection of the flow in the vitreous cavity, increasing the amount of pressure in the vitreous cavity and causes the forward bowing of the iris lens diaphragm, which gives us the classical picture of a patient presenting with high intraocular pressure post-surgery with a shallow anterior chamber despite having a percent PI. So, let's start with the management of this disease. We'll first start the patient on medical therapy. The wonder drug are cycloplegics. They will tighten the zonules and push this iris lens diaphragm backwards, deepening the AC. The other type of drugs that we can use are the drugs which cause reduction in the vitreous volume, which also further reduces the pressure on this lens iris diaphragm, making it fall back at its normal place. The drugs that we use are mannitol and aqueous suppressants like topical alpha agonists, topical beta blockers, and carbonic anhydrase inhibitors. Further, we may also use topical steroids to reduce the inflammation. If the patient is not managed medically, we'll go for the surgical management. The principle of surgical management is to have an anatomical connection between the anterior and the posterior segment such that the pressure is equalized between the both segments and the iris lens diaphragm falls back down. So first we'll see if the patient is pseudophakic or phakic. If the patient is pseudophakic, we can first give an initial trial of an NDR capsulotomy with a disruption of the anterior hyaloid phase. That will help in forming a connection between the anterior chamber and the vitreous. If that doesn't work, then we can go with a further invasive technique of iridozonulohyaloidectomy, in which a vitreous cutter can be used to cut the peripheral iris, the zonules, and the anterior face of the hyaloid. Further, if that also doesn't work, we may have to go with a coarse pars plana vitrectomy. If the patient is phakic, the surgery of choice becomes the lens extraction with IOL implantation with posterior capsulotomy and anterior vitrectomy. So now quickly let's recall the diagnosis of malignant glaucoma is made. The first thing that we'll do is do the medical management. Next, what will we do, class? Anybody? So first we'll see if the patient is pseudophakic or the patient is phakic. If the patient is pseudophakic, we'll start him on laser therapy. If that doesn't work, then further invasive therapies like IZH. If the patient is phakic, we can go for lens extraction with posterior capsulotomy and anterior vitrectomy. Now for our homework for today is to find the differentials, to read about the differentials of malignant glaucoma like pupillary block and suprachoroidal hemorrhage. Thank you so much.
Good evening, teacher.
Okay, so meanwhile the next team is Team Lady Harding. You can just set up your presentation.
So how to check the compliance of tablet acetazolamide and which age group it must not be given? Compliance of tablet acetazolamide, how to check? History?
The history of taking the tablets on time.
And how long will you persist with medical management before you decide to undertake surgical?
So usually it is seen in studies that 50% of cases resolved by 5 days of medical therapy. But if still it fails to deepen the AC or reduce the intraocular pressure, then we may have to go for surgical management.
Just after 5 days?
After.
And you didn't mention anything about cycloplegics?
Just a non-ophthalmic this thing. See, you have so much of the things in RPC. Why don't you use your own images, your department's images, your department's videos? I think to the rest of the presenters also are presenting. People have so much from your own institution you're working at. Why do you want to use the foreign eyes and the foreign this thing? Use your own so that you'll dig more into the data of your department. It will help the other colleagues, your teachers, everybody to use that. So try to use as much as your own if possible. Nice presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Poonam. I'll be presenting in front of my teachers and my juniors on the topic of management of phacomorphic glaucoma. So this is an unusual presentation of a cataract patient in the emergency with complaint of pain, redness, and diminution of vision associated with headache and with a similar type of a clinical picture. So yes, I'm discussing about lens-induced glaucomas, in which the cause of increased intraocular pressure is the lens, which causes secondary glaucomas. They can broadly be classified into open angle types and angle closure type. The angle closure type will consist of phacomorphic glaucoma and the glaucomas associated with lens dislocation, while the open angle type will consist of phacolytic glaucomas, the lens particle glaucomas, and the phacoantigenic glaucomas. The topic of discussion is phacomorphic glaucomas, which are secondary glaucomas that occurs as a result of mature cataractous lens, in which the pupillary block will lead to narrowing of the angle, which can occur either slowly or acutely precipitated by an intumescent lens. The patient will usually present with pain, diminution of vision, and signs of high IOP like headache, nausea, and vomiting associated with a high intraocular pressure on applanation tonometry. On slit lamp examination, patient will have a cataractous lens with angle closure, cells and flare due to the leaky anterior capsule associated with corneal edema and circumciliary congestion. And on gonioscopy, there will be a closed angle as shown in the image. And the patient, additional investigations like ultrasound biomicroscopy can be used, which will show an apposition of the anterior surface iris onto the anterior surface of the lens as shown in the image associated with a cataractous dense lens which can be seen. SSOCT is also a non-invasive tool to demonstrate the same. The differential diagnosis will consist of primary angle closure glaucoma which can be differentiated based on the fact that it has a clear lens, plus there is anatomical predisposition which is present. It can also be a chronic onset type of a glaucoma. While glaucoma is associated with lens dislocation will usually have a history of trauma or there will be an associated genetic predispositions. Phacoantigenic and phacolytic glaucomas will be open angle in morphology. The treatment will consist of management of intraocular pressure, and one should always avoid parasympathomimetic agents. Laser iridotomy in the affected as well as the fellow eye can be done, but the definitive management will consist of cataract extraction. So there will be various complications while performing these cataract surgeries because of the high intraocular pressure. There will be positive pressure. There can be a risk of expulsive hemorrhage which can be managed with the help of pre-op IOP control. Zonular dialysis can also be anticipated. So we should always be gentle in our menors. We can also use, in case of a zonular dialysis, we can use CTR, CTS and capsular hooks, and the capsular access can be difficult in this condition because of the positive intralenticular pressure due to the intumescent cataract. So one should always use viscocohesive agents. We can do a staged capsular access or a spiral capsular access, and we can use forceps which can be a friend to us in case of intumescent cataracts. Thank you.
Next speaker.
What are the three factors that leads to Argentinian flag sign and intumescent cataract?
Sir, because of the increased intralenticular pressure, and sir, due to the sudden like capsular access, if it is not rotated properly, then it can lead to an Argentinian flag. If we accidentally inject the viscoelastic into the beneath the capsule, then that can also increase the intralenticular pressure, and that can.
Good evening everyone, I am Dr. Samya and I will be talking about ectopia lentis. Let's look at a clinical case in which a 16-year-old male who is a known case of Marfan syndrome presented to the IOPD being referred for PREETS for an ophthalmic evaluation. So what all will be examined in the eye? As we all know, the most common ocular manifestation of Marfan syndrome is ectopia lentis. So what exactly is ectopia lentis? Ectopia lentis is the displacement or dislocation of the natural crystalline lens. If the lens is totally displaced, then it is called luxated lens luxation, and if it is partially displaced, then it's called subluxation. Looking at the etiology of ectopia lentis, it can be divided into three things. Firstly, it can be due to trauma, secondary to ocular diseases, and secondary to systemic diseases. The most common cause of ectopia lentis is secondary to trauma. Coming on to the ocular diseases, it can be simple ectopia lentis at pupillae, and it can be associated with other diseases such as aniridia, congenital glaucoma, hypermature cataract, among other things. The more important are the systemic diseases. The most common cause of heritable ectopia lentis is Marfan syndrome, which is an autosomal dominant condition. 75% of patients suffering from Marfan syndrome develop ectopia lentis, and the most common displacement of the lens is superior temporal in location. The second most common cause of heritable ectopia lentis is homocystinuria, which is autosomal recessive in nature, and 90% of patients with homocystinuria actually develop ectopia lentis, and the direction of displacement is inferonasal. Other systemic diseases which do cause ectopia lentis are Weil-Marchesani syndrome, hyperlysinemia, and Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, among other things. Coming to the ophthalmological evaluation, the main crux is the slit lamp examination, which should be done under maximum mydriasis. We need to look for the direction of subluxation and the clock hours of number of clock hours and status of the zonules. Coming to the Hoffman classified subluxation based on the slit lamp into three grades. If the lens uncovers 0 to 25% of the dilated pupil, then we call it a minimal or mild. If it is 25 to 50%, then it's moderate, and if it is more than 50%, it's severe, as seen in these images. Coming to the management, the first line of management is refractive correction. If despite the conventional ways the refractive correction cannot take place, or there is significant risk of amblyopia or progression despite correction, and there is significant progression of subluxation, then we go for a surgical management. The surgical management mainly depends on the degree of subluxation. If it is up to 3 clock hours, then a capsular tension ring with an IOL implantation can be done. If it is 3 to 6 hours, then a modified CTR with single loop with IOL implantation is done. If it is is more than 6 to 9 hours, then it is modified CTR with double loop or CTR with capsular tension segment should be done. And if it is more than 9 clock hours, then an intracapsular cataract extraction or a lens aspiration with ACIOL or SFIOL in the same or different setting should be done. Thank you.
So the next team is Sharda University.
What are the indications of using capsular tension segments?
Sir, if the subluxation is more and if there is if it is more than 6 to 9 hours.
Sionis and when do you use segment?
So Sionis mostly used in if it is 3 to 6 or if it is 3 to 6, and if it is more than that, then we use the capsular tension.
Team Sharda University, you can start.
Good evening. So today's topic for class is interpretation of Humphrey visual field. So in the last class we learned about different strategies and programs. Today we will be learning how to interpret this visual field printout. So for that we need to divide this into different zones. So zone 1 will have all the patient parameters and the test parameters. This also tells us about which eye is being tested and the strategy and the program that has been used. Zone 2 shows us the reliability indices. Fixation losses should be less than 20%. False positive responses should be less than 33%. False negative responses should be less than 33%. If it is more, then we have to repeat the test. Zone 3 shows us the raw data, which gives us the exact retinal sensitivity in decibels. And zone 4 is a gray scale which shows darker areas that indicate zones of lower differential light sensitivity, and lighter areas indicate zones of higher differential light sensitivity. Coming on to the total deviation plot, which is zone 5, here the deviation of patient threshold values taken from the raw data, it is seen with the help of the age-corrected normal data. There are two plots, numerical plot and a probability plot. In numerical plot, we have numbers. If it is given in minus sign, that means there is worsening of the retinal sensitivity. Whereas the probability plot is done so that that indicates that the retinal sensitivity of that point is seen in that particular population. For example, if it is less than 5%, so in less than 5% of the normal population, the retinal sensitivity is below that. This is converted into pattern deviation plot so as to bring out the deep scotomas. This is done by taking the 7th best retinal sensitivity of the TDNP and is converted to 0. Threshold value of that is added to all the points. Similar to the total deviation plot, pattern deviation plot also has a probability graph with the help of a grayscale. So for example, in this case we can see that there is a deep scotoma in the superior meridian, which is respecting the horizontal meridian. Then coming on to zone 7, which has global indices, total mean deviation, which is the average value of sensitivity of all points. If it is given in minus, that means there is worsening. And pattern standard deviation, it measures difference between a given point and adjacent point. Higher the number with p-value, that means the higher the probability of abnormality. Then we have glaucoma hemifield test, which is the next zone, which compares 5 inferior regions with 5 corresponding superior regions in the visual field. 5 messages can be given which are outside normal limits, borderline, general reduction of sensitivity, abnormally high sensitivity, and within normal limits. Coming on to basically compiling all of this data into the Anderson and Patler criteria, we have 3 points, 3 or more contiguous non-edge depressed points less than 5% population with at least 1 point depressed in less than 1% population in the arcuate area. Second point is PSG depressed in less than 5% population, and third point is GHT outside normal limits. All of this has to be seen in 2 different occasions. Thank you.
Which type of perimetry is done for the fighter pilots and why?
How is visual field index better than mean deviation?
You can start.
So mean deviation gives us a gross idea of the entire thing, but visual field index gives us a percentage idea.
Yes, you can start the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be discussing about the management of pars planitis. As we have already discussed before, what is pars planitis? It's a chronic intermediate uveitis which no systemic disease or an associated infection. Coming on to the management, it depends upon the extent of pars plana infiltration, the extent of vasculitis, and the coexisting macular edema. Kaplan devised a 4-step ladder approach in which the first step is periocular corticosteroid injections followed by oral prednisolone, which if it's If it's not working, then it's cryotherapy or laser photocoagulation, followed by pars plana vitrectomy, and followed by immunosuppressive treatment. Foster modified it by making it a 5-step approach, in which the second step he added was systemic NSAIDs, and it was lastly followed by pars plana vitrectomy and immunosuppressive treatment. In the periocular corticosteroids, an injection of triamcinolone acetonide of 40 mg is retroseptally through the lower lid or injected, or it can be done superotemporally into the subtenon space. The common complication associated with it are raised IOP and cataract formation. Intravitreal corticosteroids, which is highly used, are Ozurdex, which is an dexamethasone implant, and there is improved vision which persists for 6 months. Oral or IV corticosteroids are given in bilateral involvement, or if there is unilateral involvement, serious unilateral involvement, in which a dose of 1 to 1.5 mg per kg per day is given and tapered accordingly. An IV pulse of given 1 gram per day for adults and 30 mg per kg for children. Immunosuppressive agents, antimetabolites like methotrexate and azathioprine, alkylating agents like cyclophosphamide, chlorambucil, and immunomodulators cyclophosphorin and tacrolimus can be given. Methotrexate inhibits by inhibiting dihydrofolate reductase, given in the 7.5 to 25 mg per week oral dose. Azathioprine alters the purine metabolism and given at 50 to 150 mg per day dose, with common complications of GI upset and hepatotoxicity. Immunomodulators, cyclosporin and tacrolimus inhibit the activity T cells, and biological response modifiers like daclizumab, infliximab, etanercept, and interferon alpha can be used. Ablative procedures, they are given if there is a failed drug therapy, and they are given to treat neovascularization associated with exudates, and to destroy the peripheral vessels to bring in inflammatory mediators. Cryoablation are given as single freeze double row technique at pars plana and posterior to it, and a much easier and safer option is laser photocoagulation. Pars plana vitrectomy is done in patients with developing complications like vitreous condensation, hemorrhage, detachment, epiretinal membrane, and the advantages of it are that there is a clearance of inflammatory mediators and debris, the retinal pathology of normal is restored, and vitreous samples can be taken for diagnostic purposes. Thank you.
The last team is team UCMS2. Meanwhile, you can answer the question.
The most common biologics nowadays used, having a promising result in case of pars planitis. Second point, do you give corticosteroids or biologics in all cases of pars planitis, or do you want to first differentiate it between the... First, don't you want to differentiate between infectious and a non-infectious cause of pars planitis? Yeah, so non-infectious uveitis or pars planitis. No? Toxoplasmosis doesn't get pars planitis. Tuberculosis doesn't get pars planitis. Sarcoidosis doesn't get intermediate uveitis. So most of these. So it's always important to first differentiate between infectious and non-infectious cause. And what's the most common biologic used? Biologics. Aflibercept is a anti-VEGF. Most common biologics used in case of pars planitis. It's no commonly available. Adalimumab. Yeah, thank you.
You can start the presentation.
So good evening everyone. Let's talk about corneal scraping. It is a superficial keratectomy procedure which we can do to obtain specimen for the purpose of diagnosing corneal ulcers. So let's begin by playing the most famous game show of this country. So the first question, when should you do a corneal scraping? Do you do it when you've been staring at your phone for 8 hours straight, or when you're tired of wearing glasses and want a quick fix? The correct answer is obviously when your senior tells you to do it, but otherwise you can do a scraping at the time of initial presentation before starting treatment. You can also do a scraping for chronic or refractory cases of ulcers, or when you're stuck in a diagnostic dilemma. Because what is the scrape going to tell you? It is going to give you a smear which gives you a rapid clue for a working diagnosis on the basis of which you can initiate treatment. The culture will give you a definitive diagnosis, while the sensitivity report will tell you how to tailor management as per the resistance pattern of your patient. Now, what materials do you need for corneal scraping? You can use a Kimura platinum spatula or a calcium alginate swab, or more commonly, a 15-numbered blade which is disposable, sterile, easy to use, and also facilitates debridement of the ulcer and deeper penetration of the drug into the corneal layers. What else do you need? You need cover slips, glass slides, you need various culture media like blood agar, chocolate agar, saborodextrose agar, and you need grams iodine and a 10% KOH solution. Now, before you begin scraping, documentation is very important. Kindly document your corneal ulcer with the help of a colored corneal diagram and a clinical photograph, because this is going to help you monitor the progression of the disease and also tell you about the active margins and the areas of thinning which you need to avoid in order to prevent a perforation. So now coming to the actual procedure, how do you do it? After counseling the patient, you instill a drop of topical anesthetic into the patient's eye and position the patient on the slit lamp. Before you begin scraping, you have to remove all the purulent material and debris surrounding the infiltrate, and then you start scraping. You scrape multiple strokes in a single direction perpendicular to the surface at the active margin of the ulcer, and you do it at the edge and the base of the ulcer. Then you smear the sample on the slide, label it, you send one for gram staining, one for a 10% KOH mount, and then you take fresh samples when you want to prepare the culture plates. How you prepare the culture plates? By making multiple C-shaped streaks without cutting the media. So that is it. If you have any loose sutures, any contact lenses, or any foreign body embedded in the infiltrate, you need to send that also for microbiological investigation, and that is it for the procedure. All you need to do now is hound the microbiology department for your reports. Thank you so much.
You can start with your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Let's start with the management of rheumatogenic retinal detachment. So first things first, identify the break by the Linkoff's rule and with the help of indirect ophthalmoscopy with scleral indentation. Now, we come to the management part. So to understand the management, we need to understand the pathophysiology first. So I want you all to use your hardcore imagination and give me your undivided attention for the next 2 minutes, please. Just imagine this as the cross section of the eye wall. This is the retinal side and this is the scleral side. And meet the nasty vitreous. Yeah. So what the nasty vitreous does is, at the area of the weak retina, it pulls the retina. And here it is. This is the ora side, this is a horseshoe tear, and this is the base of the horseshoe tear is towards the ora side. Now what this liquefied vitreous does is, it seeps into this subretinal space. So this is it. So now for the management, we have 3 options. First is scleral buckling, second is pneumatic retinopexy, and third is pars plana vitrectomy. So we'll talk about scleral buckling first. So principles we have to understand. What is the problem? The vitreous is the problem, this break is the problem, and this separation is the problem. So for this, and the fluid between these layers is the problem. So for the fluid, we'll have to drain it first. So we make sclerotomy. We make an incision in the sclera. We can use the needle or we can use the laser sclerotomy, and we drain this subretinal fluid. After draining the subretinal fluid, we need to oppose these layers. So for opposition, we need air. So we'll put a huge air bubble tamponade here. After this tamponade, after this, these layers are stuck together, then we need to make a scar and we need to make a chorioretinal adhesion so that it doesn't re-break. So we'll do cryo from the outside, and for the explant, this is the traction of the vitreous. We need to relieve the traction. What we need is to understand the Hooke's law, that when a string is stretched, so the length of the spring is directly proportional to the force it applies on itself. So we decrease the length of the spring and the traction is relieved. So this is what happens with scleral buckling. As you can see in this diagram, we are pushing the sclera in the center to relieve this traction so that the causating factor is relieved. Next is pneumatic retinopexy. This is done for superior breaks, which are usually present in the superior 8 quadrants, 1 to 2 quadrant extent. We use the gas bubble and we can augment it with cryopexy and laser also. And then this is pars plana vitrectomy. We just cut the vitreous, which is the causating factor. We drain the subretinal fluid and we do into laser. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think it was a good try. No, try to make it a little innovative, but your topic was little broad. The management of pars plana vitrectomy, management of endogenous retinal detachment, you focused mainly on the scleral buckle. And the days, when do you do days? All cases of scleral buckling you do days? Only in cases of bullous retinal detachment, sometimes you do days. That also, not very commonly it is done in all cases of scleral buckling, right? So the pneumatic retinopexy and the vitrectomy, hardly there was 2 to 3 seconds spent on vitrectomy, because nowadays 90% of the cases are being operated on vitrectomy. So probably you could have little bit time managed it well and try to give importance based on what is more commonly done procedures like vitrectomy and scleral buckling, and the third comes is the pneumatic retinopexy. But definitely it's a good try, and all the best. Hope you should probably needed more practice to see within the 3 minutes. That is the crux of this presentation. You know, these are rapid fire kind of things, because most of you all are bright students, you know how to be done, what it needs to be done. But how do you express it within those 3 minutes is the challenge, right? All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So with this, we come to the end of our scientific session for the day. Meanwhile, we are calculating the scores. I would request Radhika ma'am, Chief RP Center, to please come on the stage and just say a few words.
While we are waiting for the scores to be total, I'm sure all of you are very much in anticipation. It's really wonderful to see the participation. It's a beautiful idea. I think Praful, I believe, is the innovator of this concept, or who has first thought about this concept? We can use the same mic.
So this concept started in AIOSA midterm by Dr. Krishna Prasad from Hubli. Then we took it forward at RP Center, Foundation Day program last year, as well as 40 annual conference. There it was a big hit. So after that, me and Dr. Krishna Prasad, we are doing it all AIOC events, and even APAO also we are doing there. And here it was struggle with 11 teams. For APAO AIOC we have 90 teams. We don't know how to manage that, but yes, we have 90 teams.
Just a small correction, Dr. Prafulla Maharana.
Yes, Dr.
Actually, it was first started by Karnataka Ophthalmic Society by Dr. Krishna Prasad, where we first started both the Student of the Year as well as the
Teachers of Tomorrow.
It's because we had around 44 medical colleges in the state, and we thought how to bridge the link between the DNB institutions and the master degrees giving institutions, because there were certain differences. So that's when this concept was arised, and how to compete, so that let them know that what is happening in the different parts of that. And I'm happy that it's been taken up very nicely, because I was also part when it was being installed, and during my chairmanship it started, but I think Praful Maharana is doing a wonderful job with it, and congratulations to all the team.
So we have picked our judges very carefully. He started this, and sir has won the maximum awards of Teachers of Tomorrow so far. And Dr. Bhalla is also sir regularly participates in all the event. So these three judges are quite experienced.
It's apart from the experience, how you take it
last year
forward.
Dr. Bhalla's team won.
Yeah, I think Dr. KP and Dr. Prafulla are now taking it to the AIOS level. We are very happy, because the one which started in a small town city like Hubli, and now it is coming into the international platform. I think that's way it's being traveled from small city to big city.
Yes, our own alumni. Dr. Krishna Prasad is our own alumni.
Yes, he was in the Squint unit. He did his senior residency also, Krishna Prasad. So that's one thing which is very good. Then, of course, I would like to congratulate all the participants and their mentors. They all were so good. They all had innovative and interesting variations. And there was a point about, using your own this thing. But on the other hand, nowadays, there is a lot of things like you get a quick fix solution. So if you do something which you're getting very quickly rather than, struggling a lot and spending, they're very, very busy, all of these people. But I was happy to see that whenever you did use the proper acknowledgements. So both points are well taken, that to try to use your own, but at the same time you learn to use your existing resources and other people's resources, and do give the proper acknowledgement. Nice to see some people had, I really like that concept about having some kind of physical
Props.
things to make it a little bit interesting, and some little jokes and all coming in between. There was, so that was also nice, props as you call them. And I'm sure it's a very good teaching learning method. I'm sure you all had a good topic and you were able to learn a lot, and it was probably a fun activity. How did you select who was going to participate? That's another, I'm sure a lot of people would have wanted to participate.
It's basically
so
the mentors.
Yes, it's the mentors. So then
Mentors
they
decide.
select. So I think it's a wonderful activity. And what's your student of the year method?
The student of the year is, I think we just did that, where we have the first round as the MCQ round. 50 questions will be asked, and the top 10 will be selected. And out of which, when they come to the grand finale, the top 5 will be asked a clinical question. So that gives out how the approach to a case. It's not a direct question where it's yes or no, but how do you approach a case of, say, a black floater or black spot? How do you approach a case of pars planitis? So they have to come up with what all clinical acumen they have to come to that case. And after that, the grand finale will be, top 3 will be selected. It's just like Mr. India or Miss Universe pageant, where non-ophthalmic questions will be asked, basically on work-life balance, to bring out the X factor out of them, how witty they are, how smart they are, and how bold they are, how they face the present scenario, being it a Gen Z or a Gen Alpha, how they try to come out of that situation when given a particular situation, and how they try to come up with an answer. So all these X factors are calculated, and then one student will be declared as the student of the year.
Thank you.
Finally, I'd like to appreciate the judges. At the end of a very long, tiring day, you've come and you're so enthusiastic right till the end, asking very good and pertinent questions. I think they require a huge round of applause, and very good questions also. So that's it. And I think our totalers are
think
not
just
good at
a
maths.
few minutes
Or
left.
the competition is very stiff and is very difficult to decide.
Yes. But anyway, thank you to all the mentors, especially.
Maybe we can call them for a group photograph.
So
in
you
between.
can
All
please
of you
come.
please come up for
We'll have a group photograph. Thank you to Gupta sir.
come along
That
with-
team has come from Panipat. Thank you so much, sir. And Dr. Prakriti, Dr. Piyush, all the mentors who agreed, Dr. Sandhya. And for students,
Yes, please come along with your students. Come quickly for the group photograph.
Normally we give 1 month time. This time we have given them just 7 days, and you all have done excellent job. Especially that examination part you recorded while examining the patient, and this is what was the goal. If you go through your topics, one topic was on basic examination that all the residents should know. The other one was management of some acute condition. Again, you must know. So that was the thought process. Thank you so much.
And we have one more surprise gift for all of you, that we are having dinner at the swimming pool, and all of you are invited, please, to join for the dinner. So irrespective of what the scores are and what the results are, please, all of you join for the dinner. Praful, please explain about the dinner. So Praful, please.
Yes, ma'am. So we are having dinner at swimming pool lawn. Stay together, we'll go together. Okay.
We'll have the group photograph first, then we'll have the announce.
Let's have a group photograph, then we'll declare the result.
Dr. Manoj sir, Mathur sir, Dr. Tinku Bali, please come on the stage. Mathur sir, please hurry up.
Manu, you also come. He has arranged all the medals for you people.
Mathur sir, please come. Come. Dr. Tinku Bali, join us.
Thank you. हो गया. It's with the judges. The judges may announce the result together. Yes, yes, yes. You definitely last time. Radhika ma'am, yeah, please. Medals. First bronze, second runner.
So, the second runner-up second runner-up has team DMMC with 423.5 marks.
टीम सफदरजंग. अरे चले गए तो नहीं मिलेगा. कहाँ गई टीम? आ रहे.
The BMC team.
आगे.
The Saptarjung team. Third place. Congratulations. Music लगाओ भाई. Anurag, you should also come.
अरे मेंटर के लिए भी है. डॉक्टर अनुराग, come.
Anurag, please come. नहीं.
We got another medal for you. Come. No, we have one medal for mentor also. Yes.
Now the second rank goes to team from RPC. Please, the team members may come with their mentor. Dr. Nawazish.
Congratulations, Team RPC. Congratulations, you did a wonderful job. Any guesses for the first place? Yes? The first place for the Teachers of Tomorrow goes to UCMS 2. Team 2. UCMS Team 2 with the mentor Dr. Nikita Berry.
Dr. Nikita is here.
She's not well. So for those students who could not make it this time, there is always a next time. Don't ever forget that. We'll do that in DOS annual, DOS midterm, AS annual, AS midterm. So the process goes on. So don't get disheartened. There is always a next time. And now I would like to invite you all for the gala dinner, which is next to our swimming pool lawn. And all of us are going there only directly. You people can join us. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the mentors for accepting the request and coming with a team.
Okay, congrats, buddy. आपका team को congratulations. Thank you.
But it conceptualized in 2017, and both we bought it together. We thought something we should do for the students. बोलो ना. I'll send an invitation to Dipti.
मैं माइक देख रहा हूँ अरे लो ये थैंक यू भाई